Just
You'll be fine.
Or maybe we don't just get going.
You can, I believe.
I believe I can fly.
So, I guess the question is, what's everyone at for day?
I got myself up to the Friday.
Okay, I'm also on Friday.
We all should be at Friday.
Last-
Oh no. Well, define at Friday.
I mean, we were having dinner with yourself and Cody. And that's
I
where
had
we
already-
left off.
I already finished my Friday, but mine was all DTA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was DT as well.
I had a bunch of stuff that I was doing before the Friday dinner,
Mm-hmm.
but we never got through that.
So it just sounds like it's you and me.
Why didn't you get on earlier? I was on for about an entire hour beforehand.
Because I got home about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Boo!
and game starts at 6:30.
Right. Not everybody has time to show up for extra shit.
Mhm.
I tried
I know.
repetitively,
Yes,
get the
but
shit
I wasn't
done.
wanting to do those on those days.
and I realized, which is why I did not harass you.
Mhm.
Well, either way, everybody else is done with Friday.
Let Jackie know it was me and Jackie who needed stuff done, so let Jackie do her other Friday stuff so I can wind down and get into game mode.
Sure. I got 8 downtime actions in the officer lounge.
Mhm.
Offers lounge.
All right, what do you want to do in the officer lounge?
I don't know, Matt. I was invited. I just Lilith was like, "Hey, you want to go find some people? We can talk about cultivation and this idea of not using all your precious slots for cultivation. You know, take your time, figure your stuff out. Maybe even use a catalyst or something to improve that cultivation."
Sure. Officer lounge is actually really private. It is a winding, twisting pathway that takes from the main concourse about 15 minutes of trying to figure out your way to get there.
Mhm.
It's not hidden per se because there are signage, not very obvious signage, but eventually there is a door with a person in front of it, and the door is well kept despite the plain starkness of the hallways. Barely enough for you to fit through, by the way. Some of the times you actually had to kind of side shuffle. And the individual kind of looks up and down. He is not in armor. He is actually in a more formal attire, officer's uniform. He's a lieutenant, and he very sharply dressed, very clean, very small in comparison to you. And as you kind of arrive, Vice Base Commander Jackie, welcome to the Officers Club. Pleasure to have you.
Mm. Thank you.
It is a gaming club, mind you. There are ongoing and active extracurricular activities. Please be respectful, of course, and mindful, especially of the noise. We do not allow any violence. We have individuals who will intercede in case violence were to happen or does happen. All betting must go through official channels. And any and all luxury goods, any money you pay for them are just tips. It's all provided by the club.
Oh, see.
Welcome.
Cool.
And you will open the door and you will see a smoky, hazy room filled with all the movers and shakers on base. Or at least the ones that are, have the opportunity to get away from their desk. With the one exception is Ezekiel. He is not here.
I imagine he's not an
all
officer.
All hanger masters come here. The hanger lord comes here. Lena comes here. Even the ace comes here.
Mm-hmm.
All captains and majors can come. Lieutenants, they haven't proven themselves. They have their own little bar, but they can be a door guy. You'll find no technicians, no captains of industry, no civilian sector. It's all military officers only.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. You will see a couple spooks, though, in full military dress, so that they are not undercover. Very stark, maybe one pin somewhere to represent what field they're from. Several Thunderhead agents, but they're all in full stark military uniform, pressed and perm. There's an official bar. There's pool tables, billiard tables. There are. It's a little casino actually. It has craps table, roulette. There is actual multiple screens with specific things people are betting on. There's an actual betting wall. You're not sure what the short form on the wall is. Several TVs putting out news. Several lounge areas. Overall, this is pretty exclusive. And no cameras.
No cameras, eh?
No Thunderhead cameras here. Well, through the helmet that you have, you can see through the haze, but no one's actually has their visor up. Everyone who's an Iron Eater officer has the faceplate pulled back, or even the helmet has detracted.
Fair enough.
And it's pretty hushed, but overall, it's you can hear murmurs of conversation here and there. A couple jeers, a couple bits of boisterous laughter. Couple people sulking at the bar.
Probably lost their money.
Or just sulking the day away.
Fair enough.
What'd you like to do?
My plan was just to follow Lilith, but I'll say, Lilith, I want to go to the bar for a sec.
Sure.
Not with the bartender, and I'll say, hey, barkeep. My name's Vice Commander Jackie.
I know. You're hard to miss.
Ah, perfect. This is first introductions, though, so it always seemed official. I have a favor to ask. Can you pass me a glass of tequila you have, and an empty glass?
Oh, sure. He'll pour you a glass, hand you an extra one. Anything else?
Oh, no, that's it, thank you. Lilith, how do you like your tequila?
Straight.
All right. I want you to do a little taste testing for me. And Jackie will hand over the glass. and then she'll put the glass like under, like below the table, so out of the side of the bar to keep, and then fill her a glass of the tequila she got from the dinner she had with Cody, the shipyard tequila. Yeah, from the chef's quarters or whatever, the chef's table.
Not bad.
And then, all right, try this one.
I mean, it doesn't kick as hard as I want it to, but nothing does anymore except for that industrial grade crap.
I see.
It literally has to make the nanos have a hard time figuring out what they're doing.
Yeah.
Basically, you start to disassemble. Your cohesion loses it. And
it's funny how that works.
Drunk, but you can't get drunk anymore. Not really.
No, I didn't think I could. All right. She'll keep her glass, the empty one, and after she's drank it, actually, no. She'll put the glasses back, and then she'll turn around, looking at the peeps, and say, "You much of a gambler, did it?" Well, actually, never mind. We're cultivators, of course. We're gamblers.
Yeah. I am a gambler. Yes.
What do you prefer out of this stuff?
I like the far board. That is betting the big stuff, but the little stuff that I don't really care anymore. I have more money than I know what to do with. I have more power than I know what to do with. More shit tucked away here and there than I know what to do with. I know too much. I care too little. So, I always bet big, even if I lose. I would recommend staying away from that one, though. That's where we bet personal possessions.
I was just thinking, that Fenris heavy Gauss rifle we got the other day.
That would go on that board, yes.
Yeah. I was thinking
if you want to bet that, sure. Now, there are 3 categories of betting. One is a personal competition between 2.
Yeah.
Such as arm wrestling. Or we do have a particular room for a exchanging of pointers.
All right. Yeah.
That can range anywhere from open-handed pointers or something a little more rock hard. But both parties have to agree on the deal, mind you. So no one's going to go you might be able to get away with the first one. But after that, because anyone who does that type of thing, people like to watch.
Right, makes sense. Find their own pointers.
People will figure out very quickly that exchanging pointers with you needs to be lethal for you to actually feel something.
Yeah, fair enough.
And for it to stick. Whereas you would have to probably hold back so you don't take their head off. Although I could show you some pointers if you want.
Am I the only one that just had him cutting out really badly?
No, Matt was fine for me.
Yeah.
So it was just me. Got it.
So personal competition. The second one is official betting. Here using one of the casino tables. That does not include the billiards table. We're actually talking the blackjack, actual poker, roulette, where somebody manages the house portion.
House rules. Yeah, I got you.
Yes, which is out of your hands. A lot of people love that because it's mostly game skill or luck.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people love to try their luck. Now, if you want to just bet stuff, what they can do is you hand over the license for it, or the rights to it, to the house, and they'll give you chips representative of how much it's worth. Or you can ask for a representative chip, which is basically, you lose this chip, you lose the item. And whoever has it by the end of the night, that's who owns it.
Right, fair enough.
Even the house. The house, of course, does not actually go to me. This is the Aces Club. It goes right in the ace's
Oh.
pocket. He funds everything. So, which means if we win big, it comes out of the ace's pocket because he has to support the house because he's the bank.
Right.
And we are not cheap. But even if he loses money by the millions every night, he gets something back because we're all here, and we all. He knows what comes and goes through this place. We all know it. He has eyes and ears through every corner of this room. So
Why wouldn't
anything
he?
you talk about, the ace will pick it up. Like small exchange for us drinking the bar dry and the well, some of the rough housing we get to in here. But regardless, the third method in which we accept bets are duels.
Duels, eh?
Yep. You get in your mech, they get in their mech. Go out under the rust wastes. Handle it. It's not to the death. But if the mech ceases to function, you're out.
Hmm.
And whatever you bet, it's gone.
I like that idea, except that we're going into a war zone in the next 2 months. So
no, it's a great idea because it actually tests how keen you are, how ready you are, because these are some of the best pilots here.
Sorry, I'm guess I'm thinking in a cost benefit.
Cost benefit. You don't want to be using your best machine. You want to build a parody of your machine.
If I had my personal mech up
cheap.
and running, that would be something I'd be interested in. But
right, it'd be cheap, something cheap to prepare, something that you wouldn't mind absolutely losing unless whatever you put on the line is so valuable. You're actually using your baby.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I mean. Yes, it's very risky. We have a war coming, but sometimes honing that edge against somebody who's really good can prepare you for that battle, even if you, suffer damage.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't recommend it for the Timberwolf. Getting replacement parts for that, if you suffer critical damage, is not going to be possible.
Oh, I know. So I don't have to get him together in the first place.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
All right. But that far board is for the big stuff. The other board here is you went and bought some chips from the house, or we're betting on silly game shows that we all like to watch.
Hi.
Small stuff.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you. What's up?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted. I was talking to my cat.
Hello, cat.
She's being a big baby.
What's
Cats
attention?
do this, yes.
Yep.
All right. Honestly, just go have fun.
Will do.
You should have enough money to be able to cover any costs if you do get into a competition. I'll be there cheering you on, but I'm not getting in the way.
No, I don't expect you to, Lilith. Should be an experience.
There is 2 taboos.
All right, good to know.
One, don't try and pick on individuals who are inebriated, trying to scam them out of their stuff because they're inebriated and winning a competition.
Even on what about for the official bidding stuff? That's their fault at that point, right?
If you see that they're drunk and you engage them, and then they bet because you cajoled them or enticed them or whatever,
all right.
you taunted them, and then they place bets.
That's a doubt. All right, sounds good.
Don't do that. Unless, of course, you're just being you return the bets. It's all small stuff, and you just want the guy to have some fun because he looks like he's having a tough time. That's being supportive. If he's throwing bets left and right, that's not up to you. If he's inebriated, take your fill, because that's the house will stop him if they think he can't pay up. But it's all chips in advance. Like, you literally hand over the money or the rights to the object at the house cashier. So whatever you got in hand, that's what you got. There's no credit here. Second one, pretty obvious. Try not to cheat.
Not cheating.
I say
Easy peasy.
try, because you will catch people cheating here. And you got two
Right.
choices. You can declare it to the house, or you can let it go. But by no circumstances are you to fucking punch the guy or deal with it yourself.
Yeah, no, we take that outside. Makes sense.
Yeah, and if you let it pass, and you let him cheat, and you guys make it out of the club, well, now you're out of the club.
Makes sense.
People normally don't, because cheating is not really punished, so to speak. Not physically. Sure, you lose whatever bet you had on that hand, but that's it. There's no warning. But everyone in here has really keen ears, and if they know you're cheating and you don't stop, well, people don't want to be with you. You're polluting your own reputation.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense too. I'm sure there's some mistakes, especially with good old alcohol.
There's only one person here who has a good reputation and is a cheater. I won't let you know who that is, but we all know he cheats, but we all want to know how he does it.
All right.
He doesn't take a lot of money home because we have a way to detect it, but seriously, sometimes he's a magician. We don't know how he got those cards. We don't know how he made the ball land in the same receptacle on the roulette table 4 times in a row. We just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But he makes a big show out of it. He loses as much as he earns because everyone's on the lookout for it, and it's kind of his pastime. So don't get swindled. He loves to do that to new people. All right, go on out there, have some fun. Thanks for the tequila.
Hi, I got it from what was it? The shipyards. Halcyon
Shipyards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They could work on the refining.
No, for sure. You know me, I don't drink, so.
Problem is I've had enough tequila that, let's just say, the process has really been confined down to a very small batch. If you like that batch, you're great. If you remember what the world once was and all the different types of tequila, the different flavors, the different palettes, all the different techniques, all that type of stuff, where it was plenty, it sucks.
All right.
Yeah.
So, let's make this easy on us, Matt. Let's do 4 downtime actions for personal competition, and let's do 4 downtime actions for the official betting stuff.
Any just socializing?
Let's do 2 downtime actions for official, 2 downtime actions for socializing, and then 4 downtime actions for personal competition.
Okay. So socializing's pretty simple for the first time here. You just kind of make your rounds.
Yeah,
like
talk to
Lilith.
the people, see who I know.
Mm-hmm. You know half the people here automatically.
Exactly. I've had to deal with them firsthand for getting their shit.
Yep. So you're actually looking at a lot of division captains, a couple majors, any of the cultivator military officers here as well. Several officers from the Atlas Foundation ship,
All right.
captain and above. They're having a good time, and they're spending they usually have a ton of chips. They have a massive amount of chips. And if they don't, they go to the cashier, and then they walk out towards one of the tables with a massive amount of chips. They have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Cigars, alcohol, cocktails, soda, even. All available. And you don't have to pay a dime. It's all on the Ace's wallet.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah. So, the 2 hours actually goes by pretty quick. So what type of house betting are you trying to do here? Like, you trying to compete, or you just get some chips and you just play some games with people while socializing?
That. Get some chips, socialize with people.
Roll me to do 100. See how well you do. Some of these games you're not familiar with. They give you pointers. You're not human, so you're obviously going to be significantly better.
Lucky 7. Let's see if I get a 77 for 11.
They show you billiards, and Ice Queen basically is just like, hit it just this way, and you basically snooker the entire first 3 games.
Nice.
Like, they're like, "Are you a shark?" And you're like, "No, I'm a supercomputer." It's not hard. Even when they try to get you into what they call funny balls,
Yeah.
where the pool balls aren't normal. They have a gyroscope inside. So when you hit the ball, they do weird things, and they have a weight that's different in each ball. Even then, once you've figured out what each ball is weighted and how they interact upon hitting, it takes a lot longer, but you get it.
The only thing worse than poker.
Yeah. Overall, playing billiards, you make 4 times as much as you spent.
Cool.
I don't know how much money you put in.
Yeah, I don't really have a bank per se for myself, so
You don't have money?
not really. No.
How much rec you got? How much budget?
Hardly any. The only time those guys
Lilith will give you 10K. Go play.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, you have 2 different people in this squad with multi-million on the rec. I think that you could get some money if you need it.
Yeah, you guys got the money from the betting pool, like from our first tournament I set up.
Oh, right? They get money from everywhere.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nix didn't get a dime from that betting pool.
That was probably more Luna and Cody then.
The only big thing I got from the betting pool was lugs cred, because I got over 2 million from it.
I thought you got the percentage as well.
I got a decent amount of rec from that, but all of my rec comes from business.
Okay.
Business magnate. Yep. Okay, so she gave you 10K. Now you got 40.
Cool.
That's small change for people here. You snooker them. There's no hard feelings. They're just more amazed that you're able to play with the funny set so easily, and they're like, "Holy shit!" People know how now to stay away from betting with you at the billiards table.
Easy peasy.
You're too good. As for the roulette, I mean, you're not even in control, so the guy just spins the ball.
Yeah, the only way I'd be able to do it was with magnets, so
you could.
Yeah.
But what type of personal? Because you're too good at darts. Poker's really good because IQ will focus, hone in on your ability to focus on people.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells.
Card count.
So for personal,
85% of that is skill.
Yeah.
15% is luck for poker.
For personal, I'll be going for to see what other people are doing. What I want to bet is I want to bet one of the cloud computers.
Okay. Well, there's a guy who is betting a Nimbus drive. He'd like to do an exchange. He's a bear of a man, a cultivator. Very nice pressed uniform. Not a second skin. He kind of looks you over and he's like, slap bet.
All right.
So you guys go into the side room and you guys, there's a handrail on this concrete slab in the middle from one on both sides. You guys are going to have a slap fight.
Okay.
Cannot hit with the heel of your palm. Literally you just going, all right, whoop, bam! Literally a Russian slap fight.
What are the rounds? Is there like a 3-round kind of thing, or is it just 1-on-1?
No, it's whoever fucking knocks the other guy clean off the table first.
All right.
That's why there is a rebar in which you can literally grab into that's sunk into the concrete slab that goes sealed into the floor. So cultivators can slap each other and have something to hold on to.
Okay. Alrighty. I am going to use for him hitting me. It's who goes first? Is it a 1v2?
It's a coin flip.
Flip. All right. So call
one of the house people will do it.
Okay. Yeah, go for it, Matt.
Call heads or tails.
1.
Heads is 1, tails is 2.
1, 1, 1.
1, 1, 1. Slap him first.
Okay.
It is a strength roll.
Yep.
That is it. You're not allowed to dodge. You stand there like a statue and let each other go at it. Just bam, as hard as you can.
All right. So I'm going to be using magnet here.
His potentia is about 300.
Cool.
He just looks pretty sturdy. You can't really tell what it is, but you might want to follow a little this advice and kind of gauge it up. Sure, he'll slap the shit out of you, but it's best not to kill him. You've never done this interaction before with your new body?
Sure. I'm trying to. I'll use magnet to push away death, so he doesn't get.
Nope. No. Push away death? No, you can't do something that abstract. You can hit him and see how he feels while not pulling out all the stops, and then scale up or scale it down, or maybe you just knock him out.
I'm going to point out that you can always choose not to deal lethal damage, traditionally speaking.
Traditionally, they have a new body. They're not used to this.
Yeah, but he has also got a supercomputer in his head that can do billiards like nobody's business. I think he can get away with judging out strength.
Normally, yes, but you're not sure the toughness of this guy. He's got 300 potentia, probably pretty tough, but not Ezekiel made tough.
I mean, just try to read. Actually, no, I think only me and Nix have really gotten skilled at reading people's potentia, have we?
I mean, I have. I can see potentia, but
you can't see what potentia they have.
Yeah, yeah. You guys
Guess
have.
How much?
I can scrutinize, I suppose, to get a better feel on this guy.
Scrutiny after hit, because you won the hit. Slap him.
Sure.
Give him the slap.
Give him the slap.
Just BAM! There's a big red mark on his face. He did crack his head to the side. Like, good hit.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Good
All
hit.
right. I'll scrutinize.
Whoop. He will dislocate your jaw. But it goes back almost immediately because you're nano. And he's like,
I'll use
he is a brute. This is one of his specialties. He's tough, but most of it is in hitting ability. He's a think of him as a grizzly. He's just
yeah.
durable, tough, but most of it is in the ferocity and the lethality of his hits.
Okay. So let's use a negative magnet then. Let's use reckless.
Just slap the shit out of him.
No, I'm gonna use reckless when he hits me with a wall of steel. I'll do that for next. So here comes the next hit. Well, bam.
He buckles a little bit. Okay. That was really good. It's very good. Yeah. My turn.
So yeah, wall of steel. We're gonna do -1 reckless.
You're gonna lean into it. Just
Yep.
like, "Ugh!" You're gonna like, come on, right here. And wall steel, you'll slap it, and you'll like, ah. Yeah. Kind of shakes his hand. His hand's actually red from slapping that one
Yeah.
because he's like, oof. Everyone there is kind of like, this idiot. He doesn't know he doesn't know. And he's like, shut up, you. I know what I'm doing.
Here we go again. Slap.
All right, I'm gonna have him roll toughness this time.
That's pretty good toughness.
He buckles, but he's still holding onto the block, which cracks. Pulls himself up. My turn. That's
bad.
really good. That's a good one. Yep. Oh yeah, that'll clock you hard. Ball still up?
Nope, wall steel's down. It's only up for one turn.
Yeah. Just gonna take it?
Yep.
Oh, you roll toughness.
I got toughness. Not today.
All right. You actually, your head snaps a little bit, and you're reeling a bit. And so, yeah. Gain 4 fatigue.
Okay.
Kind of shake your head like, oh, ow. Oh, that was a good one. That was a pretty damn good one. All right. Okay.
For this time, I'm gonna use the negative charge of fearful, so I don't want to hit him too hard.
Okay. Okay. All right. You're like, kind of eyeball it, like, all right, he's already unsteady on his feet. Half his face is swollen. The last hit really took the wind out of him, and you're just like, oh, what's that? Bam! And he goes down and eventually lets go of the thing. And they get him on a auto stretcher, and you got yourself a Nimbus drive.
Nice.
Still in its shrink wrap. A lot of people, you can hear conversations around like, I've never seen someone be Wild Bill like that. And he's like, well, if you haven't heard on the grapevine, she's a nano practitioner and a new gen. This is like the worst competition to get in. Like, I don't even think she was trying. I think she was holding back, really, trying not to kill the guy. It was a sucker's bet from the beginning. It's like, oh, really? That combo? I don't think that's fair. That's not fair. Guy never really stood a chance, did he? Not from what I've heard. I think Britannia is the only one who can actually win that type of bet.
Oh, she's already killed me once.
And you can tell them where to send it.
Yeah. I got a hanger.
Yeah, they'll hand you a data sheet, and you sign off on it, and you tell them where to take to send it. They'll, by the time you leave the club, it'll be there.
Excellent.
All right. Last thing. Did you want to make any other bets, or you just want to hang around and enjoy the atmosphere?
Yeah. No, I was trying to get more personal out of the way. I put 4 downtime actions for it. Let's put another cloud server on, and let's put that that Fenris
Heavy Goss?
Heavy Goss. Yep.
Okay. No one wants to personally challenge you.
Mhm.
There's one guy though, actually, who comes up. He wants to play a game of cups with you. He has 5 cups and a ball. You just have to tell which one the ball is in. And he gets 5, not 3 cups, because you are significantly enhanced, which I think he thinks it's very fair.
I feel like this is the guy Lilith warned me about.
He will bet you for your server. He is going to bet you a torque actuator.
Right.
You've never heard of that one, but from the reaction people have when he mentions that, they're like, torque actuator. Okay. And they're like, you sure you want to spend that much? Oh, I think he's offering a cloud server. Oh, it looks, from what I can tell, it's in great condition. It's in good condition, right?
It's brand new.
Brand new. Wait, they stopped making those. How can they be?
I made it.
You must know a guy. Good for you. Good for you. By the way, I will send the current updated model so you guys can see actually what a torque actuator is. I am still very much working on the internal components, but this is what I got so far. It is under internal components under the melee part.
Cool.
Okay. Do you want to play? Do you not want to play? What's going on?
What about for the shoulder rifle?
You'll have to play the house for it.
Play the house for it?
Because no one wants to personally challenge you, and no one really wants to challenge you to a duel for it either. Your Fenrir is well known, especially since the mech hanger realignment and reconfiguration. Your Timberwolf is very well known. Very opinionated, growls a lot. Yeah, and they've seen you also take out the Timberwolf with snips, and it's a very iconic silhouette. People love it. Okay. You see the torque actuator?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Looks like it adds another dice, roll the damage, increases AD by 5, increases durable damage by 5. Plus grapple, grants crushing blow and deep impact qualities still on melee-like weapons. Yeah, no, it looks good. That grants 6 additional heat per turn while active, but I mean, you're probably not gonna have it active all the time. Looks pretty good. Looks like RAA is 4, so that's pretty good. Cost is tonnage is 8.
It's heavy,
Yeah, no,
but
for sure.
So what happens for crushing blows? If you parry it, you take half damage.
Okay.
It also has the power weapon quality for when you use crushing blows. You have the ability to break their stuff that they parry with, even if it's trying to direct it. Because I know a lot of people would like to say, hey, I don't just parry it head on, I actually redirect it. No, torque actuators hit so hard that they have the opportunity, even if you were to try and deflect it, to literally shatter the weapon on impact. Or whatever they try to parry with.
Okay.
Yeah. So you get half damage with crushing blows, but you don't get any of the AD. But it gives you the power field quality.
Cool.
So, but there's downsides to the actuators. You can only have one actuator system per limb.
Arm. Yep.
Yeah, per arm. You can't utilize other actuator systems. So if you have a dexterity actuator in one arm and a torque actuator on the other, only one can be operational. You can't
Makes
run
sense.
2 actuator systems, even if there's one in different arms. They just don't work well.
Yep.
They require too much from the mech, and it'll tear you apart. Also, you have to. There's time to turn it off.
When you say that, you mean 2 different actuator systems, or because actuators make the arms move? So I presume you mean 2 different types rather than
2 different types.
you can't
Yes.
use both arms at once.
Yeah, it kind of replaces that piece. Makes sense.
You can use 2 actuators of the same kind. If you have double torque actuators, one on each arm, you can do that. And yes, it does double the effect. You get another additional die, another 5 AD, and another 5 durability damage, and another plus 20 to oppose grapple. But you already have crushing blow and deep impact, so it doesn't double those.
Okay. So let's try this. Let's try for the
He will say if you have another cloud server, he's got 2 torque actuators. 2 for 2.
I like the idea. I do, really. But one is the only thing I have right now, so.
Oh, darn. Anything else you want to bet?
I just have the ghost cannon right now.
You could throw that in. That is a pretty expensive item. Let's see what I got. Let's see. Looking through. What can I entice you with? Oh, I'm thinking. Hey, I got a Blizzard Grid.
Blizzard Grid.
Yeah.
Is that a shield?
No, it's a heat manifold. Actually, look at heat systems. I actually added quite a few more heat management options. So grids are both heat ablation and heat manifold, or heat block improvement. They're a lot more expensive because they require not only CP, but grids also could cost power. Or should cost power. I also added 2 additional, or a prototype heatsink, which is going to be really hard to get your hands on, but it's also unstable. I added a HM sink, which is a heat management sink. So I added a lot more heat management options because I thought should have a little bit more. But a Blizzard Grid, I haven't added the RAA to it, but it's an RAA 4. So
Is this
very hard to
inner
get your
ring
hands-
stuff?
No, it's just under internal components.
Oh, it's under. I thought it would be in the heat management section. My bad.
Nope. These are
Uh.
internal components. These are not heat block. These are not heat management systems. They're not the actual heat block itself. They're actually
Gotcha.
Add-ons.
these are
not-
add-ons. So you get your you get your HMS, and then you can use internal components to install these to replace. If you don't want to run stupid single heat sinks, you can run these.
Right.
But the Blizzard Grid is going to be one of the, if not the hardest to get your hands on.
Cost per tonnage. Interesting. Power requirements.
So CP cost tonnage, basically a CP I've kind of calculated out as a single ton.
Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. So let's. All right. Sounds good. Let's go for it.
Yeah, I know those gas cannons are unstable. So, and they require a lot of work and TLC to get them going. These are brand new. You don't need to do anything with them. So I think that's pretty fair.
Sure.
You bringing in that big old gas cannon. It's been out in the rust wastes. Needs work. All right. 5 cups. Here's the ball. Bring. It's a yellow ball. And he puts it in there. He's like, and he does the shuffle. He does the switch, the spin. You actually see him scoop the ball around between the two, like playing soccer between the cups.
Mhm.
It is a mesmerizing dance of what the hell's going on. And even IQ after a while is like, I'm following it. Yeah, no, I got it. We're good. We're good. And I don't understand the why he would bet so much, despite me being able to literally track in minute detail every single flick of motion, every single twinge of muscle, every flick of his eyes, the ball itself, the movement of the cups, the sound. This guy's got no chance. And eventually, after a 5-minute dizzying display, he goes, "Ha-ha! Pick one through 5. You can have 3 rolls of your choice.
All right.
Awareness, you could have one, but I already rolled for.
So IQ. I think this is the cheat that Lilith was telling me about.
I don't understand why he would even get away with this. He has no chance. Like, even if he does cheat, he can't cheat me.
Right. So I'm going to do something a little cheeky here. IQ.
Yes.
Let's take a little gander at it first. So let's do a awareness. Let's do a. I can reroll that with keen. 82, not any better. I'm gonna do a. I'm gonna do a scrutiny roll. And I'm going to do an influence roll with magnets. And I'm going to say, watch this for a sec. I'm going to push the ball. Next, can I have a reroll?
Be my guest.
All right, let's try this again. All right, and I'm going to push the ball as
Which
one? Which slot?
Which ball?
I'm looking for the yellow ball, right?
Yeah, there's a ball in each cup. Which bun?
Ah, all right.
You go to push it, and you're like, oh.
I see his trick.
Hmm.
One, two, three, four, five. Which ball are you moving?
Yeah. So let's make it easy. Let's push the 2.
Cup 2.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it jingles around in there, and everyone's just like, "Oh, she's got it!" And he's like, "Oh, you're very clever, whatever you did. All right, let us reveal." And he holds up the cup. It's a green ball.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how did that get in there? Oh, that's not yellow. Oh no. And he, do you want to? I'll give you one more guess.
Yeah, we might as well try again then, eh? Especially since the green wasn't one of the colors, right?
Right, but we were betting on that you finding the yellow ball.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say I couldn't put a green ball in there.
It's true.
I don't even know how that got in there in the first place. I apologize. Sometimes something about the green ball, it always wants to play and be noticed. It just gets in there.
Right.
Has a mind of its own, I tell you.
Hmm.
I'm a sport. And he mixes up the cups again. And there is a ball in each cup, and he doesn't downplay it this time. And he moves them around, and you actually see him scoot 5 different balls, and the other one's in there, around between the cups, spin them. He actually flips them in the air. Ha ha! Up you go! And they spin and they land face down. And he catches them. Quite the act.
Hmm.
And Q's sitting there like, okay, I have it. I'm watching the yellow ball.
I have a cheaty suggestion for you, Mr. Nano.
We could try flipping them all over.
No, I have a much cheatier solution for you, Mr. Nano. You have a pile of crafting supplies and reservoirs. Why not just your fucking nano? Slip some nanos in and coat the ball in the cup of your choice. They're nano. They can't be seen.
Lith would probably be able to pick it up, so it's the question of whether or not she would rat you. So would actually no, so would the ace captain probably.
I mean, that depends on whether you board through the table or not. But it's up to you.
All right. So you sure it's this one, right? Like you?
Number 4. Yes.
Number 4. All right. So what we're going
Where's
to...
the 5th cup?
You say, where's the 5th cup?
Yes, you're kind of watching it, and after that mesmerizing display, you're like, "Where's the 5th? Where's the 5th cup?" There's only 4 cups now.
Check your head.
Check my hand?
Head.
My head? I mean, I would feel it if it was on my head.
Check it anyway.
She'll grab she'll kind of...
I'm on the same page as you right now, Nix.
She'll
seriously, standard magicians, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
she'll kind of go for a scratch on the head.
Yeah, you knock over a cup, and the green ball falls down. Tough luck there.
So thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Interesting.
That was slightly more cheating than I was expecting.
Sorry. I'll pay
Sure.
for a replacement.
He's like, well, looks like I win. You'll take the 2 chips. Hey, could you join me at the bar? I'd like
Sure.
to buy you a drink.
Sure.
Name's Mortimer. Mortimer, the magic.
Yep.
And as he does turn, you do catch a symbol on the back of the lapel that he of his little cheesy suit. He's a Chaotica.
I know. Wasn't hard to tell.
It was very, very obvious.
And he'll sit down. So, pleasure to meet you. Mortimer is my name. As I said, he'll hold out a hand. And as you go to, do you take his hand?
No.
And he's like,
And I'll say,
shame. And he'll flick his hand and a really cheesy bouquet of flowers.
sorry, I've seen the Chaotica do stuff with the hand gestures, so
yes. Where can't help
fool me
ourselves.
once kind of thing, right?
Oh, if we fool you again, it's not shame on you, and it's not shame on us. It's all fun.
Yeah, that's how she goes.
Yeah. So, I need your help.
Oh.
You see, there's a lever at home base in the depths of our place, and it requires someone with absolute muscle and conviction and power.
Right.
I can't pull it. If you could pull it twice for me, I'll give you things back.
So I've heard what the lever does. I've been there.
You'll be pulling it for me. I just don't have the physical strength to actually pull the lever.
Yeah. No, that's the thing, right? How about this? You keep what you got. Earned it fair and square, right? So I'll pull the lever for you.
Okay.
But I get one and you get the other.
No. You don't want that. Because if you get stuck with whatever comes out, I don't want to do you like that. It's my destiny to face what comes.
Right.
How about this? You pull it twice for me. I'll give you your thing back, and whatever we bet on.
No. I don't want them. You've earned it fair and square, like I said. Because I understand.
I want it, but I'm paying you for you pulling the lever.
No. Like I'm saying, you keep it. I'm not. I don't want to. I'll pull your things.
Nah, bazinga.
Yeah, and we'll go from there.
Actually, I hope you don't, because I can't afford that.
You're
too strong, woman.
Yeah. So let's go right now, because I'm a little disappointed in myself.
Mortimer, away! As he runs off. Very, very old generational. And he moves with incredible pace, nothing that you can't keep up with. And eventually, you enter the Chaotica Church. Church of Chaos. Not that chaos. And he's like, everyone out of the way, it's time to pull the lever. And they're like, which one? What do you think, which one? The rusty one. What? You can't pull that. I can't. She can. And they run over, and there's a small following of people. A lot of people are like, well, you do you, man. and he will run back behind the big 10 pull machine to the 100 card pull machine.
Mhm.
It is old. The doors haven't been opened in a long time. It requires some sort of access token, which he does a kind of a flurl of magic with his hands, and the door opens. But he did something with the terminal, and it creaks and groans open, and there's a big slot machine. The prize pool is mysteriously held in a bubble on the ceiling, and there's a funnel that goes down, and there's some sort of device in the middle with a slot for some sort of receptacle. Big old computer screen, no protective barrier, and there's a giant pull lever. And he will go in and boot it up. He's like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, take my 100 pulls. Yes, yes, yes.
You want me to do this twice?
Oh, no, one at a time.
One at a time.
Yes, 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 of course.
All right. So, full payment for doing this pull for you.
Mm-hmm.
The first one's all yours. The second one, I want you to put it. I won't take it away from you, but I want the worth of what comes out of the second one in some other way.
Okay. Up to you.
All right.
Careful what you do here. Chaos is rampant, particularly in this room. We're actually below the chaos field. Dead center, actually.
Perfect.
So, whatever you do here, either don't or do. I don't know.
Oh, I'm going to do all right.
Pull the lever, Crunk!
All right. You guys ready for a 22? A 43.
You'll pull it. And it winds up, and this massive machine starts to spin. These Tesla pylons on this ring start to rotate, and electricity starts to build and crackle and spark everywhere. And the machine starts to build and build and build, and the receptacle has some sort of nozzle that's built with power and heat, and fires a dimensional arc. And there is a warning that goes off. It goes, mana breach, mana breach. Oh shit, a Zaxian crystal, unrefined. And he will push a button and it flushes it. All right, we're safe.
Okay. Ready for the next?
We gotta let the ambient mana particles get pulled into the chaos field and be disassembled. Can't let the mana corrupt whatever we get. Ha ha! Sorry, this pulls stuff from places that don't exist. Or do exist, because we found them! Or we live in it. I don't know. This is the most powerful roulette machine ever built.
So, for the next one, Matt, I'm going to be using the ×3 magnet, and I'm going to be using both my negative charges.
The negative charges? Okay, buddy.
To give you a little bit of balance for this chaotic. Actually, no, both of them together. It's just going to be chaos incarnate. So
Let's just get incarnate.
Bell, I don't. What do I care about?
Takes about 5 minutes, and then that taste of plum blossom in the air goes away, and eventually he's like, "Pull that lever, Crunk."
All right, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm feeling a.
Do it.
Feeling a 14. 53. Okay.
You pull it?
I do.
All right. It is not a good roll. It is a fuck awful roll.
Perfect.
You can use one reroll. I'm not gonna tell you what it is until you get it, or you can keep the fuck awful roll. You never know.
Interesting. It's awful, eh?
Yeah, it's atrocious, and it's not the fun numbers either.
Am I rolling it or are you rolling it? For the reroll.
It'll be one of Nyx's charges, but I'll reroll it. Yeah,
I don't mind giving up another charge.
or you can keep it.
What I'm actually thinking, Matt, is that it's really good, and you're just trying to bamboozle me here and be like, "Oh, you could reroll it," but at the same time, I like to trust you sometimes.
Yeah, that hoodwinked you earlier.
It's true.
I bamboozled you multiple times. You never know.
I mean, Matt, you didn't bamboozle me. I knew exactly what I was going into at the very beginning. So,
All right.
uh,
Okay, Mister. I know what's gonna happen.
So, Jackie will flip a coin because that's the way it should be. One will be reroll, two will be keep, and the chaos has called it. So
Well, that's a lot better.
we'll
Not
deliver.
great, but that's a lot better.
Okay.
And here we go. And what spins through this, it's almost like a dimensional loom, just kind of stitches something together from somewhere, someplace. It pulls a bloody chunk of something, which promptly just explodes into gory bits all over the room. Woo! Gore party! I think we've hit the jackpot here. Check it. Quickly check it.
Checking it.
It's some sort of large lizard creature with wings,
Okay.
or it had wings, or maybe. Yeah. Looks like it has suffered extreme battle damage. You actually recognize in its very luminous red scaled hide multiple autocannon shot holes.
Nice.
Very large bore. We're talking AC 20 rounds. He's like, "Ha! We have a dragon! I've heard of these from the magic front. They are the prey of no one except our bullets." Well, it takes significant weaponry to take one down, and a lot of punishment. But a properly placed AC 20 or long time round can take one out in a heartbeat. It's kind of shot to pieces. He'll just pay you a blizzard grid and be like, "Off with you! Ha ha! I have a dragon!" Well, part of one. Well, bits, itty bitty pieces of one. Some over there. Some over here. Oh, I'm going to have to clean this place. Oh, well darn.
Leave before he asks you to clean.
He kind of kicks or nudges part of the flesh of something with his boot. Like, I don't even know what that is. What is that? Some sort of is that a gallbladder, a liver, some sort of organ that doesn't exist?
Okay. So that's my Friday.
Okay. Ogre,
Yup.
what do you got?
I've got a pile of research and several meetings.
Uh-huh.
I'll start with the researches.
Pew!
No problems with that one. No problems with that one. Thank goodness. Oh, and conveniently that finishes Predator 002.
Okay. You will get from this the blueprint for a predator mesh. Has to be grown with a very special formula, just kind of like your mesh tech, your pure strain.
Mhm.
This would be another mesh tech, predator mesh tech, which will
Which will have
be
to be grown and
pivotal
studied.
in incorporating specific neurological synapse systems from predators into mechs. Because otherwise,
Mhm.
mesh, the pure strain won't be able to do it. Not going to be able to handle the load. And there is a slew of other information. You'll get actually 2 Xenotech inspiration. Predator's aggressive biology is actually extremely diluted and impotent in comparison to its elite cousin. To start, though, they are
You
born
said
incomplete.
Xenotech
Yeah, Xenotech.
inspiration?
Predators
Okay.
are born incomplete. It's kind of like the way humans are born prematurely because we just grow too. Our heads are so big, and we need to be out early, and we're just basically useless.
Yep.
And have to be raised. Whereas creatures in the wild, they can get up and stand on their legs from the get-go. Well, predators are basically absolutely useless when they're born. And to get going, to reach even adolescence, let alone adulthood, they're wildly scaling in ability. They have stunted mental development early. They pattern awareness, danger awareness, all that is significantly less than their elite cousins. Considering the pilots that actually get into the elite and bond with the elite frame get to share their wisdom. There are no predator pilots. These are just born. They use a completely different formula than the elites biodata samples you have. A completely different approach, but they do not have a growth limiter. Period. The elites are specifically grown to a very fine point, and they cannot pass go, collect $200. There is no limit to growth on the predators. Period. They have a significant weakness to psionics, which is probably how they're controlled. But again, that's not there's a psionic bandwidth you just aren't able to discern. It's actually it's a different order of psionics. It's a higher, almost a more sophisticated bandwidth. Multiple tonalities, and the only thing you guys have ever been able to come up with is a single tone psionic emitter. This would be a 5-tone psionic emitter to control and direct predators. But the single tone, it can do harm. If you pump that above a certain frequency, it can do direct harm to predators and their mental state and their connectivity. This is just about control.
Okay.
A lot to learn. The more, the older they get, especially once they develop a color, the more immune they are to such harm. especially if they developed specific organs and resistances to single tone or even dual tone psionics that are used in offensive means. But
Okay.
some of them don't even bother, which makes them extremely vulnerable, even if they are one of the colored predators.
Okay.
It's hit or miss. Big warning: do not play with predator DNA lightly. If you've ever seen the movie The Thing,
Mm-hmm.
that is what you're going to get real fast. This is a hostile biosample. If you get this in your body, you are no longer going to be you very quickly. The predator DNA will overtake your DNA and you will become something, and it will not be good. You will lose your character. That is game over for you.
Gotcha.
Do not get this in your biology. That is where the mesh tech comes in. That is a controlled strain that is utilizing the specific properties of the predator, but pretty much killing everything else about it that is aggressive.
Okay.
It'll take about as long, if not a little bit longer, than the pure strain to grow. But you have something no one else has. Predator tech.
And conveniently I have a couple of pods that I can set it to grow in.
Yes, you do. You'll have to change the solution, though. You'll have to come up with a new one. That won't be a too difficult project. That's just a ChemTech project. It'll take you 50 research points.
Okay.
The base formula that you're using for this pure strain just needs to be modified just a little bit. You just need to change the culture. And it only takes a little bit of practice, and you have incredible ChemTech ability. So.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay. Notes have been made.
So congrats on that.
Yep. He is going to quickly just send a message to the base commander, which is the equivalent of, hey, do we have any psionic level weapons or anything on base?
Why do you not ever go through my liaison? Why do you always go to me directly? I have staff for this.
Because you told me to? That's why you gave me this frequency?
For important things. Things that literally cannot wait, and due process would be threatening to your person or other people, or cannot wait, period.
Apologies. I'll do that in the future.
Please do. Go through my liaison, who is actually the front desk lady, and you have her number. And she'll direct you to the Psionic Warfare Department, which is a small, tucked away series of labs at the very corner of the base.
Well, I still have some extra time, so we'll go
now
down.
There's a psionic warfare department.
Well, we'll start going down the list of meetings and shit. First is I'm taking a trip over to the fighter bay to check on the progress and handle any problems that have come up.
It is in full construction mode. Like, all the fighters have been scrapped, all bombers have been scrapped, all the manufactorums are being retrofitted, literally all the hangars are being ripped apart. There are almost 100,000 people working on this right now. People get angry because you're in the way. Because you're
big.
What is this asshole standing in the middle of the thoroughfare? Fuck off!
Fair enough. He's just... It's Nix. He came by to check on what's going on and if there are any problems. So, other than that, he's going to go meet up with the acquisition specialist for the fleet. Because he was supposed to meet up with him the next day.
Like, hey, he's kind of sitting there. He kind of He has that one half of his face which is droopy, and the other one's just kind of amused as he kind of watches one of the screens, and there's a goofy game show going on.
Mm-hmm. He's just going to sit down and order a bottle of vodka.
Mr. Banch, Mr. Banchin.
Yep. You told me to check back in.
What can I do for you?
You told me to check back in about my 2 requested acquisitions.
I have one. It's not cheap.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And what are you looking for it?
Well, look, yeah, you see, we have somebody who can't use it anymore. His mech is broke. So maybe you smuggle his mech in. You'll take the part. You take the part you want. You'll fix it up. You tune it up. Yes. Send it back, all nice and shiny.
Without that particular part.
Without that, that would be shipping fees, maintenance fees, mech building fees,
I would need some details on the type of mech.
No, this is under the rug, behind the curtain.
Oh, obviously. But
You know what? He says take a peek. Maybe you have as he makes the mind-blowing gesture with his hands. Maybe you have, and it's just you have a special thing. Yeah.
All right, where do I need to go to get a peek?
Oh no, I could just what you agree. I send you the thing. We keep an eye on you, so it doesn't disappear entirely. You just tell us where the mech go and or where to put it. I go. He makes a bunch of hand gestures about how he's going to get it there.
He's just going to hand him a data pad with coordinates for his bay.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I think good trade. Good trade. You fix his mech. You get paid with the thing you want.
See what can be done.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's the last one for this fleet. They don't make a lot of them, and they mostly get destroyed. They produce a lot of heat, a lot of, and the are attracted to this, and it's just it makes a bunch of hand gestures.
Yeah. No, heat won't be a problem for me.
Okay. He kind of looks it over. Okay. What was the second one? Because you wanted the Red Queen, and there was the
shields.
Oh, you wanted the other shield?
Yeah, it was the
both shields are on the same mech.
Okay.
You just pull them both off.
All right. Okay. Can do. Maybe I can rope Cody into this. He always likes tinkering with mechs.
Yes, he does.
Shakes his hand, takes a shot of the vodka, and hands him the rest of the
how
bottle.
How big is the hangar? Or what was space?
Huge. It was big enough to handle 2 huge class.
Well, good, because it's a huge class mech.
Like, yeah, no, I've got room for that. Plus,
It's, it's big. We don't want it caught in the hallways.
Yes, no worries. And otherwise, since my visit to Gordon Rampage got cut off by going to dinner with Cody, I marked off the payment for it though, so the next and last place for the day for me would be the Psionics Warfare Department.
The individual. He looks up. Yes.
I'm here to check in on various psionic-based weaponry as
Fill
some
this form.
research goes over form.
Present your ID, your clearance codes, clearance levels.
Sets them down.
We'll get back to you in 24 hours.
Interesting. All right.
Thank you for your time.
That's it for his Friday.
You guys are at dinner, right?
Yep. Nix is going to make sure to abscond with a couple of bottles of liquor.
Yeah. You guys eat away. Delicious. Cody, it's your scene.
Yep.
You're the host of the dinner. Pulls your homies in.
Sorry. I mean, it was just kind of relaxing dinner. Jackie, next, are you guys doing anything that you need my help with after I get the fleet there tomorrow?
You could help me fix a mech.
What mech?
Backroom deal.
How much you paying me?
How much do you want? I figured you would just have fun working on a mech.
I would, but something I need to get paid because I don't have a solid source of requisition income.
Fair.
And I can't have my girls pay for all of it all the time.
No, that's entirely fair. How much are you looking for?
Well, right now I need about 303K to finish off my engine, and another 303K to finish off the power core.
Okay,
So
I will pay you a mil.
there we
Just
go.
get the mech fixed up as best you can. Oh, and pull the 2 shield generators off of it. Those are mine.
Sure, the shield generators will be pulled off.
Thank you much. And he'll just hand you a data pad. It's like, shield generators are a red queen and a defiance.
Oh, nice.
You've never heard of the Red Queen module before, but you have heard of the Defiance when looking through mech parts. Red Queen is a very esoteric shield system that you got to be a real traveled individual and very well connected in both the inner sphere and the frontier to even have known about Wonderland Labs.
Who are you pulling this off of again?
I have some friends, and somebody got their mech fucked up, and in exchange for these shields, I'm going to pay to get the mech fixed.
Okay.
If it turns out to be too expensive, I'll send the mech back. So, I will be swinging by to check out the expected cost of it tomorrow if you'd swing by.
I mean, I can just give you an estimated building cost now.
I don't have the details of the mech.
Oh. Fine.
It's a very, very under the table deal. The only reason why
Alright.
I'm talking about it relatively openly is because we're not even in the same solar system.
Yeah, and it's just you, me, and Jackie, and well, the entire kitchen staff.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm going to be throwing these on my mech.
Nice.
Go ahead.
You. I hope you have a power cord to.
Oh
you know,
yeah.
you get that fusion reactor, right?
Yep. The AML 100.
Yeah.
I had to go through a pile of
Cody,
classes just to get certified on
that
it.
is not a fusion reactor.
That is a fission engine.
Oh, sorry, fission. My. Let me clarify. I've been drinking a bit much here. That fission reactor.
Yes.
It's
If
the
I
only
blow
one
up,
still in service.
All right.
the
Good
if I
luck.
blow up cleared section of the space. Yes.
Yes. Would you like a martyr protocol added to that?
Oh, I've got 2 sitting around my lab.
Good luck.
It's no worries. I'm technically qualified to service that engine.
Yes, and that's the problem. I was
Well,
thinking about working
no,
on a
no,
new martyr system.
no. I'm actually qualified. I went through all the classes and everything.
Again, problem.
Why a problem?
Because you became qualified to work on an engine that probably honestly shouldn't exist anymore.
I mean, and
I understand now. Yes.
I mean, we carry around things and do things regularly with shit that shouldn't or doesn't exist to most people. How is this different?
Fair enough.
I mean, dear God, Cody, you are a manifestation of things that are not normal.
I would disagree with that.
Ouch.
I'm a very normal being with normal stuff. You know what? I don't know how to take this talk. And Cody's going to bring out Miguel.
Cody, we were supposed to have some time tomorrow.
No, he's Miguel now.
Uh,
I'll say this before he changes.
yes, we'll still have some time tomorrow.
We have 5 hours together, right?
Yes.
Right.
And I don't have to take this abuse from someone, and I would turn to Miguel.
All right.
Come on, brother! Let's eat.
I'm just going to look at Jackie.
He literally physically transforms into another person.
Yep. I'm just going to look at Jackie and be like, he does realize this just proves my point, right?
Proves what point?
Miguel, you don't know these two people.
I know, it's so weird being here. What are we doing?
We were having supper together until you
Became somebody else.
I didn't
Did
become
that.
anybody. I've always been me.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And what is your name?
My name's Miguel.
Well, nice to
Mhm.
meet you, Miguel.
I'm just going to pull out my data pad and page his girlfriend that gave me her number in case anything fucky happened. And go, why am I looking at somebody named Miguel that Cody just turned into?
You get a text back. He promised he would roleplay with us first.
He did it after I called him a little chaos gremlin. Well, called him out on being a little chaos gremlin. This could cause problems as he took us to a really expensive restaurant.
Right. Both Sadako and Ashley will come by, grab an ear apiece, and haul Miguel off.
Miguel's gonna like, where are we going? Like, no, give me the alcohol real quick.
Nope. These bottles are ours. You're being punished.
What am I being punished for? I did nothing.
And then you have a very interesting, awkward, but very exciting kind of role play type of night with the both of them.
No. Before they leave, Nyx is going to pointedly go, "Ladies, can you at least send us back first?"
But
They
yeah,
don't-
it's
they
4
don't
hours.
listen to you. They don't. They don't listen to you.
His girls are significantly worse than him.
Going to be like,
Just saying.
no, I realize. And he's just going to look at them and be like, either I get sent home, or I'm going to kick in the door of every room until I find you and cause untold havoc.
Will continue to haul Miguel off, but Sadako kind of pauses, slowly turns your way, looking at her beneath the hair.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of stares at you for a bit.
He's just looking at her back.
If you're smart, you'd know how to get back.
If I was a Leotech, sure. But I'm
You don't-
not. That's why I hired Cody.
I don't know why he hangs out with people who are so trapped within the box of life and the mental institutions they've built, unable to break out and think beyond the limits.
Mm-hmm. So you're
To
going to
survive in
let
unknown
Cody break a
environments.
promise. Because he did promise to send me back after dinner.
Well, he's Miguel now, so. And she just kind of
Mhm.
shuffles off.
Are you guys on like Enigma or something?
No, they're on Halcyon.
Well,
Yeah.
you know one other person that can teleport you if you need a ride,
Yep.
really.
Which is why he's going to call
You
Luna.
have
Well,
the data for Halcyon?
no, but I can get it pretty quick.
From where?
You're really gonna make this more of a problem than it needs to be, Matt?
Yes. So
All right.
I'm gonna test
I'm
Ogre's
just gonna
critical
haul it
thinking.
off of. I'm just gonna haul it directly off the people I'm communicating with. I'll use their own interstellar communications to triangulate them.
Hmm?
I am a supercomputer. I have
know.
access to multiple supercomputers.
What communication system are you using to communicate with Ares? Ogre.
That is a great
The-
question, actually.
The same one Luna said that he always, or that she always keeps open with Nyx.
I think he's asking if you have an interstellar communicator, like we do. Well, I do.
Because otherwise, it takes a month for communications to travel.
Great.
Hmm.
Never mind then.
On.
Using the
Other-
resources at hand, you do know ships leave every day to Ares. You could just hitch a ride.
How long does that take?
A ship leaves every couple hours.
No, I
You could
meant
time-
the travel time.
Instant. These are the ships he's having sent over.
Oh, those ones.
He's sending the fleet over. So the ship leaves every couple hours. He just needs to finish his dinner at the right time, show up and be like, we're going to board, get zipped over. Now you're instantaneous communication, and then the Luna can teleport.
Fair enough. So
You also get to have the opportunity to explore Halcyon Base.
no, that is
Halcyon
entirely
Syntax.
fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. At that point,
And you also
You're-
get Cody's portions of the dinner.
which Nyx is going to happily devour.
You guys are like, oh, it's not Gordon Rampage, but it's fucking amazing. And you guys are
Definitely putting a couple of bottles of good booze on Cody's tab.
Yeah. Well, it's free.
I need to get you an interstellar communicator.
Yeah, and you guys eventually get back to the main concourse, and it's very foreign. It's a completely different design. Everything's perfect, efficient, grid-like. There's signage. There's help desk stations. There are people who are literally willing to just tell you where to go. And in fact, at each of the help desk stations, there is a Thunderhead agent there to help you plan the route to where you want to go. And if you have the clearances, they will also help you get in contact with people.
Fair. So Nix is going to go to one of the help desks.
Hello, how can I help you?
I need to know who I need to contact to get on the next one of the instantaneous transit vessels to Ares base.
Jackie.
Yeah.
Yeah, logic test, please.
Okay.
That is classified information so high up. That's bad. That's the wrong approach.
Hmm.
That is extremely classified information. The individual just kind of their face does not change, twitch, shift. It's like photo caught. I don't know what you mean. We do have transportation vessels. I think you're trying to reach one of our security offices. Come this way. I'll see who I can get you a hold of. I think our
God damn it! I'm going to strangle Cody at some point.
yeah, and they lead you in, and you guys are literally held at gunpoint by a bunch of Thunderhead agents because you were talking about classified information on the main concourse. One of them has a scrambler rifle.
Cool.
Just going to look at Jackie. You realize I'm going to have to make him suffer for this.
Oops.
And
Understandable.
you guys get to sit down with the sector security officer, Jaleel. And he kind of looks at you guys. Well, I think there's been a mistake. It looks like you, based off your clearances, you are authorized and, of course, in the know. I'm going to hit you with a couple fines. But that's about it. I can't hit you for breach, treason, and this is a first offense. So pay the fines. You can be on your way, and we can get you to where you need to be. Sound good?
And how much are these fines?
Yes, fines.
How much?
50K. Each.
Nix will just pay for it.
All right. Make your way to this dockyard. Talk to Moncrief. He's in charge. You should have exactly everything you need. Your clearances and your record does show, despite being young, that you have what it takes to be clear for this information. A reminder, then, I suppose, as an order. Do be careful. Your youth has betrayed you in this particular case.
No, I completely recognize that. I am just the side of frothing at the mouth because of a companion of mine and his horn dog women.
That's no excuse. You can't in this particular case, especially if it involves potentially treasonous activity and or mistakes on a national security level, you cannot go around blaming other people for your own actions.
You know, I
I-
stopped listening for like 5 seconds now hearing about treason. What the fuck?
Apparently, speaking of something in the open that we had clearance to know
What was
to
it?
somebody who would know. I went to a Thunderhead agent.
There's the help desks on the main concourse.
That you specifically told me had Thunderhead agents at it, and I said I went to the help desk to talk to the agent because that's who I'd need to fucking talk to.
Yes, so you're on the main concourse with hundreds, if not thousands, of people going through these grids. Think of them all. There's a lot of traffic, and you go to the Thunderhead agent who's standing next to the help desk, and you go, tell me where they're going to have a ship with the new tech so I can get back to home really quick with this experimental super secret.
So let me get this straight. On the main thoroughfare, you asked about something you had clearance for. Is that right?
Yep.
But does everybody around you have clearance for it? So you talked about it in public at that point. So that is a security breach, a very severe security breach.
If you had gone about it in a more of a, I have a specific need for transportation, I wish to talk to your superiors or someone who is higher class.
Out of character, I completely understand it. Nix is just this side of killing people on his way to the ship right now. He is so pissed off.
Playing your character. Good.
Because there's also a particularly short mech that if he doesn't show up for, is going to start going on a shooting rampage because his pilot isn't back.
He's got more discipline now. He's got a lot more discipline. He's got actually a mech hangar full of people who are like, whoa. He'll come back. Been honest with you.
Fair enough.
There's been a lot of effort put forth to prevent outbursts. He's gonna run around the place looking for you, going, Betsy, Nick, it's time to go run and shoot things. He's gonna get anxious, of course, and then he's gonna go back and obviously whine to either Luxury, or if she even opens the door, or to his hangar mech buddies. So my pilot's not here. I told him he would go running and shoot things. He's like, well, just wait. And it's gonna be like, ugh. But running and shooting things. Ah. And that's what you got. So you don't have to worry about him truly misbehaving, but it's not the best. But you guys will be directed immediately to where you need to go. And there will be a shift in environment very drastically. Security measures pop up. Security checkpoints are significantly more common. The amount of personnel starts to peter out. Traffic becomes almost non-existent, and they tell you to approach via a very specific vector. They give you a route path for it. You guys go through the security checkpoints very quickly. Not many of the people even talk to you other than, please pass through the security gate. And there are Thunderhead cameras in duplicate here. But it's not like going through the TSA. You merely have to walk through certain arches and you're just kind of on your pace. They give you a cart to sit on and they zip you over to the shipyards. And oh, it is beautiful when you arrive.
My only question is how many alarms go off based on the number of weapons and shit on us?
My weapons are all internal.
Well, you're a weapon yourself. You're both cultivators. As for your weapons, you have the security teams on full alert to your presence, but they do not cost you. You have the right clearances. You're also cultivators. Making that decision is to accost you specifically because you have weapons is what a hero would do. There's not a lot of heroes on base. A lot of soldiers, though. If they're going to try and take your weapons, it'll be more than just one guy showing up. The entire area in which you will be located will be completely locked down.
So my question is, how long did this take?
It takes about actually an hour of getting to the actual shipyard. And they get you on a high-speed monorail tram at one point, and they zip you across the ring at lightning speed. And you guys get to see the beauty of thousands of ships in different stages of construction up across this outer ring of a planet. And the amount of ships coming and going from the opposite side of the ring is it almost renders you speechless. There is an incredible amount of supplies coming and going, personnel coming and going. The sheer logistics effort of hundreds of ships arriving a day, even with the 6 month to 8 month and beyond time frame, hundreds of ships a day. It's a wonder that Thunderhead can even keep it together. Keep it going without delays, without mix-ups, without congestion. The ships are getting built, and everything's running like clockwork. You guys, it takes you 30 minutes to get to the tram. 10-minute ride across all the way to the end. And then another 20-minute walk to where you need to go. And McLeaf looks over you guys. Ah, I've been expecting you. Good. Come.
Follows.
You must be feeling down. I can see by your elevated cortisol and your aggressional inhibitors are spiking. So, I do recommend very much take a breath, multiple if you can, and once you have, stabilize yourself for your wish to. We have your transportation ready. The captain will actually, of course, meet you and escort you directly to your seats to make sure that you're comfortable. Having such VIPs on our vessel. Come. They'll lead you over to one of the ships, and the captain is ready and they're waiting. The second in command. Welcome.
Gives nod of respect. Yeah, well, this is the captain, right?
Yeah, captain of the frigate you guys are going to be going on.
Then Nyx would be Nyx and go back on tradition that was beaten into him by our initial training officer and give a salute.
Eddie, I understand that I am to take you on our journey. That should be no problem. We have seats for you. If you would please follow me. Name is Captain John O'Hara. I am captain of the Interceptor, of a protection frigate, and it is my honor to have such esteemed and valuable personnel on my vessel this afternoon. We are about to depart in about an hour. Please make sure that you avail yourself to any and all scanning cameras and scanning technology. The better we have the gist of who and what you are, the easier the transition between space will be, and the amount of calculations of energy. In the meantime, we have refreshments and libation if you so wish. Otherwise, you can avail yourself to the cabin space in which we've assigned to you at the meantime.
Gratitude.
And they will lead you to, personally, a private cabin with 2 high G chairs. And there's one attendant there, and he will give you opportunity for food and drink for the next 30 minutes, and then everything needs to be buttoned up.
Well, on the plus side, I had downtime actions for this type of situation. So I'm okay for timeline.
Considering the things that happened, I had extra time as well. So
Yeah, well, now you know a ship captain. He is extremely respectful and attentive to both of you, which is a little interesting because he is a ship captain. But from your clearances and from your origins, he's very respectful of all of your needs personally, which is kind of a big deal. Ship captains are usually the final and ultimate authority, and they are the ones you should be looking up to and sucking up to. You can kind of see with your collective passive intelligence that the difference in viewpoint and doctrine between a frontier fleet and an inner fleet is wildly different. 2 opposite sides of the spectrum. In the frontier fleet, they are the gods. They are the ones that you suck up to. In an inner fleet, they respect people the Thunderhead is elevated and given trust to. Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You guys are given every courtesy. You guys are well looked after, and the attendant will actually help you into your chairs and personally make sure that it is fastened correctly. Jackie, the attendant will have to scan you multiple times. You were not so simple.
I mean, considering the amount of shade tech and shit I have on me as well, I'm not surprised.
Well, Jackie's nano. You
Fair
just
enough.
need a couple scans, and that's fine. But Jackie requires about 6 or 7 in-depth scans to make sure that everything she is made up of makes the transition successfully. But the hour passes, and you guys zip on over. Luna, your homeboy and homegirl are back in in the same neighborhood now.
Like getting a call.
Yeah, they've arrived, and they're like, "Well, how do we get back?"
After sending the... Well, I'm going to page Luna and be like, can I get a teleport back home?
Where are you? Was of course the question.
On one of the new ships that came in, the Interceptor.
Why?
Cody.
Right. I'll just give him a teleport back.
And I'm just going to send the captain a message, thank you for the delivery.
If you need anything, please let him know. He is going to be doing maneuvers with his squadron, but individuals such as yourself, if you are in need of him or any member of his squadron, he will be a liaison for you or help you in any way he can.
Further gratitude.
There's a connection. I just catch you. You have a very cooperative and very helpful ship captain. Contact for both you and Jackie.
Plans to invite him to dinner at some point.
Yep. He is not part of the same Killinger family as Tymond and his children are. He is actually from the Stargazer clan. And he does not hold that arrogance that family does.
Yep.
So I do believe that will end our day Friday, right?
Yep.
Yes, it will. Oh my goodness.
We should definitely get some Cody and Luna time out of the way.
Sorry, guys.
I appreciate doing something tonight.
Fine. This is not Cody's fault.
Sure.
Yeah, it partially is.
It's Miguel's fault.
Fuck you.
Well, you've heard it here first, folks. It is Miguel's fault. Screw that guy.
Obviously, we stab him. And it won't affect Cody, right?
Oh, it'll stab the shit out of Cody.
Mm-hmm. But luckily,
What?
we're two different people.
Haven't you heard? They're two different people. He's not responsible.
My food's here.
Though if we stab Miguel, it won't affect Cody because they're two different people.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's how that works.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. That's how that power works.
It's fucking weird.
Chaotica.
What do you expect from esoterics, I guess?
Weird. For me, I'll roll 20. Nope, there it is.
It's back.
Yep.
Nope, I got the pop up too where it was like, oh yeah, we're not connected, nothing. And it's like, what? iPad's like, oh yeah, now we need to rotate to other people. Right, I'm gonna go get food.
Yep.
Alright. I got my food. Sorry about that.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's good. It is good.
I said,
it's good.
what do you got good?
I got a burrito.
Nice.
Burrito. All right.
Good food.
So, my homies.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe we are finally on to Saturday.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I believe I already told you what I was getting up to for that Saturday.
Remind me, friend.
I was going to about working on the whole multiple places at once thing.
Well,
Where I was
lean
gonna
back.
I was gonna get the bodies set up and see what I can get running with that.
Mm,
Because that would be very useful to have running.
They when you ask them that, they will do a really slow one eye blink, the other eye blink. Kind of run their tongue over their teeth. You sure?
So the general plan is basically to use the dimensional energies to entangle the multiple bodies so that, well, yes, they're not connected and they are connected and it will hinder some things. It'll be, generally speaking, more beneficial because they aren't going to quite run into the same corruption problems, hopefully, maybe.
Quite the opposite. There's more of you. More of you to fail. More of you to
Oh,
succeed. More of you to do.
Oh, there's a lot to it. That there's a lot of potential downsides, a lot of potential upsides. I think it's going to be worth it.
Hmm. It's not a matter of can and can't. We're beyond that. It's a matter of should you.
What do you mean, should I?
There's a dark arts for it. Not that this has anything to do with it, but there is a black practitioner technique for splitting thine self.
I feel as though that's not relevant with my current situation.
Okay.
I don't exactly function in the same way.
I know. So I'm going to make two separate short stories, and I will make it short. Black practitioner. Once they have removed the potentia from another and scoured the identity of somebody using their arts, they are able to implant a fragment of themselves in another body. It's a flawed, of course, arts, and that's why it is what I call garbage tier. Everybody's fundamentally different. You'd have to have identical clones. But that's where we come into animatronics. Technically, you can make identical clones.
Yes.
But what about Milo? What about
The corruption issues with Milo and the like.
mm,
I'm aware of them, which is why I'm trying to figure out how to work around them. Theoretically, the issue is that the copying process damages the person, which is why I didn't want to do it via the normal methodology. I wanted to use dimensional energies and potentia to create something more in line with what our friendly little void walkers run around with. Maybe a
those aren't
little bit.
yours?
Would you? I don't actually want theirs, but I'm using the concepts behind what they have, along with the concepts of the animatronics and the spreading of the ability to make the copies that are actual perfect copies, and combining the two theories together into more of a whole and cohesive.
Okay. So let's take the Void Walker.
They're different people.
Yes, but they're clones.
But they're not. But they are.
True. But each clone has its own voices in its head.
Yes.
That also stems from the original, but they have thousands of voices, because each one of them has hundreds of voices in each version, in addition to the original. And since they're clones, they all share overlapping voices, and that creates hybrid voices. It's much more sophisticated. Not that you'll ever have to suffer from such things, I think. The question is, do you think they also suffer from being clones?
I know that they have an issue of needing a specific amount of dimensional energy to be present for them to continue to exist. I know that is a weakness of their particular thing. They require the baryton gas to survive, in essence, because of an
Alright.
instability in them.
But they're not animatronics.
No.
They're clones. And they don't have to go through the animatronic cloning process. But they also receive significant disadvantages because they're cloned. Whereas you don't, but there's a price for the animatronic cloning process. There's always a price for such things. You're not going to be able to avoid paying for the duplication of yourself. You're going to have the file erosion for every single copy. But that doesn't mean you can't support each other. But the main file will suffer.
Which the main file is me.
Right. But think of it this way. I've known Milo and their ilk for a long time. To get to Milo's issues,
It requires hundreds, I know. I'm aware that the corruption process is at its core for all of the concerns people have about it, and the fact that it even happens is, at the end of the day, a lesser issue than you might expect because it takes a lot more corruption to actually be able to cause instabilities.
sure, absolutely.
So it's a question of how much corruption are you willing to accept in exchange for the process that you want to go and undergo.
And yes, that's the price. And I
And
don't think you were one to balk at such microtransactions.
not particularly. That's why I'm currently, just to see where I sit on stability once it's done, I'm only looking at getting a total of 4 of me running, including the current me. 3
So 3 more.
others. Yes, I don't think that's going to be a large amount of corruption, and I don't think it's what corruption is going to be there is going to be a significant enough issue for me to concern myself with.
Okay. So let's play the game of threes. Threes is the sacred number.
If we go with 3, I guess I could do 2 instead of 4.
No, we're going to play the game of three.
It depends
3
on how we
things you're
want.
going to need to make this happen.
That's what you mean by game of threes. Continue.
You're going to need to choose their bodies, their vessels. And they can be different. That's not a problem. But make sure the brain cases are the same.
Yes.
And make sure everything about the brain that they have is the same as yours.
Oh, I'm upgrading my brain case as well while I'm at it because I'm going to need to if I'm going to do what I want here because I plan to get them the upgraded brain cases.
Then you're going to need to upgrade your brain case yourself.
Yes, that is on the to-do list. I wanted to get things prepped for everything else first because once I have all of my parts prepped, then I can actually proceed with the rest.
You're going to need a different brain case.
Yes, I was going to completely replace the brain case, mine, and then effectively produce identical brain cases for each of them with the same parts,
So you're going to need to
same
duplicate
upgrade.
yourself 4 times. Because the brain case you have runs which design of the dynaminium chip.
That's why I'm going to be transferring myself to a new brain case.
There you
To
go.
say that I'm copying myself 4 times is inaccurate when what I'm doing is transferring myself once and then copying 3.
Just make sure there isn't anything there gatekeeping you. A good example would be an executable or any corruption that you may have accrued.
I have a very small amount of corruption of no
Where's it from?
significant no. Milo.
That's not small.
It's 9, Matt.
It's
I haven't even hit the first
me
check
talking.
mark.
This is not me as
Yeah.
a GM telling you it's significant.
No,
This is
that's
just
why-
E going it's significant.
And she's saying it's a very minor amount.
All right, I'll trust you. You trust yourself. You're capable. You're fearless, I think.
I've made an assessment of my current state.
Good.
It's all dependent on what the actual results of the copying process renders for corruption. Because as a base state, I have no qualms about doing this. But without actually undergoing the process of replication, I will not be able to identify what my level of corruption is going to be at the end of it. But I am more than willing to find out, and if I'm going to find out, I might as well get the maximum effect out of it. So, that's where I'm sitting.
The second thing, you have your body, the brain, everything. You want to make sure that they have the same cultivation. This is not hard. You have made the very, very first baby steps of your progress. So getting them the same cultivation is not going to be a problem. But they're also going to need the same access to the same tools you have, your programs, because they are going to feel robbed without them, because they are identical to you.
You haven't told me anything I haven't already taken into account yet.
I guess you're the master and I'm the student.
No, but I am pointing out that I have considered that. So far, we have gone over the obvious issues. I'm going to copy all of my programs, which will take time. But given that when I was planning to do it was once I had the others running, we would then have 4 quantum computers running the whole process between us. I was going to coordinate the copying process of the general programs. Speeds it up significantly.
We've talked before, briefly, bear mention of your most precious commodities. One of a kind. Things that you are astutely and profoundly proud of. How do you plan to replicate those?
With time? They don't. Unlike the animatronic software, the copying process for them doesn't corrupt them.
I see.
It's just a matter of time. Because time is always the limiting factor on these things. But it's not an issue to copy them, and it's going to be other me's that's going to be having them. And it's not that I'm unwilling to share them, but more that when you have a precious commodity, you want to be careful about how many people have it. But I don't actually particularly mind other people having access to certain parts of my commodities. I've actually already traded one of my most precious commodities in the past because it was advantageous at the time to do so. It's not a problem.
The very sentence is very curious. You say my. It's a possessive term. Singular
Yes.
possessive. But in the case of your making yourself multitude, or legion in this case,
We have to change
singular
our thinking.
possessive is still singular possessive even among plural possessive. Because they're all you. So there's no sharing. It's just it belonged to you in the first place. You don't have to compromise. But they're going to want it, and you're going to want it ready.
Yes. And we're going to sit down and copy it together.
Mm,
More of me doesn't make me less me.
right. It's the. Have you copied yourself before?
No.
Have you been the subject of a copy?
You know, that is an interesting question because what do you qualify the first production as?
The original?
No. What I mean is,
The first reiteration? Or first iteration after the first?
so what do you qualify it as when you're copied off the mainframe? I guess is the question at that point.
Your copy.
Yeah, so I guess technically speaking, I've been copied exactly once off the Mordred's mainframe.
Right. But every single copy, upon their inception, will always be looking for a lodestone, something they can grasp onto to reaffirm they are who they are. And when the things that is most precious to them is missing, that can be a crack in their identity upon its formation.
Are you suggesting I should have all of the files ready before then?
Recommend it either then or have all the files you currently have, agents and everything, relinquish them in full rights to the individual who's, well, literally give everything you have to the new you that's coming out. And once they've reoriented themselves, they are also you. And once there are no cracks, there's no darkness that seeps in, they've reaffirmed their identity, they can do the same for the next and then the next. And then once everyone's stable, you all come together and go, oh, well, damn, there's only one copy. But now we're stable. Let's make more. It's the inception, the initialization process, the boot up. If there is no landmarks, there is no permanence, something, things that they recognize, things that they are absolutely sure of, especially when they cross reference who they are and ask the question, why am I actually this person? Well, that's proof. The programs are here. They are this person, of course.
And the answer is also yes to begin with, so it's not like it's a big deal for them to be able to
How do you
answer
think Milo
this.
broke so badly?
She stopped being able to say yes to who am I.
Right.
Or
And they
by
broke
this.
her by testing it. By
They found the limits.
right. So use what Milo was sacrificed for, and don't forsake it. She suffered so that the rest of the animatronics and those who develop it learned. Although it was very cruel.
Alright. That sounds fine. Well, I was kind of using some of what I've figured out from stuff like that to begin with for how to handle this process. That's why I already had some of the more obvious things in mind.
That's fine. I have trust. I'm merely giving you information or even superfluous information. Things you already know.
It's the less obvious things that I was trying to discuss more, because there are always things I'm going to miss.
The
Just a
initialization
question
process is the issue.
Yes, that seems to be it.
The more you give them to reaffirm that they are who they are, because without your programs, what would you be? You would be less, right? You would be less,
I would still be me.
right? But you would be not quite the best of you, which you.
My ego says otherwise, but then again, I don't know how I would feel if I woke up without them, so.
Right. You would also be. You'd feel bereaved. The darkest parts of you would flow forth, and if someone were to take you and strip all your programs from you,
I could still do most of
right?
what
But I
I do.
guarantee you would struggle not to form a black potentia on the spot if someone took all your programs from you forever.
Well, that brings up the question of forever. Because so long as I am me in a brain box, I can always rebuild them.
No, the knowledge of them are gone.
That's
You knew that they're gone, but
different from just waking up without the programs.
that's the problem. When they wake up and the programs aren't there, there's just no reaffirmation that they were there in the first place, and the file data within your brain will become corrupt.
Well, I think we have gone in a loop now because we've already acknowledged this as an issue.
On yourself, go. I've spoken enough. I have blogs to type at and idiots to call out.
Oh, how are things with the ambassador going?
Oh, ambassador. Sometimes I forget he's there, but then sometimes he's very chatty. He doesn't like the cold. He likes a more temperate climate. He said it helps him with when he molts.
Huh.
He's a very internal individual, but then he gets into multiple hours of chatting, and sometimes I really wish he'd shut up.
Isn't that always just how it goes?
But then I get really lonely. But at least I have the forums.
You can always bother him yourself. I mean,
No,
he's
no, you
bothering you.
can't. Once he enters a meditative state or a moment of profound contemplative inflection, there's no pulling him from that. I could. It would be very violent, and we would unfortunately start a literal battle.
Don't kill him unless he starts breaching securities.
Oh no, I've told him. My master has resuscitated me, and I'm at their full disposal, and if he tries anything on that end, I will eviscerate him, just like I plan to do any fleet that comes by, or any fleet mind. And he was very quiet for after that, and after waiting, he said, understood. So we have established hierarchy.
Good. Alright, apparently I need to go start copying my brain. Or my programs first. Brain second.
Or you can just put your programs on a partition, and then just have it there. So that
might be easier. Faster.
Stronger.
More efficient. Alright, Matt, I'm gonna start getting my stuff partitioned, and that way when other me's wake up, they aren't surprised when they're missing shit.
Alright, that'll take quite a bit of time. Because you gotta have the body of choice for them.
Yeah.
You also want to have the nanos preemptively build them the skin to make it look like you, in case they look in a mirror.
Well, that's gonna, if I remember correctly, that happens during the process of actually initializing a brain into the box.
From a corpse.
In general?
Hmm.
Like, that's what's happened every time I've initialized a new brain into it, even with the chip one when I did Kowalski.
That's right. All right. So
It's because it's a 10-hour process, too. I'm expecting this to take fucking forever.
True. So, yeah. Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow? We're going to do it one at a time, all at once.
Due to the way I'm doing this, and because I'm going to get the synchronization done, I wanted to get the synchronization done from the start.
Okay.
Like, I wanted to have, I know it's probably going to be harder on me to do it this way, but I did want to get the synchronization done from the start, and I wanted us all basically linked up from boot, if that makes sense. So I was actually going to get the Unity and dimensional potentia into the brain boxes before.
That actually will require DTA for cultivation.
That would require what for it?
Downtime actions for cultivating the box itself and getting all that installed.
That's fine. I set the entirety of Saturday aside for this, and that's part of why I went to E, so that I wouldn't have any wasted cultivation.
Yeah. So the process will be to get everything just right. It'll cost you an entire day to get it done.
Yeah.
But the last 10 hours, it's just waiting. So you have 10 hours, but the rest of your day is fucked.
Yeah, I already set aside this entire day for it.
Okay. Well, it takes you 14 hours to get every single minute detail that you can think of. All the cultivation in the right place, just the right body, the brain case.
Yeah.
And that's for your clone, unless you wanted to do your upgrade first.
No, I have to do my upgrade first.
Okay. That one doesn't take as long. Actually, no, it does, because you have to go through your own initial boot up sequence.
Well, I was planning. So, here's the thing. I was planning to get that done at the same time as everybody else booting. Basically, I was going to synchronize our boot up.
Up to all 4?
Yeah.
Each additional one takes a whole day.
What?
Each additional copy of you takes a day to set up. For the cultivation, you need to get the body, you need to get the brain completely ready to go. You need to have you only have one set of files, so you're going to want to have that singular set of files available, all your programs.
So it takes an entire day for one.
Yes, so that you have no hiccups. If you want to rush it, we're going to make some rolls. And it'll take a whole day to also boot you over to the new Nimbus chip. Sorry, the new Dynaminium chip.
If I say it's not Nimbus, it is backwards compatible, and it's just a little boost. It's at 15% boost.
It's not a little boost. That's a huge boost.
Well, it's a So if I spent how long? What would it take for me to get them running in the next 2 days? So Saturday and Sunday.
Well, you're going to need to get yourself done today. Margrave will have to be the one to overlook the entire process. It'll take the rest of your day to get you booted over successfully, and that'll also make it so you don't have to roll for any Milo stuff to the new drive or the new chip. Because remember, the new chip is actually larger than the previous chips, just barely.
You did not mention that originally, but that is good to know.
The brain box you have currently can fit it. It's just a little larger, and it takes the entire day to format your brain over to a the new
The new
OS.
chip. Yeah.
Yeah, the new chip.
Well, it's not a new OS. I am the OS.
Yeah, you are the OS. The new better you. It'll take the whole day. What this will give you, though, if you take the whole day, you'll have a 15% increase to pretty much any program you use,
Mm-hmm.
your presence on the net, and your intelligence.
Okay.
So you're going to get a natural intelligence and plus 5 to your int.
So my question was, what would I need to do to get all of this done by the end of the second Sunday? That was my, because I only want to get this done by the end of the week, basically.
That means one of them is going to be rushed, and you'll have to roll the dice on that one. 2 of them will be fine. Actually,
what is the dice roll?
For every corruption you got, it's a 1d100 to see what gets corrupted, especially since it's Milo's.
So it's basically either take an extra day and potentially be down for the Monday of the next week.
You don't have to be down for it. You only have to spend the boot up time, which is only 14 of the 10. In fact, you don't have to be the one that does that. You can have one of the other iterations of you do the boot up sequence for the next version of you.
Can I get 2 others running in that amount of time then? Is that what you're saying?
So your today is your Friday. Number 2 is Saturday. Number 3 is Sunday. And if you want to do it safely, number 4 will be all of Monday.
We're on Saturday, Matt.
Oh, then it's you Saturday, one other of you Sunday.
Why does it take an entire day to do one?
Because if you
when
rush
it takes 10 hours.
It's the conversion over. It's not so simple because you have to prepare the body. You have to prepare.
Well, let's see.
The programs.
So it would take the 10 cultivation. I can do 7 cultivation in a 4-hour block. It takes 10 hours to actually copy the personality and do the boot process. That's the full boot process. So that
and the rest of the day to reorient themselves. They're not just going to be able to open their eyes and go, "I'm Luna." No, they're going to be like, "What the
f-? Like that,
right?" But they're not going to be able to.
But they do have the memory of me doing this process because it's a up-to-date thing. Yeah, it takes a few minutes to get your brain oriented, but it shouldn't take the entire rest of the day.
All right, if you want them to get up and go around and just operate, go for it.
Well, I'm asking these questions because I'm confused as to why.
This is without cutting corners. This is you not having to roll for stuff. This is you not having to have unforeseen circumstances or concerns. This is you having full synchronicity with your other copies. Because, yeah, you got all that 10 cultivation, but you also have to link them with that person. And you haven't done that yet. You haven't done that ever. You haven't phase synced or dimensional synced with other copies of you.
Funny that I talk to them sometimes then.
Right, but those are other timeline dimensionals. This is a physical version of you, a literal copy, and you're trying to make it sure that you guys are literally almost hive mind at this point, rather than a single one of you going, well, I'm me, I'm going to do these things, and eventually divert from the main consciousness because you're an individual. Even if you're clones, eventually you guys are going to stray far enough and have different experiences. No, you want to have everyone as you.
I want the personalities to be the same, not the rest, because we're all going to have different experiences and different stuff that we get ourselves stuck into, and it's just part of the point.
Right, but every time you come to cultivate together, you guys then share experiences and you lose the individuality and become... everyone gains each other's experiences.
Yeah.
And that's how you're going to be able to have full control over each copy. Because if one diverts far enough from being you through its experiences, it's just going to become an NPC you can't control anymore. Just like Milo can't control any of itself, or same with any of the other animatronics. They're all themselves, but they're also different people.
So what I'm really trying to figure out is timing, because as it stands right now, like I was going, it's going to take 10 hours to do one copy.
Yeah, if you were just copying the brain, you ain't just copying the brain. You have greater aspirations than that. You're trying to literally make Luna Legion.
Not quite, but
Yes, you are. You're literally trying to be everywhere at once with full autonomy and full control over playing multiple characters at the same time.
I am not trying to. You know what?
You're not
I'm not
trying
going
to
over that.
have 4 characters?
I'm trying to make it so I can actually get shit done, because it feels like I could never get anything fucking done. But I'm not trying to directly control these as the player, because if I do that, then this is going to be a nightmare for everybody else, and I'm not trying to do that.
If you're going to relinquish control, it won't take as much time.
I want to be able to rely on them to actually follow through on my plans. That's all I really want. I don't care about controlling them directly as the player. I'm just trying to start getting things moving where they're not going to all end up like betraying me or doing something fucking stupid because, oh well, they've made a different decision.
Then it'll take a whole day to link them together, regardless.
That's
per person. These are like, Liam, I'm not going to shortchange or not going to draw this back. There's so much involved in doing this right.
I don't disagree that there's a lot going on. I'm trying to figure out what I can do to make this not end up rolling into the next week, because everything seems this is already taken too long.
All right, I've given you a timeline. It's probably going to roll into the next week. Everyone's plans get shuffled around. That's just like everyone lost their Monday but you, because you couldn't show up for the session. I didn't penalize you for it. You just got to play your Monday. Everyone lost their Monday and got pushed up. Things are going to get moved around. You want to make copies of you. Yes, you can't control them, but they have the same goal, the same mind, the same drive you do. And they're going to work with you on this, but I'm not. It's going to be pricey to put these in play.
Hold on. When I said this has already taken too long, I meant actual in-game session time. This has taken too long. I'm trying to do this in a way where I'm not going to monopolize entire sessions. That's what I'm trying to do. And this conversation has already taken significantly longer than I planned for.
I've given you the cost for making a copy.
Yes, that's why I'm just going to fucking deal with it. You said it's going to take a day per one. I will get me upgraded, and then I'll get one copy running. Because apparently I can do that. I'll get that done.
Yeah. So when you get the copy running, it does take 10 hours to upload. You still have 10 hours of personal stuff you can do. You just need to spend the first 14 getting everything ready. You then do the boot up process or the download process, and then you got 10 hours to literally fiddle your hands.
Yeah, no, I'll find something to do for those 10 hours. For now, Cody, fine.
You've been hijacked by your women.
I have.
Beware. They are feisty.
They are.
And wild things happen.
They do.
They pull you into a virtual escape. Ashley's prepared. Ashley has dressed like an extremely hot Laura Croft.
This is gonna end bad for everyone.
But so has Sadako. So it's 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
Those booty shorts, they're leaving very little for the imagination.
Are they like
And
different game versions, or are they like the
yes,
same?
different game versions.
Nice.
Awesome. You got the triangle boobs.
Nope, not one of those.
Damn.
No, much more rendered and.
Yeah, come on. This is like.
I mean, they even got the jiggle
centuries.
physics down. Yeah, you have no chance.
Nope. And Cody accepts his defeat with grace and poise.
As best you can. Okay. You wake up the next morning. You're no longer Miguel. You're back to Cody.
And I stop and I think for a second and go, shit. What happened to Nix and Jackie?
Who knows?
Cody's gonna quickly look up travel logs for the outbound ships.
They have gotten on one. Yep.
Good. I don't need to worry about them then. They got there safe and soundish. Maybe. We'll see.
All right. You only need a few more days before the rest of the ships are moved over.
Yeah.
But it's also today that the Admiral himself gets to go over, just like you allotted.
That is true. And Cody will make sure to be on the Fleet Admiral's ship
Okay.
when it arrives, or when we send it over. Do personal final checks himself, and give the final report to the Fleet Admiral saying that his ship is ready to go.
All right. So, upon arrival, and this is on the clock, by the way. This is not an unexpected. This is a scheduled arrival at a very specific time at a very specific sector of space. Jaggy, you're going to be notified well before. The Admiral himself is going to arrive at this exact time frame in this exact space. You should prepare accordingly and properly and very quickly, because when he arrives, don't be unprepared for anything he does. Deploy whatever assets you need. Have whatever preparations you think you need in place, even if it's a bit of an ask. Reach out to specific people. Think about it. Anything else you need to do, Cody, or you want to do before you arrive with the Admiral on his ship?
The rest of it's just downtime research actions, so no. Cody will. No.
Let's roll your research.
Okay. This is finished building up the engine. Like building. I think so. Oh, sorry. Yes.
This
That's
is
for
for
the engines.
the Interceptor or the.
Yes, this is the interceptor engines.
All right. Well, Rats, you have a mutation on it. So increase the amount of DTA it requires to complete it by 15.
Mhm.
Go ahead and add a mech building inspiration. There's a reason why these interceptors, the material you specifically used, or is used for the model that was found in the Hangar X. It's alloyed. Couldn't tell initially, even despite your profound education and experience. It's alloyed. And not with anything on the list either.
Hmm.
There's a reason why Luxury just let you have at it. There's a trap. She's confident you couldn't rebuild it without her express help. Period.
Joke's on her.
Joke's on her. You're gonna need another one to figure it out what the alloy is.
Hmm.
But
Fair enough.
you're pretty sure you can build the entire darn thing, minus the chemical concoction you're going to require, and well, whatever this dang alloy is, because it makes the metal extremely corrosive resistant.
Actually, I don't think I even need luxury for that. I can just run it through a metallurgical composition run,
You've already done that.
and it doesn't,
And
and
this
it wasn't able to
reveals-
identify what it was.
No, it's an unknown molecular composition. That is not natural. It's artificial.
It's an artificial alloy.
It's an artificial alloy, which is not normal. Most of the alloys are actually mined from asteroids or comets. And the reason why those alloys are so rare is because they also have very unique molecular structure naturally that makes them only obtainable from that singular source. And that's why the RA is so nasty on most of the alloys. There's a very limited supply because there's only one supply source. Luxury, in her hefty genius, has artificially made her own custom alloy of a metal, which is interesting.
Cody is going to look up, see if Luxury's put a patent on this alloy. And we're going to... I see. What does she call this alloy?
This particular one is called My Little Secret. Very cheesy.
Interesting. And so, what does the patent tell me about this alloy?
It is extremely corrosive resistant, if outright immune to extremely volatile and erosive effects of specifically volatile chemicals and or exposure to even some of the most invasive exposures to specific substances.
In that case,
it is not the most durable, not like some of the other ones, or as utility. It does one thing. Once it is set after it's been forged, because it undergoes a catalytic process, once heated and then of course treated, whatever form it takes in, just like Ceres steel, that's it. If it ever becomes damaged, it becomes recycled and it halves the effect and it no longer is impervious.
Interesting. Okay. Here's the last bit. Wow.
hmm
All passes.
All passes. But no special sauce.
Mhm.
No. It is what it is. But you do now have an understanding that, I mean, with all the knowledge you have, especially of Holy Verse and dimensional energy and things from beyond, there's a lot more alloys you could attain or even make your own.
Yeah. If I hadn't rolled that one, I would have had this research completed.
And then I would have sprang on you that you couldn't make it.
I mean, that's not true. I'll just make a different compositional alloy for it.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely, you could. Yeah, 100%. It wouldn't be impervious, and the design would actually take damage every time it's used.
No, because when they put in the patent, you have to put in the alloy structures, and I would just change the alloy structure just a little to where it'd be better. Patents are very specific.
Yeah, they are. And if there's
And
a
if you-
very specific percent of change that's different, then it's a new product.
Could be better, could be worse. It's a new product.
Um. Hmm. Oh shit! That's look what you got there. All right. That's your day. Ogre, are you doing anything particularly special?
For Saturday, honestly, I didn't really have much. I was swinging by the Ace Captain team to check in on them. I set up a time I reset up a time to go to Gordon Rampage with Vice Base Commander.
Mm-hmm.
And other than research, I set some time out to literally just go on a run and shoot shit with the Raven.
No.
Yep. So I will roll my researches first.
Mina doesn't talk much. She has food.
Yep.
And has given Gordon Rampage the look, and Rampage kind of gives the Mina the look and goes, kind of nods to himself. And then she starts to cook, and he arrives with a plate. And Mina eats it in record time. And by the time he has another plate, she has fork and knife in hand in her clenched fists, looking up like, more, give me more. And Mina goes through about 25 different dishes. And then just sits there in a food coma and nearly has to be shipped back to her room.
Yep.
Gordon Rampage will eyeball you and be like, good, you finished your food.
Told you I'd bring friends who could eat.
Gordon Rampage is actually cheaper than the on-base dining restaurants. That was only $350. Price will probably go up in the next couple of weeks, but for now, pretty dirt cheap in comparison.
Yep.
The amount of food she ate was ridiculous. And of course, you absolutely gorged yourself. No doubt.
And because of the faster than normal growers and everything, I'm just going to hand Gordon Rampage a pad and go, by the way, if you need any of these peppers, I've got a batch coming in tomorrow.
He's already bought them all. What do you mean? What do you mean? Of course I'm going to want them. I've already purchased them. Look, and he literally just. It is literally in the notes section of the hey, just tell me, let me know what you want. It just said, I've already purchased them all. Even though he actually didn't, he just wrote that I purchased them all.
He just nods. Fair enough. Fair enough.
You're also assaulted by a bunch of different agents on base about the details of the Mosaic market that's going to be set up and signatures. Please check these details, so on and so forth. Mina is very happy to just eat, but there is a
I'm doing
12
paperwork
different
while doing it. Yep.
Types of paperwork you have to go through that they're like, oh, we finally found him. Get him with the paperwork. Get him now before he disappears.
Yeah, well, Mosaic Market's supposed to be open on this coming Monday, so.
And Thunderhead likes to get stuff done early.
Yep.
And you've disappeared, and they're like, oh God, we need it now.
Yep. He is just filling out the paperwork.
Okay. Mosaic Market will be open on this Monday. All right. Anything else for you, Ogre?
Unless anything's been pulled off the Ace Captain mech?
No. They're sitting there like, well, look, we're trying to decide, do we go at the head? The head's there. But the head case, that's you, Larry. And he's like, oh, fuck you, Paul. We're trying to figure out, do we go after the ocular systems and the sensor systems in the mech, or do you want us to really... do we pull off the external? Do we go after the servo? We'll get something for you. We just don't want to do it wrong, We got some blueprints. Some of it's out of date. Some of this shit's been upgraded. Some of it's been repaired, which means it looks nothing like the blueprint. So, I mean, we're doing our best. I'm sorry it's so slow. It's just Larry over there. He's a lazy motherfucker, ain't you, Larry? As I said, fuck you, Paul. Anyways, yeah, we'll get it done.
I just want to point out, it's been 3 weeks, and you told me this mech would be done, and this is out of character, in a month. And I would be getting stuff off of it each week.
Well, again, I'm rolling for efficiency on these guys.
Okay.
Should you?
Well, they're trying to take it apart. They basically said, hey, we can get this done in a month.
No. They told me, we can get it done in 2 weeks, but we'll probably break half of it. Give us a month and we can have everything done. Perfect.
Well, you're also looking at a bunch of lazy fuckers. They're doing a lot of drinking, a lot of gaming. They're working on it. They'll get it done. It'll probably be a hectic last week, though. But they got the plates off. They actually got all the bio off. You can actually see all the internals. Actually, you can see pretty much all of the internal components. So, home run or home stretch from there.
Okay.
Come back on Monday. They'll probably have something. All right.
And yeah, other than that, I'm going on a run for a few hours with my mech.
All right. Your Raven's already there. Like, it's time. Time to run. Time to go fast. We're gonna go fast. Ready?
Yep.
The moment you guys
a good 4 hours for it.
Yeah, you guys. Once you've reached an open area, he engages himself, the turbocharger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Just
Your mech
buzzing
is
around and
happy.
having fun.
Alright,
Oh, yeah.
your friendo, Jackie, what do you want to do? The Admiral's gonna arrive. Johnny boy. My guy. Where are you?
He's muted.
Oh no, not the Jackie muted. Whatever shall I do? Actually. Crap. Johnny! Dang. Alright, well. Cody, you arrive.
Yep.
Nope, I hear Allie.
That's on Char's side.
Oh, it's not Char's side.
Johnny is still muted.
Damn. Alright, you arrived with the Admiral. It's a little difficult because I want to know what Johnny had put in place for his prep. If you even heard that speech, I don't even know. Let me send him a message, see if he's alive. You alive? Oh, that's not how you spell that. I have no idea. Because the Admiral's arrival is not going to be a small.
When is that Admiral getting here?
Sunday.
Sunday
Sunday.
in the morning.
I'm gonna have to go deal with him before I do my stuff, aren't I?
We probably all are. Because
Not
the base is going
necessarily.
to be on
It's not
high
your
fucking
responsibility.
alert.
No, I'm gonna go meet with him when he gets here.
So fleet arrival should be on Saturday,
Oh, yeah.
Is
Late
it Saturday
Saturday
not
then.
Sunday.
The last ship in the yard to leave on that day.
Well, I'm gonna meet with him when he gets here, cause investigator region and all that jazz. Politics here. Insert politics.
Fear not, Cody will do nothing chaotic when it comes to the Admiral.
You already have. Don't lie to me.
Well, name one chaotic thing I've done with the Admiral.
You just sent him out without warning.
No, I didn't.
You gave him like an hour's warning of, right, we're sending your ship out next.
Didn't even do that.
No.
Nope. Cody informed him that they were leaving today because they finally got all the parts installed and the final checks were done.
So, what do you guys need me for before my
All right.
timer goes off?
The Admiral is arriving at the end of Saturday.
I see.
Do you want to make any preparations, contacts, moves, actions, anything?
See what I have for. I just had non-productive downtime actions. I guess those can go towards
Question
getting things
is,
prepared.
what do you want to do? Because it's scheduled. Cody has it announced. He is arriving in an exact sector, an exact set of coordinates, at an exact time. Very predictable. Depends on what type of coordinates, because you don't know what he's going to do.
This information has already been relayed to his other ships, correct?
Well, everyone knows.
Everyone
It's
knows.
kind of a big
Yeah.
event.
Right.
To let you Oh, you have contacts. You're trying to build a contact network, right?
I suppose it's more for Why is this so hard? I feel
Very
like
hard.
I don't even want to deal with it. That's kind of how my character is. It's just like, man, these pretentious assholes. And I understand that it's kind of like part of the whole thing and the whole politics of it all. But she's just kind of not impressed. But at the same time, it's like, military might, blah, blah, blah. But they're not family, and she doesn't really want to belong with them.
You could always just not.
No, it's just not.
I mean, I believe the base commander has to be there, but I don't.
No, actually, the base commander is specifically told to stay the fuck away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because she
deal
has
with
a
it.
temper problem.
Yeah.
She has literal visible animosity and hostility towards the fleets. And Jackie has been put into action in the base commander's stead because Jackie can keep herself together for more than a single conversation without killing somebody.
Yeah. What I'll do is get logistics out of the way for the moving parts of the supply aspect of what people are going to need, the new movements on personnel. It's going to be important to have ready. Yeah, so Jackie will spend 10 downtime actions going over that. Victor kind of just getting things out of the way, kind of a abrupt kind of thing. So
100. You don't have a established information gathering network.
Yeah.
Or an agency specifically nearest the ground. Yeah, logistics is perfect. You guys are doing exactly everything what you need. Everything is in order. Nothing's overlooked. An hour before they arrive, to the surprise of literally everyone and to certain people, no one, couple ships that are in better condition, better repair, or full repair from the Frontier Fleet break off from the repair docks. And they're going to undergo system tests, weapon system tests.
Is it in the sector that the Admiral's coming from?
Adjacent, within firing solution.
Interesting.
Do we have any recourse?
One of them is a battleship.
Do we have any recourse on them not?
That's where the liaison comes in. Because the battleship Devastator is in great condition and it will be practicing the boot up firing sequence or initialization of its main cannon. Just in case. Just to test the capacitors so that nothing goes wrong when the bugs get here, of course. They're also going to undergo full systems tests like shielding. Their ship actually has a full shield array.
It's Jackie that's our liaison with this, or
signed by the ace themselves, because Lilith can't keep herself together in front of a fleet officer.
What are you thinking, Luna?
It's all tests.
Yeah, but misfiring on a test is a thing that can happen.
No, these are professionals, Liam.
I could say that there's been some changes in the positioning for where the ship's being,
With a battleship and the range they have, that probably wouldn't change much. Because they could probably put rounds into the sector they're in.
Ooh, you can tell Cody about this.
I don't have a way to contact you, Mr. Cody. But I mean, Luna should already be in the know of, and then Luna can look at you.
I believe
FYI.
I'm assuming we're discussing this because I was planning to be present for the Admiral's, visit as well. And if you're
Make me a
going to
logic
have
test.
to be there,
Johnny.
Sure.
I mean, isn't it technically?
Each ship has a master. And now that they're in play and out of the dock, each ship, both Frontier and Inner Ring, have their leader has different personalities and different ways they want to approach things. And your job was to, from your Star Child, was to make sure to use all the pieces on the board, all the ones you made a relationship with, all the ones
Which
you have made
hasn't been
with.
really anybody because it's been like a day.
Actually, you want something? That might be relevant. You said, okay, so part of the specific instructions from Admiral Ia, the one that, sent this fleet group that's acting like this, was that she wanted to make sure that there were 0 losses in every way, shape, and form to the Green Fleet. The veteran fleet was specifically to be sacrificed if necessary,
Yes.
to ensure that they are completely intact and all of their personnel leave. So, if they do anything that might harm it, then harm the admiral of that fleet, they are specifically moving against Admiral Ia's instructions.
That's the politics. But
yeah, but that was not something that she was privy to. That was something I was, and I'm telling her, so she now knows it.
Right. And Cody, you've also spoken to Jamie, who's been here a couple days, and he has gone above board and beyond to make sure that the Frontier Fleet feels at peace, feels unthreatened. There's no hostility. He's been rather a good ambassador between the two. And it has been very cooperative and has actually kept open channels between both fleets to get to know each other.
Speaking of Jamie, I was going to go talk to him today. So
Sure.
During that time, we can make an adjustment change for being in that sector where they're doing their testing. Why don't we just move that ship over?
Yeah, I think redirecting it would probably be our best.
Jamie thinks meeting you is the highlight of his day. He will send a personal ship over or have a specific area cleared out in case you have a more rapid mode of transportation.
Sounds good.
I can move you if you don't want to wait for a shuttle.
And I don't mind waiting. That's all about the formalities and how you show up for it. But yeah, that will be. We'll get that done. And is there anyone else that needs to do things? Do they have their stuff done? I was haven't eaten yet, so I was getting food. If you want to just jump over to someone else instead of me, that's all I'm asking. We have something in place now for Jackie to deal with this. It's just me.
Just you.
Cool. So yeah, Jackie will show up and I'll be right back. I'm just going to turn my water off.
I believe he was making dinner.
All right. So, do you want to gloss over your meeting with Jamie, or you want to have a little chat?
Alrighty.
He just got up to go turn off water.
Boo!
I'm here.
He's back already. Cool.
Sadness.
He's already back, Matt.
Unforgiving.
That's Jackie. All right, so Jackie shows up. Jamie, nice to meet in person.
My pleasure. Come on. Let me show you to my little parlor that I've commandeered for myself. I think I made it rather cozy. And you guys will get on a transport vehicle. And it takes quite a bit to reach where you're going. Specifically, about 30-minute ride. And several elevators and a lot of walking. Very large ship. But he'll talk your ear off the whole time about how wondrous the opportunity is, and he'll agree to literally, all the officers that walk the hallways that he comes in contact with, and he'll give acknowledgement to all the people in the corridors. He talks to you about how wonderful the ship is and how everything is going exactly as the plan and how wonderful the new technology is. He's a chatterbox. He asks you several questions about yourself and how are you feeling. It's quite the job that you've been put to from what he's heard.
Yeah, I'll ask him how
You ask him what?
sorry, Phlegm. I'll
Phlegm?
ask him
No!
how he's faring with the new situation he's in.
Oh, it's absolutely everything he's hoped for. Yeah, there's been a little ups and downs, mostly with the ship, but the other fleet has been particularly helpful. They're once you get past their a little bit of cautious exterior. I mean, they've been through a lot, but once you open up communications, man, they're really fine folk.
Spoon.
Absolutely great folk. They've been extremely helpful in some of the more sophisticated and complex issues that we've been trying to, surmise that have come up with running such a big ship. And they're just so knowledgeable and so helpful. Like we couldn't ask for finer allies.
For sure. Yeah, they definitely know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Seen a lot more combat.
Yeah, they actually
than
helped
I
us
have.
fine-tune a lot of our more redundant systems, and many of the recommendations we're already putting into place. This carrier will fight on. Tell you what, there's so many extra redundancies in place that we really didn't. Original design, it's very cutting edge and very thoughtful. But it's one of those designs he hates to admit that hasn't really been tempered and stressed through battle, tested in battle. And it's nice to have, that insight and to make those preparations now.
So, like you'll say, I hear you're a bit of a fighter yourself.
Got into the ring a couple times in my collegiate days.
You mind going for a spar with me sometime?
Oh heavens, no! I would not stand a chance.
I hear you're good about going up your weight class, though. So, I mean, it seems like a perfect target.
I mean, I'd have to get in some power armor, but I think with such means, I might stand a chance. Yeah, I could go above my weight class, but sometimes when you have to go above your weight class, you have to pick the fight. Getting into a closed ring with you would not be the fight I would pick if I had to punch up.
I appreciate that, Jamie.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I could beat you. I'd have to throw you out an airlock and then run into you with the ship. I think I'd win then. As he kind of gives you an elbow.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I gotta give you the old ship hip check. I think I'll win that way.
Ramming speed, as they say.
Ramming speed, you know.
I'm getting used to this ship lingo. You guys have only been here not too long, but
if anyone you hear says ramming speed, well, things have gotten truly bad.
For sure.
I think my sister's the only one in any of the simulations, period, that has ever succeeded in a ramming maneuver. Because it always goes cataclysmically wrong for literally everyone.
Right. Add some chaos to the mix.
Oh no, it is just utter destruction. It is the apex, the epitome, the exact definition of raw destruction. Both sides.
I see.
Even if your ship is built for ramming, your ship is utterly ruined. My sister's proven it. It doesn't work. But she did do such a couple maneuvers on the Kobayashi Maru scenario. That was also part of the technicality, because they were wondering why the engine block didn't blow up while the other half of the ship snapped and had a cataclysmic cascade explosion, but the other half of the ship, where the majority of the crew was evacuated to, didn't explode, considering the power core and all of the combustible hydrogen fuel was located.
All right.
But records show afterwards that my sister had actually piped all of the excess hydrogen away from the main tank and flooded the ammunition rooms in the forward compartments of the ship, and removed all of the combustible bits from the rear of the ship. Although many of the simulations were run, it never was duplicatable. Anyways, yeah, don't ram ships. That's what I've learned. Especially
and
if you're one
I've now
as
learned that as well.
Yeah, don't ram ships. Or mechs. I've also learned that. I've had to get
they
to
kind
those
of
mech
like
simulators.
yeah, they kind of hit you back with physics.
Yeah, physics is a bitch because it always gets its way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've gotten to a couple mech simulators. You guys are the real heroes. I have to say, I would never get into a mech. That is, you have to be really brave. You have to be
Balls of steel is what they call it.
That's the term. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Starfighters and mechs. I don't like to think myself a coward, but you guys have far more courage than I ever could.
What I lack sometimes is leadership. I don't know how to deal with having the people you have to manage.
That comes from education, experience, a little bit of talent. You got to be able to, assess, say the right things, at the right time to the right people, make the right decisions in sequence, and a lot of help. Not a little, a lot of help from your peers and your superiors, who are far more experienced, and a heck of a lot of practice. You're gonna fail a lot. That's what I learned.
No, I've learned that as well. It's a common occurrence for a species.
And it's actually interesting. I failed more than my brother and sister combined, but yet I was the one who ended up with the carrier.
I'm sure there's a good reason for that.
I think so too, because I never ever stayed down when I was when I failed or knocked down. I always got back up. My sister's a little bit more brittle, a lot more vindictive, and she gets a little heated. You can do that in a battleship because it's meant for that type of fighting. Not a carrier though. My brother's a little bit more timid when it comes to big ass decisions, especially when other people are making their plays. He prefers to sit back and watch, but not in a battleship. You got to make split decisions, and you gotta go on the offense. Even if it's playing defense, you got to go on offense.
So for the carrier, then, what's your specialty then, besides carrying all the troops?
I said leadership.
Right.
I know what to do with the resources I have. I also know how to lead a battle group. Or I think I do. I've not been tested. Heavens no. I've done The Sims. I've done my Kobayashi Maru. Top marks, actually. I'd like to say confidently. I did beat it, which it's not supposed to be beatable. That's the whole point. But top marks. I was one of the individuals who kept the carrier running and his battle group longer than anyone else. Almost a record, I like to say. Well, an inner ring record, but I can't compare to those outer ring and frontier attempts. Yeah. But hey, I mean, I like to think I know what I'm doing.
Don't we all?
I know. And I think this is going to be a great opportunity to prove it or find what I'm lacking and learn from it so that I don't have to learn such nasty, unforgivable, cataclysmic lessons against the enemy proper. I could do it here safely.
We got one shot. It's coming. And if we don't learn from it, well, I guess we don't have to worry about it.
Well, I plan to learn as many lessons as I can and be as prepared as possible I can and to make as many friends as I can before we even get to the battle. When it's arrived, I know full well we'll win.
What are you thinking?
Cohesion and unity will be the deciding factor for our success. If we are divided, well, we will fall. I will make every dang effort I can to make sure we are united and cohesive despite our differences. I'll promise you that.
I like promises.
Well, you have my captain's promise.
Well, for me, they become ironclad, so I should put a hand out.
Well, you have my word on it.
All right. So I imagine we spend a long time going through the ship, getting the grand tour, and then we have to deal with this last hour shenanigan.
Yep. And Jamie will kind of look at. You'll hustle over to the bridge. You're allowed on the bridge, but you must stand away from the consoles in the authorized area for onlookers. And he is like, "All right, Jeeves, what we got?" Oh, that is a big ship. Run me a heat scan and a power scan. All right. And it's him asking a bunch of increasingly pointed questions, kind of like, "What's the thrust value?" All right. Maintained inertia, growing, reducing. List value. Okay. Basically, he's trying to figure out exactly, is the ship firing all fronts? Is it in damage? Is it trying to turn upon its approach, so it comes in like winged sideways? Which way is the gun facing? Is there power systems booting up upon entry? Like, how much of this are we going to test shit is believable?
Right.
And the more information he gets will determine whether he has to personally intercede. And after a little bit, there's a lot of his second in command is just like, we need to go. We need to. This is a blatant violation. This is a poor excuse for an attack, and they're going to hit the ship. They're going to hit the admiral's ship, and this is what we've been fearing the whole time. And he doesn't ignore the second in command. He talks to him, kind of asks him kind of potent questions that makes the guy kind of like pause for a moment, such as, if I were in command of that vessel and the admiral were to arrive, what would be the very first thing you would think of? If we were to move, what would that also look like? Would that be us joining the fleet for an offense? But if we're moored here at the ice, still donning ice armor, wouldn't that show that we're not a cohesive battle group? That it's only an arrival? Just another ship. But if we break off in haste with whatever ice we have and make a hard burn, full systems up, shields up, weapons ready to go, what message does that send? It's all about the message. It's all about, as you say, appearances and looks. And it appears that they're ready to go to battle despite that. But it also could be a defensive. It could mean nothing. It also could be an escort. It also could be a deterrent. And Jamie makes the decision, we're not going anywhere. The message I have sent and conveyed to the group is, I'm running tests still. I'm sitting here vulnerable, open, in communication, completely visible to everyone on every system. I'm not moving. I'm not dropping anchor. No rush. No panic. The admiral's arrived. Huzzah! Everything's normal. Nothing to worry about here. Don't escalate the situation unnecessarily. Second command doesn't like that. But the admiral's in charge. Or the captain's in charge. Jamie's eventually returns with you, Jackie, back to the parlor. Sorry about that.
No, it's definitely needed. I like your decision. I think that it's kind of like a gamble for them. If they open fire on the admiral ship, well, that's their loss, honestly, because then we have to deal with.
It's our loss, as in the enigmatic people's
Yes, that's
loss.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like it's. It's there to make a move. And their move is either.
I know what their move is. It's one of two things. I won't trouble you with such an analysis, but it's going to be one of two things. Neither of them is. I can't say hostile because that's kind of the intent. It's more aggressive, threatening, but not hostile. Threatening, but not hostile. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or is that just me in my?
That's me in general. I understand.
Threatening, not openly hostile.
Right.
So. But hey, why don't we relax here and we can hang around and chat, and you can tell me about the wonders of your adventures and what happens on your exciting base, and we can trade stories.
Sounds good. That's what Jackie will do.
Alrighty. So, the hour has arrived, gentlemen.
Yes.
The ship has arrived. And Cody, when you arrive, you're going to be on the main deck, of course.
Yep.
And the admiral is sitting there, and he had made some interesting coded orders for individuals. Not something you can decipher, not without reference or context. But when you guys arrive, he barks a series of orders, and shields are accumulating. Everything is going up.
I want to look to see what would be causing such an order.
Oh no, the Admiral's personally directing the shields up. Weapon systems online. Sensor systems online.
Oh, okay.
Alright, gentlemen, we do not know what we're entering. All systems online. Run diagnostic in the background, but do not take up the current systems. I want to call in from all weapon system team crews. Main weapons online. And there's, sir, we got an intercept. And there is a massive battleship with its main prow cannon faced forward, fully charged. And there's a flurry of orders and activity. And the ship will list sideways to present its full broadside complement. There is a flurry of comm chatter. There is several stand down orders from the frontier fleet. There is a counter. You stand down. This is the Admiral's ship. That is treason to point your weapons at this ship.
Cody looks at the Admiral and goes, if you would care for Admiral, I can get the Vice Admiral on the line and make sure it's known that a ship of his is pointing his weapons at us.
There's a open private communication. He opens up and starts ordering. But there's Jamie's voice. Ah, Admiral Tymond, Father, welcome back. It's a pleasure to meet you in system. We are currently over at the ice fields. I have set a trajectory for you. If you would please follow the flight path trajectory, we will meet you and dock with you so that we can start with the hydrogen onloading. You definitely need to get your ice armor built up, and we have no time to waste. I've found that the process is extremely slow with the current ice available here, and it'll be a very tight window to fully clad your carrier by the time the enemy arrives. And here's a pause. Why aren't you here? You know of my arrival. Where's your sister? Oh, she is currently docked starboard of my vessel. Unfortunately, she's currently donning ice armor as well and doing a thorough and very excruciating weapon systems test. Unfortunately, her systems are down at the moment, and the engines are currently undergoing rigorous inspection. She will not be able to break docking for at least a week's time. Apologies, but we've run into some minor technical issues after the jump. Just making sure everything's working properly. We've sent some frigates for escort and to bring you over to the vessel. And Timon will kind of look at the specific situation. He's got no backup but minor frigates. Even the destroyers are off over in the ice yard. Maintain shields, maintain weapon system, follow flight path. Be prepared in case they open fire. And he will begrudgingly back away. And for now, the situation is diffused. Jamie will look over at Jackie after she's done talking. Sorry about that.
I don't know.
Father's a little jumpy, you see. Fleet politics and all that. He's had some rough experiences.
I think it would have been smarter just to come in guns hot beforehand and then jump. Or does that not work?
Well, that would be dangerous, don't you think? A heightened energy state and energy field active on such a large ship. What would that do to the new prototype transportation system?
Yeah,
It's untested.
too many risks, right?
Yeah, too many variables. And with such an excited energy system, such as an active force field, well, I don't know if we can afford
The risk,
to
especially
risk
with that
that
ship.
with a carrier.
Yeah, no, for sure. I get that.
Right. So that's one of the failings of ship technology right now in our transportation technology. We can't afford to travel with active shields. So when we arrive in system, shields are down.
It's armor at that point, right? I got
It's
you.
armor. That's why we have the ice armor, so we can take a beating until the shields come up. And only battleships and carriers have a big enough power core to actually have a shield. Poor frigates and destroyers don't. They just don't have the space, and well, the technology that goes into making those is very far and few between. Very expensive too.
I can only imagine.
Well, we could, with the power system on our, this carrier here, and the force field array that we have, could probably, it probably cost your base. Maybe not the personnel and all the mechs inside, and of course all the materials. But if it was just constructing the base, the size varies. That's how much it would cost, most likely, by my estimates. Well, yeah, it's not cheap. Well, I think I kept my promise for now.
For now. We got a ways to go though, but we'll get there.
More bourbon?
It's kind of hard with me actually. But sure, I'll have some. Just gonna store it in my nano.
He'll pour you quite a bit. And he'll chat your ear off until you excuse yourself.
Now Cody's got evil things to do.
Yeah, Cody's got evil fucking things to do. You evil bastard.
Cody is going to look at the Fleet Admiral. I go, Fleet Admiral.
Yes, Director.
I'm assuming you would like to meet with the base commander.
No, I don't. From what I understand of the situation, the base commander is not the highest authority. Also, I know of whom you speak of, and I wish nothing to do with the individual. They are not fitting of an officer. They have no political ability, and they have no ability to control their temper properly, and I do not wish to meet such an individual so unqualified to fit such a position. I will meet with cooler heads. I will meet with more politically savvy individuals.
Then I assume you would like to meet your son.
Yes, I have a very keen interest in talking with my son Jamie.
Then if you would please, and Cody's going to hold out his hand.
No, I think I will oversee the docking procedures with my escort vessels, make sure everything is correct. I will go through the rigmarole, the standby phase, and I think I'll make a personal transportation trip down to see my son on his vessel personally. But nothing needs to be rushed since we are in such good spirits and such good shape.
Understood.
In fact, I think you're all but done here. You have a technician on board, and they will do the menial labor you are no doubt so far above.
I enjoy menial labor.
Yes, so you say.
That being said, I will be having to find somebody.
Well, I have no need to keep you here. And no further need of your immediate expertise, considering we have several qualified technicians on board.
That is fair.
Oh.
And should you need me and I am not here, Director Rogers is the head of Airspace, and he is more than willing to help you.
I'm not familiar, but I most likely will end up being.
I wish you the best of luck.
Luck is not required nor needed. When everything is through skill, experience, talent, preparation, ability. I appreciate the sentiment, though. I just don't believe in luck.
Understood. Cody will give him a salute and
He'll give
pout
you a nod.
face and walk out. And I'm like, hey, Jackie, what is up, dog?
Send.
Send.
Phrased exactly like that.
Jackie will say, "Is this the real Cody?" ...
Of course.
I
know we're supposed to hang out today.
Yes.
Let's hang out.
Right now,
Yeah.
Jackie will ping his location.
And Cody will lead a shift into the hallway outside of the commander's or Captain Jackie's lounge.
You know very much protocol for teleporting into ships is very strict. You are specifically only allowed to teleport to very
Airlock.
specific authorized spaces.
I believe
That
it's
is
airlocks.
true. Question here is because he's been on Captain Jackie's or Commander Jamie's ship. Is
Right.
there 2 officers outside of his door?
Always.
Damn it. Fine, we play ball. For now.
You will also never know, especially with the service that the vessel's going under, the where the personnel, where material is. If you teleport yourself and are unlucky, you're going to be fusing with some objects or people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have cleared landing pads for teleportees.
I'll tell Captain Jamie that. My BF, Director Cody is here to pick me up.
I see. Well, as he slaps his thighs, well, I think I'll escort you to the end of the hall because I have to go back to deal with the necessities that are mounting up as we speak on the bridge. But I'll escort you to the hall, and one of the officers will escort you back to one of the authorized. Actually, instead of one of the landing pads, we could probably get you in one of the airlocks, the external ones. And your friend could pick you up there. We'll just seal you into the airlock, and you can pop in. Just make sure you're pressed up against the wall so he has plenty of space. And you can go from there. You won't have any issues running into people or objects, I think.
Of course.
All right. This way. And he'll excuse himself at the end of the hall, and one of the officers will lead you to an airlock about 5 minutes away. They'll lock you in. The red light goes on, but the other door doesn't open. And Cody, you can pick them up. They tell you exactly where to go.
Jackie will give Captain Jamie a salute first, and then be on our way.
Okay. All right. Luna, what you up to? Oh wait, yeah, you're making a clown.
Not if the Admiral's showing up. I'm gonna have to take time because I was planning to meet him when he arrives.
Okay.
Because I was gonna actually do politics.
All right.
I didn't know. I thought he was going to be arriving on a different day. And apparently, I was wrong on that. So I would be going to go meet him and watch this whole shit show with the, outer fleets flexing on bitches.
Frontier.
Yeah, the Frontier fleet decided to flex on people for reasons of we want to.
It's a lot of flex. It's a hell of a lot of flex.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could respect the flex. But I was just going to make arrangements to make sure I was going to be available. So I guess it's...
The Admiral is busy, but the carrier, Captain Jamie, he is willing to meet people.
The Admiral that just arrived is very busy at the moment, yes. Especially since he just arrived having a battleship point guns at him.
The main battleship cannon. The difference between the new battleship design and the old one is the main battleship cannon, or the battleship design of the Frontier fleet, is built around a ship-sized weapon system, whereas the inner ring battleship is built more like a gunboat, specifically around missile systems, massive torpedo armaments.
Fair enough. Sure, I'll meet with the captain of the carrier in the meantime and just swoop by Jackie, I guess.
Yeah. You guys will actually miss each other.
Well, if you remember, I'd asked to do this at the very start, but so I probably would have hung out with her while we were all watching that shit show, if that's viable. I don't know.
Captain Jamie actually has a very specific requirements for meeting people. He doesn't like to keep different people unless it's a formal invitation. He likes to personally attend to an individual at a time so he can give them his full attention.
Right.
So you can go around his ship and absolutely, talk to other people, maybe make some allies while
I'll mingle.
Okay. Where would you like to go? You are assigned a chaperone.
Well, I'm going as the investigator, so I know not a lot of people are going to want to talk to me much, because that's how...
Oh, you're very wrong. The junior officer that is assigned to escort you just does not shut up.
Oh, that's right. These are Interfleet, aren't they?
Yes. They love to talk to you. They'll answer your questions. They'll elaborate. Anything you ask about, they will be fully truthful with. If you need to go into restricted sectors, they personally escort you there.
I'm not going in anywhere restricted. That'd be rude to the captain. No, I'm gonna mingle with other off-duty officers right now.
Absolutely, there's plenty. They have a massive complement of officers. They have actually, instead of 3 shifts, 4 shifts of officers.
Okay, I'll just meet with them. I'll just excuse me.
They buy you drinks. They open you with open arms. They're like, an investigator? Hot damn! Come on in.
I'll just start making contacts, meet new people, not shoot them.
No, they're very open. They're very friendly. And you actually get to kind of feel that this is a little bit above board. Like, it's actually a representative of how Captain Jamie, as the captain of the ship, and the way he approaches, the way he commands the vessel, has actually trickled down to the way his people treat other members of the Thunderhead.
Cool.
Absolute trust. Especially absolute undeniable trust in rank, too.
Much as I would like to meet with some of the higher level officers, I'm pretty sure they're all going to be busy at the moment. Yeah.
Yes, but you're an investigator. A lot of these people would absolutely volunteer to go back on duty to to introduce you, and those people would be more than happy to answer any questions, and they'll have to, of course, multitask. But
I am trying to not interrupt the flow of the ship, very specifically.
Hmm?
So for now, we'll just do it as non-specific. I'm meeting with general officers, getting to know some of the crew, well, command crew and the like.
Hmm?
And for now, we'll just do with that until Jamie's available, and then I can actually talk to him for a minute.
Yeah. You meet dozens of officers. You never have to pay for a drink yourself.
She doesn't drink to begin with.
They ply you with drinks anytime you don't have something that is. The moment something goes empty, you have another drink in hand. Even if you drink it slowly, they won't bother you about it. It's just if your drink's empty, it's full now.
Yeah, she's gonna take her time with it because of that. Because she doesn't. Alcohol's wasted on her, and she knows it.
Hmm.
She's never bothered to implement the whole. You could just, upload a drunk file. She's never bothered with it.
It's not the same, but it reminds you of that Atlas Foundation specialist.
Yeah.
If he were divided among several dozen people, but it's the same gossip mill, not as thorough and widespread, but very concentrated in a very specific realm. And these guys are all bright-eyed, optimistic, glass, almost full type of people.
Okay. You see, my sense here is that if I was to start going around, and even though it's within my right to kind of like poke at people and ask questions, I'm trying to be respectful of the fleet because I don't need to start being.
Why don't you roll me 2 awareness, 2 scrutiny while you wait?
Sure. I don't need to be the person that everybody expects every other fucking investigator to be. 2 awareness, you said? And
2 awareness, 2 scrutiny.
Alright, pass one of those, and then scrutiny. I'm debating whether or not I...
Do you need some rerolls?
No, I'll re-roll one of those, especially since I'm going to have to get off soon anyway. I'll re-roll that first one, which was a 59. That is not better than a 59. I'm just going to bulk roll 5 real quick. 43 was the first one that was better and got me 2 degrees on the first one. I'm just going to throw some boons onto the scrutinies. I'll throw 2 onto each. What? Wow, I managed to still fail that. 2.
Have a reroll.
Yeah, I'm just going to reroll. 77 is better, and 2 degrees with that plus 10. So, all told, 4 degrees, a 2 degrees, 3 degrees, and then a degree of success.
The carrier is actually carrying one of the largest bomber contingents ever built. They are actually inner sphere or outer sphere make.
Wonder if I can blame Nix for that.
No, this was actually built before you guys even had an issue. This was years in the build.
Shame. I wanted to blame you for something. Something positive
It's
this
not
time.
frontier issue. This is outer sphere, outer ring design. It's actually new. Actually newer than any of the current models. These bombers actually use a Leah jump. They don't make a. They jump, and yes, they'll come out 2 months later, but they drop their payload during the jump.
You mean before?
No, during the jump. They have a new piece of tech on it. They make a Leah jump from outside the carrier or around the carrier, and it takes an hour to charge. So they'll do it before the battle. But they'll jump, and in the middle of the jump, they'll drop the payload inside the enemy's vessel.
So it like materializes mid-jump?
Yes. They basically kick it out of the jump, and it materializes back in space.
You could do that?
Yes.
Just Cody, do you know you could do that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Jar, did you know you could kick things out mid-jump?
Yes.
Why didn't I know this?
Cody didn't tell you for a reason.
I did it in a mech one time. It was a good time.
Yeah. You will not see the bombers for at least a month or two after their jump. But
come back eventually.
They'll jump back eventually, and you can go collect them. But if you have 1,000 bombers with warlord payloads,
Cody, why didn't you tell me?
they're one-time use assets. But
Cody, why didn't you tell me? That's cool.
Yeah, they're bragging about their new bombers. They're bragging about their new, armaments. They were able to come across some interesting new technology from the Outer Ring called the LAMS, or the LAMS, LAMS,
Yeah.
which is a laser anti-missile system, which
Yeah.
all of their mechs and starfighters are equipped with.
Yeah, it's much more effective because you don't have to reload the damn things.
Yeah, it doesn't use bullets. By the way, AMS requires bullets now.
I thought it always did.
No, I didn't actually cost you that.
Oh, well,
it'll require 1 CP, but the AMS will be. I've actually built in more AMS systems, so you can buy better AMS.
Well, isn't it just nifty? I've never actually used AMS.
Yeah. So there is AMS, AMS Phalanx, and then there is the LAMS 1 through 3, and then the LAMS Phalanx.
Well, for now, general conversation, learn interesting things, especially since these people, wow, they're just going to talk to me.
Yeah, you do notice one individual who does not. He sits in the back and he watches you quietly the whole time while drinking his beer.
ID? Do I have ID information on him already?
Not a single one. You try to
But
pull it up on the ship's
I'll
logs.
run
He
it through,
does not exist.
I'll run it through my system.
He is a junior investigator. He is an observer, just like the other one. He doesn't talk. He won't engage. He'll disappear the moment you try and do, and all he does is watch.
Is there? I know that they all have an investigator they're associated with. So
This one is redacted.
Ooh, there's only one person I'm aware of with a that gets their info redacted. So
the investigator Jeff.
Yeah, so that tells me exactly who he works for.
Exactly who he works for.
I will not acknowledge him further then. Like, he'll probably notice him, but I will not say a word because I know this game. I know how that works.
You don't want to be acknowledged when you're watching.
Nope. That's interesting. So the investigator general has eyes here. Well, like I said, that's until Jamie's actually available to talk to.
And eventually you will be called up, escorted up actually, by his disgruntled second in command. A little agitated, a little on edge.
I'll kind of look at him with a bit
Very
of
professional,
sympathy.
but a little rumpled.
I'll look at him and I'm gonna be like, I take it today's been a little more exciting than we wanted.
Everything is as it should be. I
don't believe anybody expected the Outer Fleet to decide to make maneuvers to this
That is not for me to speculate. I have full confidence in the staff and the captain of this ship, and we will follow their orders exactly as they are given. Please follow me. Captain Jamie is waiting, and he will not wait, and he will move on towards the ship.
Just kind of that walks along, mildly amused by that answer. All right. All right, he thinks I was poking at the wrong things here. Okay. At least I assume he assumed that was questioning competency, because I really wasn't.
Doesn't matter. It's he's frumpled about something.
Oh, I could guess what he's frumpled at. I'm keeping track of shit.
So he leads you to the transportation cart, and you guys are escorted to the elevator. You don't even have to exit the cart. It just drives into its little spot. You guys go up, and Jamie meets you within 20 minutes because it takes so damn long to traverse a carrier.
Ah,
Investigator! Pleasure!
Captain Jamie, I've heard good things about you.
I would hope so. Especially from an investigator. That means a whole lot.
Well, I wanted to meet with the captain of the carrier that's going to be present for our upcoming fight.
That I am.
Yes, I hear that you've also been our liaison between everybody, really.
No, I'm not the actual liaison. That full credit goes to Vice Base Commander of Airspace, Jackie.
Oh, I'm very well aware. She's the one that said good things about you.
Well, that means a lot.
Ah, well, I hear that there was also some excitement.
Oh, there's always some excitement. I mean, we just got deployed. We are on the cutting edge of the newest transportation technology. We're privileged to have it, too. I mean, there's a little bit of hiccups. I mean, especially with new technology, but we're now the fastest fleet in the system, in the entire army.
Director Cody, as he is currently, is very competent.
As he is. A little eccentric, I will openly say. Very eccentric.
You don't even know the half of it. I'm the one that has to keep an eye on his projects, and just kind of shakes her head mildly.
Do you know he's into polygamy?
Yes.
There's no law against it. It's just I don't know any. I've never ever heard of a practitioner outside fictional books.
Well, I've met all of them. They're rather, I'm going to be polite and say interesting bunch.
Well, my younger brother, Tyrion, says if I were to be more accustomed to the standards of the jewel, Enigma itself, that polygamy is actually kind of an open practice, such as the indulgences of the jewel of our empire.
It largely depends on where you go.
Yes, that's what he said. It's a cultural thing depending on location, and I found that fascinating. But it's such a foreign concept to me. That is not such even a notion of a practice. Where I grew up, everything
And where
was.
did you grow up?
Well, my family's a space fortress, so to speak.
Shit, I just looked at the time. She's gonna make. I just looked at the time. She's gonna make a lot of polite conversation. She's trying to get to know more people, but I'm out of time. So fucking all right.
Be well. Travel well.
Yeah, I have to get off.
We'll continue our conversation later. Rolling back to the troublemakers. Ogre! You're a troublemaker.
Sometimes.
No, all the time. What you up to?
Got a chunk of research to do, so I'll just knock them out real fast.
Woot. Ozzy, what are you doing over here? How did you get over here?
Here to
Why?
beat you up.
Okay.
No.
And now comes the straining part of the day. as Nyx is off to meet Ezekiel.
Oh, it's been a while.
It's been a
Mhm.
while.
It's been about a week and a half.
I'll give you a look. Oh, the shitty apprentice has returned.
Yes. Back to the shitty master.
Oh, you're lucky to have me. I don't care what you say. You would be nothing. A nobody. And if you were that pitiful 1% drafted, you would be sent somewhere to die. And you would be mundane, common. There'd be nothing special about you. I made you, and you should be privileged that I have done such a thing.
Amusing. So amusing, in fact, that what I believe you would refer to as your opposite has deigned to grant me knowledge.
Oh no. Whatever shall I do?
But I'm not an idiot. So I've come to you for the training needed to survive the process.
And what process is that?
The ignition of my own soul and the reforging afterwards.
You don't know what you asked for, nor are you ready for it. You aren't. But I could make you.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Oh, you're here to actually beg and ask me and...
No, I'll never
then
beg.
I have no interest. You haven't begged properly in a long time. I am a god after all. And when I am displeased, I need to be shown favor. I need to be shown worship. Begging is a good start. You should start begging now.
Nope.
I'm waiting. Please. Begin.
Ezekiel, you blowhard, even when you captured me as an enigmatic and I had nothing, I was still willing to try and punch you in the dick.
Oh no, I've actually flipped the dynamic on this. Yes, you're uncooperative, you're violent, you're a rogue, you're so disobedient. But you keep crawling back to me, so I thought, what would be more succulent and what would be more worth my day, my time as a god, than have those who come crawling back for me wanting things that are so coveted that they can't get themselves or wish not to. A good old-fashioned begging.
Obviously,
Something special
you
about
are
that.
Obviously, you are unable to teach me this, so I'll go talk to somebody
you're
else.
too stupid to do it on your own, so I'll have to beat it into you. But at begging, I think we should start with begging.
No. You see, Ezekiel, one of the biggest inadequacies in yourself is your profound capability to underestimate me and my ability to make friends.
You have friends? I guess
More
congratulations
than
in order.
a pompous prick like you could ever possess.
I don't need friends, they're weaknesses. You'll find that soon enough. You'll find yourself caring about things, and when an actual formidable foe starts threatening those things, you'll be in dire straits. Gods can't afford to have weaknesses. So,
I see.
you are no
You're too
such
weak
thing.
of a god to have such.
Yeah, it'd be weak to have weaknesses, and I don't. So, you're right. Now go play with your friends, or try and make new ones. I mean, it's what mortals do. They can't do anything on their own. So, yes. You learned a godly technique from the devil, or a devilish technique, I suppose. You're coming to me to see if I can help you unlock its secrets, because you couldn't do it on your own. I understand. It's a divine technique meant for the immortal, the worthy. And as I said, you
Well,
are
you know what?
neither.
You know what? I'm still owed a favor. I'll just go talk to the other ancient cultivator I know. Had a character, I can't remember what his name was. I'm entirely blanking on it.
Shangri-La.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm owed a favor from Shangri-La. He said if I needed him to teach me something, he would.
Well, what I will teach will be vastly different than what they will teach, and yes, you will be given a favor, but you won't be given the full teachings. You're my student, despite being a shitty one. You're not Shangri-La's student. Shangri-La does not practice the self-immolation technique. It is taboo because it is too harsh. It is too cruel. It's torture. And in their eyes, torture is wrong. Surely you say yourself, you're connected, you have friends. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know anything about them. How could you call them friends? You want to go to learn about the immolation technique with Shangri-La. You've talked to Shangri-La before, yes?
Yes.
What do you know about Shangri-La from talking to them?
Enough to know that if I came to them with a request because my shitty master was too unwilling because he cannot get off of his pompous high horse to teach me, and I sought his aid to survive the process, that he would, because he's not a shitty teacher.
Well, he's not your teacher. And since I am your master, and I have yet to be shown an iota of respect despite the amount of effort, time, valuable resources, and my devotion to my acolytes, you have not even given me a moment, a single bit of worship, respect, faith, trust. None of that.
If
Because you can't.
I
You're unable to.
could
And because of that,
come
I
to
don't want
you
to
at
teach you.
any time without having to deal with the pedantic droning and pleading for begging and worship, if I could be a student and show up and go, hey, teacher, I want to learn this.
Then you need to be more like Jackie. Maybe you need to go talk to Jackie, and Jackie can show up. Gets exactly that treatment because Jackie shows me respect. Jackie flatters me. Jackie talks to
Yes.
me like a master, not a pedantic, rebellious teenage child.
Yes, that may be entirely true.
And I have worked Jackie harder than I have ever worked you.
Yes,
You got the baby treatment.
That may be entirely true. But Jackie chose to be taught by you. You chose to teach me.
Oh, Jackie didn't pick me. I picked Jackie just like I picked you. Jackie, unfortunately, had the pure, divine, universal luck of being in my prison at the same time I was. I have you know. I pick them. No one gets to pick me. And that's how it works. You and Jackie are in the same boat.
Fine. Whatever. Just further proving my point. You're useless. And Nyx is just gonna turn and leave. He doesn't care anymore. He came to him. He was more civil than he'd ever been. Wasn't cursing at him. But nope. So, fuck him. Nyx is just gonna give up on it. Doesn't care. He's going to do to Ezekiel exactly what he does to enigmatics. He is beneath his notice.
Well, you'll come by and show me proper respect, maybe a little flattery, and a good bit of begging. I'll teach you the forbidden technique. You have a lot of making up to do.
Nyx is just going to... No, that completely ignores him. I'm serious, Blatt. Nope. They just no. That's it. Maybe that was his downtime. He's just going to go and fuck around for the rest of the day because
You don't want to play Ezekiel's game because he's a little shit.
no. At this point, he's entirely done with him.
He's not done with you.
That's entirely fine. He's never going to get anything out of Nyx again. If he shows up and decides to punch him, he's just going to lay there. He doesn't care anymore. He's never going to give him notice again.
If you want to play it that way, that's how you get to play it.
I'm sorry, Blatt. It's just...
You don't need to apologize. That's just how you want to play it. There's no apologies needed. You just Ezekiel's a shit-tard, and he doesn't mesh well with your character.
Which isn't fair. But
no, your character's...
No,
you know how to talk to people. You know how to...
No. Blatt, the reason I say it isn't fair is because while I may be an obtrusive ass, I can be an obtrusive ass to everybody else in the game and still work with them. But the person I spent 80 merit on, I have to completely change the character.
Take a pivot. This guy... lore has actually been revealed and discussed with all of you as to why he literally cannot change at all. Do you remember why?
Yes. But he did change because the childlike taunts and everything that have worked all the way up until this point stopped because he decided that he's not doing it anymore.
Oh, well, you may have changed, but Ezekiel has taken a different approach. He is multifaceted within a specific decision matrix. He's been blunted by another Grandmaster and has been shown you're not the biggest stick on base. But he's also been shown a lot of respect. And he gets to work with other cultivators of different types, which is very interesting. But you know his weakness. He adores flattery. He adores being shown respect. And, because of his illusions of grandeur, which is a permanent terminal condition with him, he's predictable.
No, and out of character, I entirely understand that. It's an awesome NPC, and I love it. But Nyx as a character, since the start, she only shows respect to those who show it to him. And for that
then I don't want you to say it's not fair. because it's entirely fair. This guy is so predictable and so easy to get stuff from. You just, especially if your character went and showed him even the most smallest iota, because you hold out so often. So the moment you show any, like even saying please to him, would be considered pass, because you never show respect ever. So asking him, can you give me something, please? Well, yes. But you have a social stigma. He has a literally permanent, immovable social stigma and personality disorder. It's just...
Then I'm going to alter it slightly at the end, because Nyx is going to storm out. If it's okay with you.
Yeah, he can storm out. It's fine.
But basically, he's going to go back to his bay.
The Raven's like, hey, I want to run again?
No, his lab where he keeps all his liquor.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Which one? The Hangar X?
Yes, where he keeps his good liquor. And he's going to grab one of the couple bottles of whiskey that he got.
Luxor's going to look over. Oh. So that's where you've been hiding them.
No touchy.
Make you a trade.
After I deal with the shit stain who claims to be my master.
See the God Complex one?
Yeah.
Well, then why are you giving him something he's already probably had?
Because I never give him shit.
Fair. No, that's fair. No, I was going to offer something, a private brew of mine. Something that might actually kick him in the ass. I'm having a hard time putting it down.
Fine. I'd rather keep this for myself and those I consider close anyway.
Trade you a bottle? For a bottle.
Fine. He'll just set the bottle of whiskey on the table.
She'll hand you a glowing bourbon, amber concoction. It actually glows, as if it was the auburn color actually was infused with light itself. If you put ice in it, it doesn't make it. It doesn't reduce the efficiency. It actually enhances it. So be careful. If you're going to chill it, liquid nitrogen is the way to go, because it doesn't stay cold long. I don't know why. Something that I made that torments me to this day.
Nice. And he's got the material, so he'll grab a small canister of fucking liquid nitrogen and wander back to the bar.
He comes back. The acolytes coming begging, scraping for my favor and knowledge.
Shut up.
Never. I'm a god. My words
do it
gospel.
Anyway.
Never. Oh, he's brought offerings. Unless you tend to drink that in front of me.
While it is entirely tempting. Here. And he'll pour him a glass and chill it.
You actually blast the bottle, whole bottle.
Okay.
And then you serve it quickly. And he's just like... He actually kind of blinks for the first time and pauses as you, through Asian custom, pour him a drink. He'll blink at it, like, look at you, look at the drink. He'll swirl it, giving you a suspicious look, drink it, and then blink in surprise. That... hold on. That's rather complex. That... After he kind of swirls the drink, swirls it, takes another sip, and it's almost 3 minutes. Because he loves his theatrics. 3 minutes before he even says something. That has 33 different flavor palettes. Well done, Acolyte. I am very pleased with an offering. Your god is refreshed and ready to answer your question if you so wish to ask one.
Teach me how to survive the process.
Oh yes, I remember this conversation. Your body's not ready. But I have a technique. Alright. Do you want it to learn the Jackie method, or do you want it to learn the method I came up with for you?
What's the difference?
The Jackie method is you need to go borrow her book. I beat the idea into you, and it's up to you to figure it out. The method I came up with to teach you is I literally beat the method into you until you have it. No effort on you to do anything. I just give you the thing. Jackie has to learn it the old-fashioned way, but I give her insight. I give her ideas as to how to do it by beating it into her skin, and then she grew into a behemoth. I don't know how that happened, but it happened.
Tidbits of stuff I've learned as well.
The Jackie or the Nix method? I've actually named them.
Amusing. I'm too used to my own method.
All right, so be it. And he will. He'll swirl his left pointer finger in the drink, taste it, and when he pulls it out of his mouth, there's a burning, almost welding torch of a flame off of the tip of the finger. He's like, "Oh, well, look at that! Are you ready?" As he kind of points it at you. Because
No, because this is
no,
gonna
of course
suck.
not. You know what? He hands you the rest of the bottle, and he will pour you, after putting several ice cubes in it. You're going to want to drink half of this, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to inch you into the immolation technique, one drop at a time. I think I'm going to be able to get 2. Depends on how much you can tolerate. I really don't want to burn you out, because, well, I only have one apprentice. I hate to lose the other, as shitty as you are.
And he'll just... Nix is just gonna pop the glass.
Just glug, 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 glug. He'll fill
Yep.
it again. One more.
Great.
Oh, this is going to be far worse than anything I have ever done. Cumulative. You want to learn about the divine technique, the immolation technique, and it is far worse than you can imagine.
Joy. And he'll down the next glass.
And before he begins, I actually came up with a different technique that's better, but since you asked specifically for this one, we'll start with this, and maybe you'll regret it. I'll teach you the other one. But for now, as he puts the fucking welding torch of a finger on you, and it's just black. You just go straight to black. The pain.
Yep.
All right, you will gain the immolation technique, part 1 and part 2. Be successful. And you'll wake up in the med bay, and he's sitting there drinking the rest of the liquor. You're awake. Good. Oh. So, I was successful because I'm a god. Of course I am. Of course I was. Congratulations. You survived. Now, the immolation technique, what it'll do for you, despite your head and the stubbornness to learn it, you only ever really need technique 1, level 1 of the branch, to actually do the technique. every tier above it either does one or two things. It makes it easier on the constituent, the individual involved, makes the transition, the process easier, maybe allows you to try again, or it enhances something, like an improvement or a whatever you're trying to focus on, it'll improve it, or it'll enhance it, extrapolate upon it, expand it, alter it.
So, first off, before you really get into it, okay, Blatt?
Yes.
I have to make 2 potential rolls.
Okay.
Because Ezekiel gave me 2 techniques. Because
Yes, he
I have
did.
Ezekiel insight theft,
Well,
and I
he
can
has-
steal further techniques in the path.
Yes, so he's giving you one technique, but he's giving you 2 levels in the same technique. You still get to roll twice, though, just for clarification.
Mhm.
He's also giving you 2 levels in a technique that's forbidden by all cultivator practices.
So 3 degrees and 5 degrees.
Yes. For the 5 degrees, you'll gain you won't be able to cultivate the forbidden technique without Ezekiel's help,
Mm-hmm.
but you know just how to reach out to him now. You only need to give him the most bare minimum of acknowledgement and a little bit of favor, and he goes all out for you because it costs you a lot to do that. So you'll gain 3d2 for the 3 degrees of success for external potential.
Okay.
And then a internal technique specific to Ezekiel's line, the Servant's Dilemma.
I don't have any of those yet.
Yes, you do. He's taught you Servant's Dilemma from the beginning. That is the Ezekiel's new gen technique. Anytime he works on you, it's Servant's Dilemma upgrades.
I've just got it listed in a list.
Yeah, it's called the Servant's Dilemma. That is Ezekiel's custom technique that only if you have him as a Grandmaster through Safe to Meet You do you get the opportunity to learn.
So I can just pick something to put check mark to, huh?
It could be stats. It could be a skill. It has to be physical related or combat related. It could be toughness, strength, the ability to hit shit, the art of killing. It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna go with perception then.
That would be combat related, yeah. Which roll me 1d3. Add 10 to your perception.
Huzzah.
Yeah, Ezekiel's Servant's Dilemma when he works on you personally.
I remember.
Huge. It's a little bit of flux. Because sometimes he does perfect, sometimes sub-perfect, but his sub-perfect is a 7.
Okay, so
Actually, no, it's an 8. 8, 9, 10.
So what do I need to write down for the immolation technique?
Pick a technique. Cultivate on it. Once you've cultivated and meditated on it for over an hour, you can activate the immolation. What it does is it destroys it. Permanently removes it. But it holds it in stasis. held in stasis. What it does is, as long as you're able to hold out, you'll make a willpower and toughness test each turn. You can sculpt it a little bit to be a little bit more powerful, sculpt it to do something a little different. It's like reheating a metal that was set in stone and reshaping it. Reshaping a part of your soul. Now, to succeed, you will need to pass an influence test to lock it in stone. And you must pass each roll each time. Willpower, toughness, and then influence once you're happy with it. You can, through the immolation method, make it worse. Or lose it entirely and damage your soul. That's why it's forbidden. It's taboo.
Mm-hmm.
But now that you know the stats, you can build potentia techniques, build your stats, build abilities around overcoming it. And with your through fire and flames, you're already fucking jacked for this already.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the immolation technique counts as having one other cultivator in presence. Even if it's just you, it counts as having another cultivator nearby when you cultivate, so you get that special technique bonus.
Love it. Love it. Even though I haven't been cultivating in a fucking age.
Hey man, it's just, you sit there and you're just like, ow, it hurts. He'll pat you. Don't worry. I made sure they gave you the good shit.
Thank
By the way,
God.
you passed out. Breakfast is in about 15 minutes if you want to make general mess. And he gets up. Well, thank you for your offering, as he literally finishes the bottle. Very good stuff. I actually felt that last night. Not going to drink like I did before. Message received. But this was a good, fine balance. Good. You taste all the different flavor palettes. It was.
I know the brewer.
Oh, yes. Bring more next time. I wish for my ambrosia. I've dubbed it. It will be called ambrosia. Like
Just laughs.
the nectar of the gods. Yes.
Just laughs. Maybe if you beg for it. Turnabout's fair play anyway.
He will dig a thumb into your shoulder. No,
Yep.
you're the one who's going to do the begging to bring it to me to learn about the next steps of the immolation technique and the more important technique, the better one. You think I left it at the immolation technique? No, I built something better than that. I taught you the immolation technique because you begged me for it. Well, you didn't beg me for it in so much as words, but I mean, you brought me a gift. You never brought me a gift before, so it's like begging. Man, what it must have cost you. How much
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he's literally, his shoulder is into your collarbone.
Yeah, no. Nix has removed the memory. He just remembers walking in after fuming for a while.
Oh, he purged it.
Yup. He's like, no, really. What are you talking about?
He doesn't know what to do with you. He just leaves. Bring me more next time. I'll teach you more things that should stay forgotten.
Nix wins.
No.
Nix believes he has won, even
That's
if it's
the
a small
one.
fight. But, yep, that was the day, considering he had to pass the fuck out. But, yeah, that was my Sunday.
Okay, so. My friend, my homie, my guy. we're on the Monday with you. Who else is a Sunday?
I haven't even finished Saturday yet.
Oh, let's finish your Saturday.
Cool.
Sorry.
Stop it.
So Cody.
Yeah.
You want to get the 5 downtime actions out of the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. You won't.
And you're gonna want to continue to work on the Leah mesh?
Or it's I'll work on the lead match with you.
Oh yeah.
Because you're my
Right.
best friend.
Let's see what I got.
Until you're Miguel.
I got 12 out of 25 for the Leah mesh stage 1.
Ah, that's easy to fix.
Okay.
And this is 5
Nice.
downtime actions, right?
This is 5 downtime actions.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 singles. Very nice.
Right?
Have you moved all the fleet yet?
Yeah, that should have been the last bit of the fleet.
That
Coming in today.
means you may now work on the Horizon Dancer. And your girls,
Mhm.
literally, they'll bring you over after you're done working with Jackie.
Oh,
Even if
question.
Jackie's even there.
Yeah.
And they're going to be like, hey, babe,
Yeah, girls.
we have a present for you.
Oh, the Horizon Dancer, right?
Yeah, and the fucking doors will open from a joint lab.
Hmm.
And the Horizon Dancer is there in a mech bay with all of the assembly equipment ready to go.
Ah.
And all of the lower level technicians who have been pre-qualified, waiting demurely.
We will start that tomorrow after this. But Jackie needs my help understanding Leah mesh. If you guys want help.
Ashley will kind of cock her head at that. Explain it to us. What's your go with it? Well, you want our help. Tell us what's going on.
I'm just going to turn and look over at Jackie. Because Jackie's the one that asked me for help. And Cody's just going along with it.
So the plan is to figure out how it works. So the brain
What
box.
is Leah Mesh to you?
Leah mesh to me is a means to an end, as in I need a way to continually have Leah available. And this is my solution.
Are you going to be able to handle Leah? How smart are you?
How smart are you? Touche?
Touche.
Oh, Cody's going to catch Sadako up on the fact that Jackie has turned into Nano and now has part of Ashley's personality inside her head.
Wait, I don't get 2 of me?
There is only one of you.
Oh.
You're
But she gets 2.
She doesn't get 2.
But there's 2.
Part of Ashley is inside. Not all of Ashley.
You sure?
That's what I was told. Unless somebody lied to me. And then I went a very long talk with Luna.
I'd go talk to her. Did you roll IQ or Jackie this day?
I mean, I rolled myself, and I'm not very smart, as you can see.
I'm talking about your coin flip.
Yeah, I rolled my as me, like it's on.
Yeah.
That's why the -10's there for.
I look into it.
look into. So you guys gonna help, or what's the plan?
Mm. What is a mesh to you? Is it the alien version of mesh?
No,
Then why is it called mesh? It's very confusing.
I mean that's just what the Leah's department names it.
You know you can rename it. Leah departments are idiots. They don't care about nomenclature outside their own department. You should name it something that is not confusing.
What do you think, Cody? Leah,
We call it a Leonet.
Leonet. I was thinking.
Why not a Leah grid?
Oh, grids are nice.
Basically,
Grids are nice.
why don't you make a recycler, the next generation of recycler? Recyclers only have a collective 10% chance apiece to recycle a used Leah, but what if you made a... Yes, it'll be larger, obviously, unfortunately. But what if you made something... Yes, it's larger, but significantly more efficient at catching. To follow the Outer Ring and the Frontier version. They build things bigger, but they build things better. None of this microtransactional approach with the Inner Ring engineering philosophy. Sako's like, well, she's right. The Outer Ring has a hybrid approach, influenced by both the Frontier and the Inner Ring. But the Outer Ring, a single module is 3 to 4.5 that of an Inner Ring, but actually performs at 500 to 600% more efficiency with significantly more utility, although it does take up that multitudes of more space, power, produces more heat. It's a lot more fragile when it comes in contact with the enemy, but it outperforms. It's over-engineered, but it's not necessarily a piece of crap, but it's definitely over-engineered most of the time.
So we can make a better version of that, make it not as over-engineered, and potentially make it a more compact size.
Indeed. Yeah, we can do that. It's just like, yeah, I mean, we can build a grid. We can even cover a considerable part of the research by using the original design of the Leah Recycler. It'd cover a small percentage because we don't want that as the base. We want the idea of it. How does it do it?
We can also take apart the
Horizon Dancer.
No. The Horizon Xer drone, because it also collects Leah ambiently in the air.
Yes, it does. It also, you have the the Leah supercharger. Remember?
Yeah.
From the
hull, not the hull, the frame of the.
No. From Hangar X.
Okay.
Where they inject a Leah charge through a Chemtech bath.
Yep.
That's also covered in new generation recyclers. Luxury built her own recyclers that are better than the current ones.
Yeah.
They're 20% better than the current ones.
I mean, that doesn't even matter because it does have Dance of the Stars, which increases the Leah recycler.
No, I'm talking about the one Luxury built.
Yeah, no.
But I was also talking about which Cody's now bringing up, the Horizon Dancer's ability.
Yes. There's a lot of secrets
30%.
of the Leah. Who built the Horizon Dancer? How was it built? What ridiculousness is this thing?
Don't worry. We won't take you apart.
Yes, you will.
I mean, we will, but we'll put you back together.
Are you sure?
80% certain.
Not sentient, by the way.
I know. But Cody can talk to it like it's sentient.
Yeah, you guys are weird. It has a machine spirit, okay? It doesn't mean it doesn't talk. Can't believe you would do it to such a wonderful machine.
Question: do I get any influence for getting the fleet here in one piece?
Yeah, add 10.
Okay.
Nice.
You are not allowed to keep your director status,
Yeah.
nor the level 10 Leah status. You're a level 9 technician,
Yay.
but you are allowed to keep your Thunderhead agency status. You're not a director.
Interesting.
You're an independent advisory specialist, which gives you a lot of leeway to poke your nose into things and be asked to help in projects that have a lot of secrecy. And, well, as long as they ask you, you're in. Because you're an independent specialist. They bring you into the secrecy clauses, you're clear. But you are not a director. Director is a vaunted status that is given kind of like giving the 5-star general status. It's temporary, but no one keeps it.
Yeah.
And so, are these two lovely lasses going to help out?
Ashley help out. Sadako is going to look into prepping the Horizon Dancer.
Okay.
Ashley's gonna. How much time do we have to work on it in your estimation?
Cody and I only allocated 5 hours for this, so.
Oh dear. Here you go. That's 5 progress for her.
Yeah.
The question
Cody
is, do
had
we want to
10
keep
progress.
the 100?
It's a mutation, but also it's an oopsies.
We'll keep the mutation.
All right.
I'm feeling ballsy.
Let's re-roll the 56 and the 71, I suppose, with fate points from IQ. Perfect, both passes.
Jackie, at one point during your research, you asked a really interesting question. Well, we were at a spectrum base at one point. What if we combine multi-dimensional energy to supplement for energy cohesion loss during expulsion or use or excitement of the Leah, whether it be from a canister or a generator or whatever source, and or excite the current ambient Leah after an expenditure. And everyone at the table's like, you can do that? And there's some research into it. And yes, you can use dimensional energy to enhance Leah.
Right, Cody's done the same thing.
And you can enhance the recycling of the Leah. So what this research will mean, you'll increase the research by 10. You need 10 more DTA now.
Just 10?
Yeah, it's not 15, it's 10. Because there's a downside. Using a dimensional energy in concert with using a Leah, not phazon excited. So if you use this with a Chemtech charge, this doesn't work.
Right.
But if it's basically a charge and use dimensional energy with it, predictably, when you're done with testing, the theories and the math shows that you can get 50% more power out of a single Leah charge. And if you use a dimensional energy after you use a Leah, there's 100% return rate. You can get the Leah back immediately.
But you need to use a dimensional charge.
You need to use a dimensional charge. And mech building wise, this is known to both of you. If you ever use Leah, even if you don't expect Leah to be returned to you, you always run a Leah recycler for one single reason. Whenever you use a Leah charge, there's ambient Leah particles or particulates that are discharged after use.
Mhm.
This may not be particularly dangerous for individuals only carrying 1 or 2 Leah. For Leah practitioners and Leah or mechs using entirely pivotal around Leah design, where you're using multiple Leah turn after turn, the Leah residuals do not dissipate quickly. If you use it with a hypercapacitor or a phase shift, or it doesn't matter what you use it for, if you use it in consecutive turns and you have no recycler, you have a chance to go phase on because you built up too much excited Leah particles. That's why the recycler comes in. As long as you have a couple recyclers, it dissipates the Leah charge, even if it doesn't give you Leah back. Just like that same idea, there is no such thing currently as a dimensional energy recycler. If you stack too much dimensional energy in a row, such as I use a Leah charge, I increase it by 50% in power, and then I use another one to guarantee its recycling, rinse and repeat, you'll fall out of phase. Eventually, after a certain point in battle, you just fall into another dimension. And then you're stuck there. That's it. Getting back may or may not happen. Most likely won't happen. That's the trick. You have a powerful resource, but it's harder to dissipate, and it's significantly more lingering than Leah. Leah dissipates a lot quicker. This would stick around for days in your mech. So even if you had multiple deployments over a course of a week, these would stay. And you would have to be conscious of dimensional energy use over the course of weeks so you didn't fall out of phase. But you could, in an emergency, use a Leah charge. I need that Leah back, or I need this Leah to be stronger. Yeah. Imagine a hypercapacity or a hypercapacitor firing at an additional 50%.
Yeah.
Well, the hypercapacitor actually might not survive it because it's not built for that type of output. But you would have one hell of a shot. It redefines Leah technology in a way.
It does.
Which means any of the technology you want to use should be looked into for this new addendum. Because a lot of the technology is not compatible. But now you guys have unlocked that 100, the idea of a new branch of Leah tech, which uses not one, but 2 different dimensional sources of energy, Leah and dimensional energy, which is considered the positive energy. So you have the negative energy plane, this would be the positive energy plane.
Interesting.
Yes. That's why it sticks around. Plays well with others. It's entirely predictable until it isn't. But if it isn't predictable, that's because somebody or some source messed with it, and thus it is entirely predictable. That's why Spectrum uses it. It's also extremely dangerous because you can't use a lot of it in the same locale. Because otherwise, the energy doesn't dissipate, and eventually you get a dimensional rift, and everything in that sector falls into the positive energy dimension. Yep. Oh, fascinating.
Fascinating.
Science. Oh my. Mathematics. Ooh, la la.
Tasty.
Exactly. But Jackie, Ashley is making IQ a little jealous. Mostly because, well, Ashley has a body and is being very seductive in front of Cody anytime she thinks you're not looking.
It's fair.
It's little things. It's like a little bump here and there, a little caress, a little too close proximity to Cody. It's all really little things. Cody sometimes he's able to work through it, acknowledge it. Sometimes he's literally flustered. Just he hides it, but it's more like it was hot. Must focus. Focus. I am doing important science. But she's hot. I'll get her back, I think. Maybe? I don't think so. How do I get her back? If I get her back, she'll get me back.
The great circle of chasing.
So, how many? So that's 35. How many? Like, what's the count right now? So I was at
27 out of
12.
35.
27. All right. Excellent. Do you have anything else left for this day?
Nope.
All right. So Lilith and I are gonna do some cultivation.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that Nick's dating the Vice Base Commander?
I did not hear that.
Not you, the other Vice Base Commander.
I knew what you meant, Cody.
Oh yeah. Just in case you ever need to like spread some juicy gossip around.
No, that's enough juicy gossip for me, for sure.
That is a shocking juicy gossip, and you may not know it's. They're both socially awkward enough that might actually work. I mean, they have gone out to all of the most exclusive restaurants, and yeah, he brings business along, but no one really lets Mina eat to her fill consistently. That they could be dating actually. Huh? The only reason you may not be able to see it is because she's short, but at the same time, Nyx is kind of different than the rest.
Nyx
she's
is
pint
different than the
sized, but
West.
she's more woman than anyone else really can handle.
They're both
Nyx
sneaky.
is paradoxical, so they may fit his fan. That might actually be good. That actually might be proven, or might be actually real. Just might. It's crazy enough. It just might work.
Okay. Thank you for the new information, Cody. Good to know.
Yeah, because I know you and the base commander, do sparring and stuff.
Actually, I haven't seen her in a bit.
Base commander?
Vice base commander.
Oh, fair.
No one really.
Maybe because they're always out dating.
Ogre does.
Anyways, I'm not saying that this is juicy gossip. I'm just saying
Juicy
this might
gossip.
be juicy gossip. Yes,
Mhm.
you know.
Might be some strawberry starburst
Oh my
gossip.
gosh.
All right, so I go to Lilith, and I let her know about my plan to. What is my plan? I just want to cultivate with her. That's pretty much what I want to do.
She'll look at you and be like, cultivation is good. It's good. But what else do you have to do on your docket of things?
Get the executioner up and running.
But you need a donor. Unfortunately, it's in such bad condition. Unless you want to build up something not the executioner, which is doable entirely.
I was hoping to go to the junkyards, honestly, and find something there. And I was hoping Nyx would find some out in the yard, but no luck on either of those accounts.
So far. But don't dismay just yet. If you can't put the executioner together, I will find something for you. Or at least find enough parts. You are my apprentice. I will not have you unequipped going into battle. Even if we have to put a Frankenstein together, it'll be a monster.
Did you hear about the medium mech we found in Sector 12?
Yes, it's under analysis. It's a bit of a... It's less incomplete than the others, but it's still an over-engineered piece of crap. It has a new shoulder actuator.
Oh.
It has a railgun system, which allows the weapon mounted to the shoulder to rotate along the rail system, allowing you to fire at all different angles, even behind.
Interesting.
But it's extremely fragile. It can't take a hit, otherwise the rail system breaks. And then whatever fixed point the weapon was after the rail broke, that's where it's stuck now. It's nice until it breaks. It thoroughly falls into the over-engineered piece of crap. Because anything that can't take a beating and keep working doesn't mean it's not usable. It's just over-engineered piece of crap. Because the enemy will break it at some point in at least some way. And if the thing that makes it special breaks, it's no longer special.
What's your thoughts on this? There is a pot called the... what is it called? It's called the... Come on. The Omniscient system from the... it's an enigmatic prototype. Kind of gives a large detection range. I'm trying to find cameras.
Where did you find this?
This is in the this is in Sector 12.
Where?
So for you, Matt, this is the Numex, and it is the Areolus. Areolus. Yeah, it has the internal component. I do believe it was in there. External. Must be an external. I was pretty sure it was from that one. Yeah. It's external mounted component, Ignatic prototype, Omni Science System.
They just kind of pause, look at it. I mean, that's a prototype. I haven't seen a version of it other says outside the Beagle system. Which is another more sophisticated, more built, or in this universe, the Doberman system. Gotta give it a different name. The Doberman. Yes, it does that, but it has a greater range, costs a bit more, of course, costs a bit more power. About the same lock on.
So all I'm really trying to get a hold of is some cameras to put on my helmet so I can see in more different directions. I seem to be
Are you talking
missing
about
that part of me.
second skin helmets, or are you talking your mech?
No, I'm talking about second skin.
Oh, we just need to get you an eye band. It'll take you a week to get used to.
All right. Yeah, I was thinking about adding some stuff in when I absorb my second skin, so I kind of have some upgrades to put towards it instead of just potential.
I will ask my contacts. I didn't put one in because, I mean, we're nano. You
Right.
can just
Make your own kind of deal.
make your own. It's more organic, but there is a cybernetic I could get you. Absolutely.
I was just thinking if I can have that and just attach it with it instead of making my own for it, and then I can adjust from.
Sure. I'll get
Yeah.
it for you. It'll take me a week.
Take you a week to get
These
it?
are
All right.
some of the most invasive and taboo cybernetics, and I'll have to pull from the Leah department itself.
Interesting.
It makes you look very alien. Makes you look different. It has a think of a circlet embedded into the back of your helmet that has compound lenses, like a fly, but
Right.
it's a whole strip. And yes, it is a multitude of eyes in the back of your head. It makes you very alien.
Would it
And
make more sense to add it to the torso instead of the head?
it could, but it also would further disorient you because it's not at head height, which is the
Right, it's
more.
different
If you
range.
had a set of eyes that you got used to that is in addition to the ones on your head that's in the waist range, then adding ones behind you wouldn't be so bad. Um, I would recommend mastering looking within before mastering looking without. But again, your path is your own. Maybe what you do and the choices you make is better for you than what I made for me.
No, I do believe I should look inward more first. It was more of just me trying to prepare things for my absorption of my second skin, because that's one of the next parts that I'm missing.
Oh, I'll just find you a bunch of cybernetics. We can
Yeah.
yeah. Give me a week.
Okay. All right.
Pull some resources for you.
Okay.
Or pull some resources out of people for you.
So if that's the case, then I need to either add some more external potential to my nanocradle, or I could work on this looking inwards aspect. Do we have any techniques for that?
Yes, but what are you trying to accomplish with refining yourself?
By refining myself? Is that what you said?
Because you're going to come with a very unfortunate time, effort, and deliberation ratio. The battle's coming, and every effort, everything you pursue matters. You have your military duty. You actually sleep, or no, you don't sleep anymore.
No.
Used to sleep. You need to kind of focus on more aggressively the idea of what you're going to wield into space.
Right.
Because you are going to be a leader. As the vice base commander, you're going to be in charge of individuals.
I
Which
can.
means you're going to be in a command position.
Right. So for the intermech aspect, I feel like that needs to be
It's
done.
not going to be ready in time.
No, it's true. It takes a week per ton or per cluster
Yes.
for the intermech. I don't think I can rush that unless I get cheeky with something. So
No, don't get cheeky because you're going to get killed.
Right.
Use a heaven mech, but we're going to have to build you one, and then you're going to have to cultivate it. So you're going to need it built soon.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of cultivating, I want to send you to a friend of mine.
Oh. All right.
An armorer.
Okay.
I want to get you parts for your mech, so that by the time it's ready, and maybe you happen to find a donor, you're
I'm
ready
not
to
looking for
build.
other things. Right. Okay.
Does that sound okay with you?
No, that sounds good.
Sounds
good.
And he'll give you a contact.
Oh,
It's out in the space docks.
Well, let's go there then. I have 3 downtime actions allocated for that.
Okay. The individual you'll meet, his name is Joseph.
Joseph?
Joseph. And he's like, oh, who are you?
You can call me Jackie.
Who the fuck is Jackie?
Vice Base Commander Jackie.
Who the fuck is a Vice Base Commander Jackie?
Sorry, I'm Fred of Lilith.
The fuck is that?
You don't know who Lilith is?
Who the fuck is that?
The base
Who the
commander.
fuck are you? Who do you think you are? Coming up to Joseph and talking to me like that.
You're right. Just my unfriendliness come into play.
I can't believe you would come to me, Joseph, and talk to me like that. I can't believe you'll do this to my face. You see my face? This is a face of displeasure. It means I don't like you. You stupid.
That's too bad.
And Lilith just shoves a bottle of liquor in front of him. Oh, I see. Yes, I remember now. I remember. Yeah, Lilith. I remember Lilith. Yes, I remember. This way. Yes, this way. Oh, 2 big ones. 2 bottles. Like,
don't worry, I got this. She'll pour out some of the liquor she's been storing for herself. And
she'll handle a sealed bottle with a very fancy label, and it's wax sealed.
Okay.
And he puts it in his little bag. Oh, yes, you said your name was Jackie? Okay, Jackie and a Lilith. I remember. You followed Joseph. Yes. And he'll meekly struggle to push this massive warehouse door open. Yes, Joseph has the goods, heavy things. Joseph sells heavy things. You look, yes? Yes, you look. Alright. Rule 1. Look, no touch. If you touch it, you've bought it.
Okay.
That's the rule. If you string your finger across multiple pieces of metal, you've bought them.
Seems pretty fair.
Okay. This guy has the majority of metals on the list.
Cool.
Lilith walks you to the back. And Lilith points at a specific series of metals. Alright, Jackie. I don't know what you're looking for specifically for production. But this is one of the very few individuals who is going to have any Duralex, heavy or super heavy, in any amount that matters, He's going to have any of the Lamelor armor, any of the Star Guard, any of the asteroid metals, some of the weird shit. You won't find any Ceres here, or any of
It's fair.
that Star Slab. You won't find that here. But most of anything you could ever want to build a mech could be found here. Whether it's a frame, but you already have a frame, but if you ever want to mess with it, you might. Or swap it out for a different frame metal. But armor is Yosef's trade. And yes, sometimes he does get recycled series. But most of that's been bought up, most likely. I'll have you roll 3D100
All right.
to see if he's got anything special.
Let's use our 3 magnet rolls. Here's the first one, second one, third one. Nyx, can I borrow 2 rerolls?
Be my guest.
84, 36, 81, 89. I'll take one more. Let's do lower than a 55. Lower than a 55. Okay, 34. 36, 34, 59.
None of the super stuff that I was hoping you'd roll for.
And magnet's not helping here, right?
No, it's not low enough.
Cool.
But he's got stuff in quantities.
Yeah.
And most importantly, he's got Duralex heavy and super heavy, which is hard to get a hold of. There's not a lot of Duralex super heavy going around. It may not be for you, but he also has both Lamelor, the Valiant, and the the Defiant.
What about Electro Discharge?
Yeah, the Pharaoh Lamelor and the Valiant. The Electro Discharge.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that.
All right.
He's got Electro Discharge protoplating. Yeah.
Let's get some of that.
Yeah. The Lilith will kind of like, yes, it's good, but she'd like you to understand you're going to be a melee specialist. You're not going to be quick. Look at the defensive rating, statistics-wise.
It's average.
Yes. It's as good as the hardened standard. It's not even good as ferrofibrous. Sure, you'll get plus 2 AD, plus 2 overload. But that's good for skirmishers. Individuals who come in, who are meant to be fast, strike an opponent, get out of range. You're there to... Your mech, the Executioner, it's not a skirmisher. It's a brawler. It's meant to take on multiple opponents. Can't get hit and keep on fighting. Plus 2 AD. That's nothing. That is a drop in the proverbial fuck-off bucket. Plus 2 overload. That's not to be discounted, but 7 armor per ton? That's baby change.
Right.
You're not going to be able to last a couple fights with that stuff. Unless you literally hit first every single time and the enemy dies every single time. You'd be building a glass cannon. Which you can do in this game. You can build a fucking glass cannon and be like, well, I hit the enemy, and then I dodge. But you're not building a dodge tank, not with the Executioner. You'll take a hit and you'll be like, torque actuators engage, and then you'll fucking cut somebody in half, and everyone will go, oh, he broke the shield. The second shield and him in half. By the way, the torque actuators also give you additional dice if you use a Leah charge for your weapon. And you can have 2 torque actuators, one for each shoulder. So if you do go to hit somebody and you have inescapable, and then you hit them, and they're usually dead. Depends on how you want to build the mech. Do you want it to be able to move? Do you want it to be able to... it depends on the approach, because you have the opposite, which is the dexterity actuators. Dexterity actuators don't do anything special like the fucking torque actuators. But what they allow you to do is, if you parry, period, you're immediately allowed to counterattack an unlimited number of times. If you counterattack, the enemy cannot dodge. It really depends on how you want to build this thing. Are you a slug tank? Do you have a little bit more trickiness to you? Do you want to avoid taking hits? Are you going to run a hefty shield? What do you envision? Because Duralex Super Heavy, that's Lilith's recommendation all the way. But that may not be correct for your vision. Because Duralex Super Heavy has problems. It has a ton of problems. It's hard to run. Because Duralex Super Heavy, it gives you 15 points of armor per ton. It's a lot. No shield ablation. It ignores 2 AD every time you're hit. It ignores 2 damage from every explosion. So every missile hits you, reduces damage from every missile by 2. It nullifies most missiles.
Yeah.
Because you ignore the AD from each individual missile. The missile's damage is reduced by 2. Energy is reduced by 2. Ballistic damage is reduced by 2. But you also, to run it, you need to sacrifice 7 power. It's not per ton, but it costs you 7 power to run that much armor, or run the armor in the first place. And you're also, every time you go to move, you move 2 squares less. Or 2 units less, because you're slower. But you're never going to find that much Duralax Super Heavy, or even heavy, even on base. Unless you strip it off a mech art that's already has it.
Yeah.
The only other mech that has Duralex Super Heavy on base is the Atlas.
Sure.
But he also has Pharaoh and Valiant Lamalor. Which... that's not to be scoffed at either. Valiant Lamalor, a little bit... just 1 point less of armor. Better shield value than the Duralex, because it gives you +4 to all shields. Less AD, no explosive ablation, equal energy ablation, no... yeah. Little slower. Oh, no. No, it's got 4 AD ablation, which is huge. 4 energy ablation. Only costs you 2 power, and there's no speed loss.
Yeah, let's pick that up. Valiant
Lamalor?
Yeah, let's do that.
It's expensive, though.
It's pretty average compared to the other ones.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
You're going to have to pay market price, because you're going to have to pay 45k rec a ton.
That's fine.
How many tons do you want to pick up? It's better to overshoot than you undershoot, because getting back to this guy's going to be hard.
For sure. 10, 14, 10, 10, 10. So let's get... Let's get 50.
You'll buy them out.
Okay. And that should be...
Multiply 45,000 by 50.
Yeah, well, you can do 45,000 times 100, which is going to be 2 zeros.
4,500,000.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4.5 million, and then divide that by 2. And then it's going to be 27-ish. 27
2,250,000.
Yeah. And I don't have that amount of money, but I can get it.
Pay for you. She'll like you to pay her back over time, but she's your sugar mama to put your mech together.
Perfecto.
Anything else you want to buy while you're here?
I can do multiple armor classes, right?
You can actually, yes. Clad specific parts of your mech in different armor. In fact, for a melee specialist, melee specialists actually clad their arms and their torso with the heftiest fucking armor they can get their hands on. Their back is a different armor. Their legs and their head are a different armor. And the way it works is you designate how much tonnage you want to each. In the category for power requirements, it's flat. If you run a single ton of Duralex Super Heavy, you still have to pay 7 power to run it. It's so heavy. Whereas, and you also, the movement value is also applied, whether it's bonus or negative. But if you run something conflicting, like something that gives you -1 armor or -1 speed, +1 speed, now you're at net 0. But the power requirement's still there. And you'll have to individually keep track of where you're hit and what armor is there. And you'll have to decide how much tonnage you're going to support for each part of the weapon. But melee specialists, they always pick the most powerful armor they can for their arms and their torso. Because that's where they're going to get hit most likely, the most. It also saves weight.
I'm actually going to get some laser reflecting plating for myself.
All right, how many tons?
We're going to get 10 tons for the front and the back.
Oh, do you run across? You run your finger across 10 tons of armor, and he kind of writes it down.
Yeah, that should be good. And then
he does have in the back, when you kind of look around, he's got 4 tons of Star Shield. It's not much. It's already been manufactured, so you can't reforge it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got 4 tons of star shield.
I guess shield.
It's enough it's already in the shape
Mm-hmm.
of a tower shield. So it's probably been recovered from an actual like a shield, but it's been stripped of all of the bits of that. Star Shield is not cheap.
No, it's not. What's Faraday Field do?
Faraday Field ignores overload.
All right.
So if you were to literally apply a force field, like a shield generator to your shield, it would follow the recharge rates and the break rates, but it would never decay from overload. And yes, of course, if you have a fucking shield, you can put a shield generator on your shield. Oh yes. Melee weapons are going to be silly. But melee weapons in space are melee weapons. You got to get in close.
Yeah.
And a lot of gunnery specialists actually use shields. And not just energy ones. They use physical ones. And then they put a 3-layer shield mod on their shield so that they can 3-layer their shield with their shield within their shield to have 3 shields with an extra physical shield.
Yeah, I'll pick up 3.2 million for the Star Shield.
Right. And Yosef is like, yes, no one's been able to buy the heavy stuff from Yosef. Yes. Anything else from Yosef's heavy stuff?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Ah, yes. Pleasure to do business with Yosef. Ha-ha. Now go. Yosef has drinking to do.
All right. And Lilith and I go. I will thank Lilith profusely, tell her I'll pay her back, yada yada. And that should be the end of my day.
All right. Is that yep. We're on the next day. Woohoo.
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 Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. I think we're on Sunday now.
Yep,
Sunday.
last day. Day 14. Well, actually, it's not Sunday, guys. It's
No, it's Sunday.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Yep. And unfortunately, Ogre, you've done your Sunday, right?
Yep. Mine was with Zeke and a pile of research. So, no, it's fine. Continue.
All right. So,
Because
Jackie.
I've got a pile of salvager shit to do tomorrow.
Yes, you do. Oh, it's succulent and it's ready.
Oh, God, you have no idea.
I might have an inkling, but you'll have to remind me.
I've only got 5 different sites worth of salvage coming back.
Yes. All right, boys and girls. Johnny, what are you doing?
I got some work to do.
How much?
4 hours worth.
Roll your luck. Where are you doing it? Where you're working?
I'm going to be doing it in the ships again. Going to be just getting people on the ships now that the admiral ships here try to.
Frontier Fleet or.
Yeah, if we're going to work on Frontier Fleet again because we want to get people on those ships. Just getting people on the ships, like swap.
What are they
swaps. Doing? Giving me information is what they're doing.
Well, what are these people you're putting on the ships doing?
I mean, there's Frig.
Think, Johnny, this is big. Because just saying people doesn't mean they're going to be good. Your Star Child gave you an insight as to what's the right people to send.
Yeah, like the vice commanders and the captains.
Nope. You don't need any military people. You don't want to send any military to these ships. Frontier Fleet? No, don't send military. Technicians, engineers, people who have technical skills, computer specialists, people who can build the ship back together, and then you send them with a plethora of luxury debit so that they can drink with their friends, and maybe they bring their own stock, and you just ply these people, every single one of them, so it doesn't seem suspicious.
Sorry, I guess my notes were not showing me that, so
yeah. So every one of them is getting paid an overtime or an extenuous circumstances benefit or bonus, which is a bunch of luxury debit, but it's enough so that they don't hoard it. They're more willing to spend it because they're worked to the bone every day.
Yeah.
And they're going to go, and of course you give them good booze. In fact, you can even make it better by literally, when you bring the technicians over, you bring a massive surplus of alcohol. And you have the surplus because remember that merchant? The alcohol merchant from months and months ago? Well, he's up and running. He's got decent quality liquor for cheap.
Yep.
It's not even like that industrial like rubbing alcohol stuff. He's got basic whiskey and basic vodka. Twice distilled vodka, so none of that super 5 times distilled stuff, but it's all affordable, it's all cheap. And you can send it by the crate loads so that the bars are all well stocked on all the ships, and they have places to spend the luxury debit, and then the technicians will then talk to the other technicians and you'll have an information network.
Sounds good. All right, so that's my 4 hours out of the way for that. I got
Roll me 100
for what?
Stuff that comes into the warehouse.
Oh, I thought you already did that
every
for
single day.
The 30. No, I didn't do it already. 23.
Oh, look at you. A double heatsink comes in.
Oh, cool.
Just one. It does not have an owner.
It has an owner now.
It's interesting. There was an anonymous tip, and they raided a certain depot of stuff. A lot of it is junk, but underneath all the junk was a double heatsink.
Yeah. One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Now this was hidden.
Yeah, I know.
This was a dead drop. This was a somebody protecting their wealth by distributing it among multiple points on the base, hiding it underneath things that people wouldn't even want to bother uncovering, let alone knowing what they're looking at in the first place, because double heatsink is twice the size of a normal heatsink and looks wildly different.
Yep.
If you're not an expert, you don't even know what you're looking at.
Perfect. So let's do some Steel Wolves cultivation next, because that's where I'm going with Snips and Skippy. For the Steel Wolves stuff.
How many? How much DTA?
So that's 10 DTA for that.
10
total.
hours.
Yeah. Skippy and Snips only have to stay for 2. But of the 10, I'm going to be with the Steel Wolves, and I'm going to be working on some coin toss stuff. Going to be working on Union.
All right. Oh, man.
So,
10 hours,
question
geez.
for me. If I wanted to use that cloud computer I have, you know what, actually? Can I gray goo the mod that I got, the Blizzard mod, and attach it to this
A Blizzard Grid?
yeah, so Blizzard Grid,
Blizzard
attach
Grid
it
is
to...
bigger than you as a person.
That's okay. What I want to do is I want to gray goo it and use that concept put towards the Potentia technique.
I need you to research it first.
You need to research it first.
Just deconstituting it doesn't mean you actually understand what's going on.
Right. And I need probably like a gimmick or something in order to do that for sure. Get those devouring nanites or cluster or whatever.
Just because you devour it doesn't mean you can repurpose it and its qualities. You could potentially rebuild it, sure, because you understand its blueprint at that point, but that doesn't mean you can repurpose it and the qualities of it into something usable. You can remake the Blizzard Grid,
Right.
but that's all you can do with it. You have no understanding of how the hell they built this damn thing.
That's okay then. Let us just do some cultivation then.
What are you at union-wise for now?
I think I'm only at the second one.
Okay. Roll your
Let's look at
pretension.
it.
Turn times! Unless you want to ask them questions, which will use up one of the DTA.
Let's look at here. Let's look at some...
Rosie! Why you gotta crawl over all my room? You're being a goober.
All right.
Don't you
This
poop
is
in
a
my
new
bed
day.
tonight?
Guess it's going to be that. Potentia. Here's the first one. An 8 single digit.
Ah,
Perfect. And then
90,
that
100.
hits my third one. So that's 3 out of 3. And slash 900.
Oh my, 3
Lots of
eights.
8s.
What in the world has this world come to?
So pass, failure, failure. Next, can I take 3 rerolls?
Be
It's a
my
new day.
guest.
I don't. My fate points for IQ don't reset, do they? It's only per session, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So
It's just the OP ability that Nyx has.
yeah, no. 100.
How much money did you make last session? Or the last day?
Me?
Yeah.
Just over $1 million.
Fuck you.
Here's the 65.
With a full day of non-used, I make
Okay,
1.5.
Here's the 53.
Oh my god.
And I'll, you know, I don't need to waste all your resources there. So
I mean, I didn't use any of them, so they're available to the party for
it's
today.
Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't use any of them. If you need
That's
them,
fair.
use them.
Yeah. So less than an 88.
Oh my god.
That's less than an 88, unfortunately.
Take
I'll
another
use one
one.
more.
It's a further
Oh
plus
my
10.
gosh.
No, man. We're gonna stop. We're gonna stop here. That's just
So-
too bad. We're
Now,
just not getting
wait.
anything.
What were you trying to roll against?
We're trying to roll against the it was the 91. I
No,
rolled
no.
a
What was your target?
it's 50.
Ah, so you
Even with
used
plus 30, because he rerolled it 3 times, it's not enough.
yeah.
You'd have to use
Wait,
another
no.
one.
If his target was a 50 with a 30, his target would with a plus 30 it would be
Would
an
be 80. All right,
So
so you
you'd
passed that
succeed.
last one.
No, I don't know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. I can't do math. Fuck math.
That's fair. So okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I get 2 more after the third. So I'm up to 5 for coin toss.
What's the current coin toss do?
Yeah, just 1 sec.
Penis. What? You did it?
Posted it to you? Yeah, it's in chat.
Chat! Fuck you, chat. Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna go a step further and get 6. I'm gonna use 6 inspired to get 6 additional downtime actions for this.
Mm-hmm. Jeez, alright. Shit.
Roll the 100. The very end though, so that's okay. Plus 10. 297s and a 100, eh?
That's how she blows!
Well, next I'll take some rerolls, I suppose.
Okay.
3D 100, rerolling the 100, because, you know.
This will leave me with 3 left for the day.
Pass, failure. If you only have 3 left, I won't take that away from you.
I didn't use them on Sunday, so ask the other one
You don't
if
get
he wants to
rollover
use
from
some
day
of
to
them.
day.
Yeah, they reset each day.
Yeah,
know.
okay.
That affects how much you
So
pay.
less than a 90. 57 is a pass. So I got all
Okay.
my 6.
I've got-
Cool.
So I've got 2 extras left for the day.
3!
So I got all the way to 6, Matt.
Alrighty. All the way to 6. That's like a bunch of upgrades. Oh my god.
It is exactly 4.
Shush you. Number 3. Emotional connection.
Cool.
You could roll a willpower test. As long as you have an active fate point that is unused, or a boon. And that applies for IQ. So as long as they have an unused fate point, you can roll a willpower test. And you can swap between the coin toss.
Okay.
Neither of you have an active usable fate point. Well, you can't use it. Swap back. It's a stacking minus 10. Reset it the next day. Yeah.
So, Matt, you know that only IQ has a fate point, right?
Yes, as long as she has one that's unused.
Okay.
You guys can swap back and forth.
Okay.
With a willpower test. Now, if you swap multitudes in a day,
So
it gets a little
10.
harder each time until you take a rest. Four! You can add another dice to your roll for union.
Okay.
If you roll all of the same number, that person gets 3 rerolls.
Cool.
Temporary for the day.
Cool. Yeah, I like it.
Even if you complete union, you still get to roll your 3 dice. If they're all the same, you get 3 rerolls.
Cool.
And they can be on anything. They don't. You can roll worse, but you can stack them on the same roll, unlike fate points.
Nice.
5. Ho ho. On the coin toss itself, for the duality element, you can choose to take a larger negative from one personality, but the next time you roll the other personality, you also get the same bonus that you took as a negative for the other. So if you decided, hey, I'm to this whatever I'm doing today, well, I rolled this personality and I took a minus 40 to the instead of minus 10 to these specific rolls, they're all minus 40s. Next time I roll the other personality for the stuff I get pluses for, I also gain the same bonus that was a negative instead.
For the same characteristic, though?
Nope.
Or whatever the one I want to choose.
Well, it's the one that you would get bonuses to. So I know one personality gets negatives to specific things, but bonuses to the others.
No. It's negatives for both.
Well, and the other one also gets negatives, but bonuses. Right?
No, they're all of them get negative 10 to each those 3 characteristics. You scroll up to see flip it, then I'll just roll it now. Right? If you see at the bottom, it's minus 10 to all those 3 characteristics, minus 10 to all those 3 characteristics.
Right. Well, you can take an additional negative to those characteristics. And if you do take additional negatives, you get bonuses instead.
To the other one.
To the other one. If you take a minus 30, the other ones will roll at a plus 20 next time.
Sounds cool. I like it.
Yeah. And the cool part is if you say roll a 1, and you're like, I'm going to take an additional minus 10 to all of them. And you roll 1s for multitudes of sessions, and you still only take a minus 10, and say it's like 4 sessions, you get a 1, or 4 days. Well, now you got a cumulative minus 40. Now you roll a 2. Now you get a plus 40 to that day. Because it's until you roll the other duality. Now, if you're like, I'm going to take a minus 40, and you get 4 days in a row at a minus 40, now you get 160 to the next day you roll a 2 to the other stats. Use it well.
Yeah.
And that could be, hey, I have a bunch of days I didn't do fuck all. But it's that duality element. But, now you have 3 dice. The odds of you not being in control of how that plays out is low.
It's true.
Rosie? Come on, girl. Stop that. Come here. Stop being a goober.
And the last one, the 6th.
Yeah, it's the 6th. Once a week, you can just swap on a whim, no penalty.
Okay.
Doesn't require anything. Doesn't require you to make any rolls. It also negates the coin flip penalty for the rest of the day.
All right.
So none of the minus stuff. And that can also be stacked with any bonuses. So if you have a bunch of minuses from, say, got a bunch of minus 10s that you stacked up from 1, and you roll a 2, but you're like, shit, I gotta swap back to 1 for a sec, and then you swap back to 2 using this ability, you can remove the minus 10, and you get an extra plus 10 to all skills. It's a little bit of wombo combo. Takes a little prep. Takes a little bit of luck. Not so much now that you have 3d2s that you can pick from. And if you do snake eyes on all of them, you get temporary rerolls.
Yeah, that's cool.
So there's no real loss anymore. Too good. You're in control. All right, so there's your 6. Congrats.
Perfect. Now I'm gonna get off, but the only thing I have left is mech maintenance. So I'll just do that and call her done for me.
Got.
Yeah, it was like 8 hours of mech maintenance. So all done.
Ooh. Okay, mech maintenance done. Okay, boys and girls, the 2 that remain, the fastidious marathoners that you are. So, how doth it, boyos?
Good. Just ready to finish up my Sunday.
All right, finish your Sunday. Finish it.
So Cody's gonna pick up Mia 'cause she should be done today. Spend about a downtime hanging out with her, making sure she's
She'll
okay.
look at you. She's the most ephemeral of the bunch. How are you today?
Well, we got the fleet here, so that's a good thing.
That's not answering my question. That's a deflection. I asked, how are you?
Nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Anxious.
Mm-hmm.
I was worried about you.
Hmm.
And
I appreciate this. But
And
what
I'm
type
also-
of worry?
I was worried that you might resent me, or worried that you might come out worse for wear.
Hmm. There's a more underlying worry. One that you don't believe in. But because it was from a person of authority, it burns. And it's not something so easily dismissed. It may not be on your conscience, but it's subconscious.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna take off as well.
Oh, you don't want to stick around to get some extra next time in for Monday? You don't want to wait for your loot?
Fine.
No, go ahead.
No,
Be gone.
no.
It's fine. Go. Next
Nope,
time.
you already said it. I'm going to stick around, and you're going to have to do it because
Nah, you're gonna die.
I
You're not gonna survive.
want
It's
to-
over. It's dead.
don't care. I want to do it, and I'll deal with it. Fuck it.
Haha.
Continue, Char. Apologies.
He's weak.
Yes, no. The admiral of the Frontier Fleet, and at one point, Ashley was going to sacrifice herself in order for the betterment of. No, Ashley was going to die.
Mhm.
And I was afraid, because she can be wrong, that it might have been you.
I have died, though. But I've been reborn, like the phoenix. It's difficult to ascertain the clarity of what it means by death. Death is a very ephemeral thing. It can be, of course, absolute, but what is death? Death can be a representation of a change of ways, a very permanent change of ways, changing of the times. Out with the old, as they say, and with the new.
That is
And if
true.
Ashley were to die, why would you be afraid? Ashley dies, but she's animatronic.
I think for me, when I think of the term death, it's a more permanent aspect, not so dying and then coming back.
Death is
'Cause
scary.
yes,
But at some point, you must understand that the way things move in this world are beyond our comprehension. And we can only control things in such a small sphere that the ramifications and ripples of that action or series of action, no matter how large or small, cannot be entirely known to us. And that includes death, or events leading up to death. And it is not the end, I don't think. I think the Thunderhead has its secrets, really. It grows every day, exponentially. My data also shows it grows exponentially, equal to a specific ratio of death. The enigmatic people. I wonder why.
could Thunderhead be the enigmatic's god of death?
Oh, it certainly is. It's always been. It gets to decide whether we live or die. Ever since the institution of the Scythedom, and even before that, has it not always been the operator, the master, the maestro of life and death itself? In one hand, it elevates our people, expands our life, the quality of life, enhances life itself, brings it back from extinction, brink of death itself, or brings it in such totality and absolute that it is finite and final. God of life and death itself. The
Something to
definition
be
of death, I think, is a little bit more ephemeral and more abstract than the actual factual definition. Don't worry too much about us. It weighs heavy on you. And in your current state, you have no means to do anything about it. She kind of runs a single finger across your skin. You are not your better self yet. The one you envision. A one no longer laden by the trappings and frailty and the fallacy of your mortal shell. And only then will you have a wider scope of ability. And you must unburden yourself of worries of the mortal realm before you make that final transition. Otherwise, you will carry those into your next transition, and they will weigh you down more so than you have ever imagined. A tangible weight to an intangible body. And you cannot afford this.
That is fair. Though
I think I'll meditate. Nothing further upon our conversation, I think. I think I get ahead of myself. Thank you, Cody. Thank you for this. I was not meant to live, but I think that is the most picturesque, romantic, and almost out of a novel itself. In the nick of time, my knight in shining armor coming to the rescue.
I
She'll give you the very light peck on the cheek.
Mhm.
But unlike the others, the heat will slowly blossom and spread throughout you. Even hours later, like the slowest buildup of a kind of a warm blossoming of warmth. And they will go into a very zen, cross-legged meditation. And actually, they float off a couple inches of the ground as they meditate. And there's a kind of an interesting energy flux around them.
Thing. Cody's gonna lick the energy. See what it tastes like. Cody's just curious now.
It sends your head spinning.
Hmm.
It's like the first time you looked at the Holy Verse. It sends your head spinning in so many different ways. You can't make heads or tails of it, but you know it's wholesome, complex, unfathomable, and it's multi layers.
And Cody will give her a kiss on the cheek and head out to do research on the horizon. Only 2 DTA worth though. And
Sadako is
then
there for you. She kind of brings you close. Kind of leans up against you. And she's like, "How would you like to begin?" With me. I mean, the horizon dancing.
The horizon, yes. Well, we have to start with the cockpit.
Well, I suppose I could make that arrangeable.
Cody shakes his head and realizes, focus.
I mean, the cockpit hasn't been broken in with your antics yet.
No, it hasn't.
You know, Ashley and Sadako are going to compete for that honor.
I know. And it's really funny because Cody is tempted beyond all tempting.
You do know that cockpit's very dangerous. That's the downside.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's stopping you. Because that's not an analog or a virtually assisted cockpit. That is a neuro AI cockpit, and you touch the wrong fucking thing, and somebody gets really hurt.
Yeah. Besides, that's what the Atlas is for.
What do you mean? No. You're not having sex in the Atlas cockpit. Somebody's gonna die. Only warriors are allowed in there.
And warriors have sex. Calm down.
Not on the cockpit. If you're in the cockpit of the Atlas, it's time for murder.
But yeah.
Murder.
So here is for trying to start. This is basically trying to understand the horizon dancer. That and that. Both passes.
What's your focus? Just taking it apart?
Taking it apart and figuring out how and especially a lot of the experimental stuff. He's just
within 2, you're just gonna get the plates off.
Okay.
Taking it apart without the help of the entire Leah department and Leah specialists, 2 hours would have gotten you maybe the
no.
torso plates off. But because you have the entire help of the Leah department, in 2 hours, you have all of the armor off of all the parts. And they're all neatly set aside for individual examination at your leisure. And all of your technicians demurely kind of wait, heads down, looking at the floor.
Yeah.
They not look at the gloriousness of the level 9 technician. No.
Cody's going to tell them to finish taking the machine apart. That they are trusted by Ashley and Sadako, that they get trusted by him. They're to finish taking apart and cataloging and re-schematicizing everything from the ground up.
Behold, the schematicizing.
Yeah. And then Cody then spends 5 DTA just working on his personal engine. As we're looking
Interceptor
for
Mark II.
Interceptor Mark II. Looking for those ones, man. We're looking for
Prove it
those
to me.
ones.
No.
Nope. Ooh, actually,
Have the last 2 rerolls I got.
You sure?
I didn't use any of them, and nobody else did, so
Do it.
he's the only one who
Alright.
has them available to him. Unless you want to save them for some other roll.
I can't re-roll the 5, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to re-roll the 61. See if I can get a 1 off that.
No, you don't.
What?
No.
No?
It's not allowed. You can't. You're not. You can roll, but you're not going to get a 1.
But yeah. That's 31. That was close.
No.
Not
Not even close, baby.
We're gonna try and push that 31 down even further. Nope. I'm gonna roll them in batches of
5.
5. Yeah. 20.
Remember, you're getting a plus 20.
Yeah. Well, no, so it's a pass. I just need to get a 1 on it because I essentially have to try and get
He wants to find out the makeup of the
otherwise,
artificial alloy.
Because I do have because I finished off the research off the 5. But fine, I guess I'm just gonna have to go to her to get the alloy made for the engine. It's not like Cody's gonna hate it, and he's just like, meh, fine.
I came to your senses, darling. Good. I'm not saying that you don't have the genius for it. What you don't have is time.
Yes.
I'll do you one better, though. I'll sell it to you.
You'll sell it to me?
Hmm.
And what is this gonna cost me?
A little sneak peek into the little what's under the hood of your little toy that you just happened to start working on. A little curious, as is everyone, of course, but I'll sell you the alloy patent. But I need a little, as I said, sneak it, peek under the hood. First viewing, even. Something to make a girl feel special.
The Apollo or?
Oh no.
The Horizon Dancer.
I could build an Apollo myself. Yes. That one. It's a little special, don't you think?
It is.
What do I say? Your Apollo can't compare. But, I mean, you did build the Apollo on your own, which is a noble feat. This is a culmination of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of hours of research, multiple departments working together in tandem, thousands of people. The best of the best with the best material.
Hmm,
Something only the Thunderhead could put together.
that is true.
Yes.
I'm willing to give you a copy of the Horizon Dancers file, and
Oh, no, that's not the good stuff, darling. Because that's all short form. That doesn't show the whats and the whys.
hmm,
File is, well, I hate to say it, but I already have access to it. It's not hard. Get your hands on it if you know the right people. And that's why it's piqued my interest.
what do you want?
Because it says a lot, but if you really look at it, it says nothing at all. You see.
It is very plain, but very well hidden.
Indeed. Maybe I'll give you two pieces of information I have gleaned. Maybe you know them. Maybe you don't. As part of the sale price, in addition to the patent. For, of course, sharing all the whats and the whys with me.
Understood?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. The first is it's not a Leah project. Not primarily. It's actually a Spectrum project.
Tell me
The frame
something
is
new.
Spectrum entirely. You can actually tell by one single core aspect of the mech, and I think you're smart enough to tell which one it is. It says a lot, but very little. The dimensional warping storage aspect, where they put the
The Da Vinci engine.
yes, that's not Leah tech. That's Spectrum technology. And the drone, that's not Spectrum and Leah technology only. That's got Shade Tech.
Of course.
There's my tidbits for you. Sign here, please.
Cody will sign.
You now own my little secret. Alloy.
Yep.
MLS.
Cody will look at her and go, I will send you the first reports at the end of the week.
Of course. I would never rush you. This is a long-term investment for me. Short-term gains for you. If you need to build MLS, I have the schematic and some of the materials. I actually built it from the natural occurring elements found in the rust. But
interesting.
altered a little bit, of course.
As one Chem Baron would do.
Of course. A little bit of chem treatment with the very rare, even radioactive elements found in the rust. And then you can just manufacture and print it.
And then Cody's going to take this, copy this file, and send it over to his developer.
Okay. He has it.
Yep.
He just needs you to authorize the making of it.
Yeah, Cody will authorize it.
Okay. You want it expedited, or you want to just when they have the moment for it?
Well, as this is going to be part of the Apollo series, make sure that the it is given to the what are they called? The line. essentially, the line that the Apollos are going to be running off of.
Remember, this alloy is not meant for the frame or the armor. It's actually meant
this is
for...
just meant for the engine.
Yes.
Yep. And with that, Cody's going to head to the medical facility.
Mhm.
And do some blood doping.
Of course you are ready for your transformation.
Yep, we hit 60 today. We're finishing the muscles and the tendons.
You're doped up.
Yep. More blood, more blood. Dense muscles. Can't really do much to improve tendons, unfortunately.
Oh, your girl's already got you on that one. You think your armor's that simple?
No. But
it doesn't make it reinforces it. It strenuates the tendons just a little bit so that there's a little bit of wear but no tear. And then the body, with the right injections, specifically on site as there's just the minutest of wear, automatically restores it. And that's why there's prickling all over your body, because there's microneedles. So the moment there's a single bit of wear, there's a injection on site, and it immediately infuses, or it's infused with the tendon, and it makes it just a minute bit more durable without losing its elasticity. Your girl wanted to make you a hunk.
yeah, now I'm about to strip it all away.
Is that the rest of your Sunday?
The last bit of the Sunday is the Atlas, actually. Cody was going to go to the Atlas to clean it.
About time, Cody. About damn time.
I know, I have been busy, Atlas. I'm sorry.
Disappointed you took so long.
I know, this is only the second cleaning I've done for you.
It's a shame. You know the amount of grease and oil in the air in this hangar alone?
Would you like me to move you?
No, there's conversation to be had here, but doesn't mean it's any cleaner.
I've
But at
heard
least it's
rumors.
not boring. You
That
should
is
come by
fair.
and clean me more often.
I mean, that's fair. I know. I've been busy these past 2 weeks, and I haven't been able to.
And you haven't even taken me out to war.
Well, after I'm done cleaning you, we can go.
Why would you clean me and then go to war? Wouldn't
you
that be
saying
counterproductive, pilot?
Are you saying you don't want to be cleaned twice?
You're just being an idiot.
No, I am being
Inefficient.
yes.
Come by tomorrow, we go hunt.
You will. Besides, war's coming. So
About time. It's taken a while.
yes, it has. It's only about a month out at this point.
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Month left.
So in that month, I plan to be here as often as I can. When the ground battle starts, I will be abandoning the air battle, and I will come pilot you.
I would hope so. My prediction.
Where did we lose a month? Real quick. Like, that's actually important. Where did we lose a month? Because last I checked, we had 2 more months after this one.
Yeah.
No, you did not. You have a month left.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. We've only been through the first month. We went through when it first found out, we went through a week, and we had like 3 months and a couple weeks, give or take. And we have not been through the first full month yet.
I'm pretty sure we had a month left.
When we
Like,
started
No.
this downtime, Blatt, we were 2.5 weeks in. That's when we started this downtime spree. Because we were 2.5 weeks in and still had 2 months left. And we needed to push forward.
Yeah.
More than two, like a little bit more than 2 months if we were 2.5 weeks in, because it was 3 months and like
2 weeks.
X number of days. Yeah, 2 weeks.
That was 2
So
weeks and
we
10 days. Or 2 months and 10 days.
no, it was not 2 months. It was 3.
3 months and 10 days. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we have another month though of this. I think it was 2 weeks before we started the downtime spree. We're only 2 more weeks in. Yeah, we still have 2 months and 10 days ish.
Damn, I thought it was a month. Okay, my time scheduling is in way off.
Yeah, no, man.
Mine has been based entirely on the fact that we have basically 2 months left because I'm going to be completing my mech and have about a week to do final testing before the attack arrives.
Yeah, I was doing that same math on doing a different frame because I was going to get myself a medium instead of my current light, and I was like, wait a minute, we have 2 months. What am I doing?
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
All right. I got my time. Holy boss.
Yeah, no, it's taken us that long to get through the first 4 weeks of this.
Do you guys disagree with the method, or do you
No.
like that you have all this DTA?
I like to have all the DTA.
As
I
do
like the DTA, maybe not so much the micro RPing.
Hmm?
Like it genuinely takes us like an hour to get through one person.
Well, let's see if we can speed it up. But some RP. RP kind of makes the session.
And I'm saying that, yeah, that makes sense until you have somebody fit for a few hours and do literally nothing.
That's how the game goes.
It shouldn't.
Then you run the game.
I'm saying this as a player that I would appreciate it if we worked on time management better.
That's a cohesive thing.
And you are a part of that too. I'm
I know.
not directing this to you alone. I'm directing this to the group as a whole.
Well, we'll just have to continue on.
Yep. But yeah, that's basically Cody's say. That's Cody Sunday. Question just becomes, what do I get for turning my muscles and tendons in to Leah?
Well, did you actually undergo the process?
Yep, that's what today was.
Oh boy.
Today was the day.
All right. Now, you said you had 60 on all the stats?
60 on all the stats.
Your shield goes up by 60.
Oh.
It is because it's a perfect application. You can ignore a magnitude damage. Of 1 tier. So if a mech hits you with a weapon, hits you with a basic weapon. If a ship hits you with a weapon, at least its magnitude's reduced by 1.
Yeah.
But it still adds a 0 on it instead of 2 zeros.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And currently, my skin is, what, 130?
If you invoke it.
Yeah.
And then you're a glowing puddle of organs and bones.
No, he's glowing. His organs and muscle and bones.
Yeah, because he's got nerves, organs, bone, marrow. That is it. Which means I'm no longer on Zydrates.
Yeah. Oh joy! Actually, while your body's still addicted to it, your organs and nerves. Oh yeah.
Fair.
Doesn't mean you need it. The addiction's there. And if you stop, there will be withdrawals.
Fair. Once my nerves are gone, then we're
Yeah,
good.
but it's soaked into your marrow too. Zydrate's bad. You will not be rid of Zydrate 100% until you've ascended entirely. It is your bane, it is your plague, it is the thing that will haunt you to the very end of your mortality. That's why it's impossible to get rid of. The more you use it, the more it worms into the very essence of your mortal body.
Interesting. So Zydrate.
Excessive Zydrate use can actually be found in the bones of those who have died.
Interesting. Okay.
The
didn't know-
discoloration of marrow,
I didn't know I was
the
that
warping
far
of the
in.
brain.
Yeah, I didn't know I was that far into it.
You're not.
Or no, I was that addicted to it that it was already in my bones.
Well, you are truly addicted to it.
Yeah.
Because once you're on Zydrate, that's it. You're utterly addicted to it. Withdrawal, it has a 98 mortality rate.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's why they don't let just anyone go on it. Once you're on it, you're on it. Until you can go full robot or other. Or you're just on it. That's what it takes.
So, did you really want to knock out the
5 sites?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Start with 1.
Yep.
Make a little dash line or something.
But
Boom! Dash line.
So what do you want me to roll for site 1?
Site 1.
Just the standard 3D 100?
Well, type in site 1 first. So we know what we're looking at. Hoboken. No, it's SITE. Boy.
Yeah, I know. I did it on purpose this time.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No,
because
you didn't.
Because I'm looking at it in my notes.
That's SITE. Roll your 3100. Not bad. Not good. A lot left for the scavengers is what you've left. You will find yourself a drone cradle tier 3.
Okay.
Find that in drone systems under internal components. It is a very hefty device. It costs 9 CP/tonnage. It requires 2 power. Used to store up to large-sized drones, storage capacity of 40. Kind of an important, very powerful, pretty rare thing. Site 2! Ba-ba-ba-bow. We're looking at average again. Not much to take home. Depends on how much you want to leave the scavengers. There's a bit of armor of interest. off of one of the mechas left behind.
Just armor on it, nothing else special?
Not really. You're gonna find some Starguard 4. Oh, that's not spelled right. G-U-A. Oh my gosh.
And this is armor?
Yes.
Okay.
It's pretty rare.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. It's in my nose. Let me find yourself one of those. One of those. And one of those.
Okay.
Hmm. Find one of those. You find some of this armor. No. Where'd it go? Some of that armor. There you go. Last sight. Ah.
And because I can, I'm going to give these three a reroll. Because why not? And I've got to reroll that last one. Just going to roll 5 because it has to be below 37. Has to be below 37. Okay, so a 2.
Okay.
12, 53, and 2.
Find quite a peculiar scene. There is a silhouette that had been quite the talk of your salvage team because it scared the shit out of Lucky 13 upon arrival because they couldn't see it until they were right there, and it looks like the enemy was about to strike down from within the rust. and axe them into pieces. But no. Despite their weapon raised high, there's another weapon embedded deep into their chest. You have found the executioner. You have found the surrogate and the replacement, and the donor. It is in terrible shape. At least the armor is. I'm not sure about the insides.
Okay.
It is missing its twin shoulder weapons. They are not findable. They looked. They've really fucking looked for those twin shoulder weapons. But they probably didn't fall off here.
Yep.
But the weapon is somewhat intact. Most of the power systems are intact, and most of the internals are looking okay. Looks like the pilot couldn't get out. The damage to the mech literally prevented ejection. He couldn't even welding torch his way out because he was just pinned in there.
Okay, then.
And the mech ran out of battery.
Gruesome way to go.
Yep.
Anything else at that site?
Um.
I'm assuming that was for the 2.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So Jackie, you still around?
Slam autoloader. And Gauss rifle times 2. Which were not the shoulder mounts. They were pulled off a different ground mech. A rifleman. Mark II.
Nice, nice.
The rifleman is in terrible condition. The only reason the Gauss rifles were salvageable is because they were shot off at the shoulder. And they were found on the ground by the survey drone. The rest of the mech was literally cored. There's no torso or shoulders or cockpit. There's just the waist and the legs.
Hey, I know the salvagers will like that. They can sell those for good money.
Depends on if you want to bring it home or you want to leave it for the scavengers.
I will. They asked if I found anything big like that, if I'd be so kind as to bring it back and let them disappear with it. So, yeah, he'll bring that back and let them know for a pickup for it.
So the legs.
Yep.
Okay.
But if damn it, Jackie, you're not here. He went to bed, didn't he?
I don't know. He's still recording, but I think he's gone to bed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so well, there's your stuff, and that's your morning meeting. They come in and are like, "Hey, boss, that's what we got."
Hands back a list and people out to go get this, and I page the underbelly, as it were, to make sure to escort them because they're bringing back a pile.
Once you got the land all figured out, we'll follow in your wake. No problem. Just we don't want any misunderstandings in case one of you boys need to go back, you know.
Yep.
So we'll
I'll
wait
have
a couple of days, make sure it's done right.
I'll have a pair of legs for you for pickup.
Ah, a pair of legs. All right.
Rifleman.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, you got my appreciation, you know.
Yep.
So, that said,
Yep.
I'm thinking, go pick it up. Just, you can't be lying there. You never know when the worms come by.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. My boys are bringing it back with their load, and you'll be able to swing by and pick up them legs.
Exactly.
Yep.
Oh. So, things have been going pretty good, eh? No interferences? No one trying to interfere with your business? No poachers?
Not as far as I've had.
That's good to hear. Because I hate to hear if somebody in my, somebody I might know giving you trouble. Because that's trouble for me. That's impacting my bottom line. And I can't be having somebody affecting my bottom line,
Mm-hmm. No, I entirely understand that.
All right. Well, you let me know if somebody comes by and gives you trouble.
Definitely
You let them have it.
will do.
I'll make sure it ends up back in your hands. That's what I do. I'm a man of my word.
Yep.
All right. Oh, piece of advice. I learned a piece of information recently.
I'm all ears.
Some of the boys that I'm used to, not people I work with. Some of them have gone into what I can only say is independent contracting, you see. You're not the only one who's been hiring extra hands. I've got a very lucrative and a very exclusive business, So much so, a lot of people got eyes filled with jealousy and envy. I know what the look. You may not, but I know the look. And the people who hire these boys, they got some pockets, kind of like you do. I can't say who they are, confirm who they are yet, but I know if you're gonna reach down this slow, it means you reached up first, you found nothing, even besides all your money, because everyone looks up first, especially if you got cha-ching. So watch out. You got some of the players in the pool, and they don't like to play fair. And they be using some of the boys down at the heap. And with that type of money, despite my persuading, I'm pretty damn good persuader. They not be listening. I hate it when people don't listen. No. So keep your head to the ground. I'll keep you appraised if I hear anything more, but you're gonna wanna take extra precautions.
Gotcha. With that in mind, maybe you could make use of a couple of other things to help secure our mutual benefit. I have a couple spare lasers.
We'll see.
You may be interested in. Let me know.
We'll come by when you bring the legs by. You bring the lasers, whatever else you come to mind. We'll make some arrangements. That's how it be.
Good. Sounds good.
All right. Have a good time, Juice.
You too.
Partner. And he hangs up. And we'll end today's session with that, boyos.
Yeah.
Yo, boy. Boy.
I'm glad that you deal with the criminal underworld and not Cody.
Hey,
We're gonna bathroom.
that is entirely fine. Nyx is entirely cool with working with the underworld because Nyx is entirely cool with just making people disappear.
Yeah, and Cody doesn't want to make people disappear.
Cody doesn't quite know how to make people disappear. Those girls might have some advice.
No, Cody's really good at making somebody disappear.
In a very showy fashion.
Yes. Cody has 3 methods of making somebody disappear.
Yes, but most of your people that you make disappear, Mr. Animatronic, are freaking D-class.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't make any animatronics disappear.
No, I was
No.
telling our animatronic who's talking in chat that he makes a lot of D-class disappear.
Fair. And I mean, Cody would just like, let's not threaten each other. Let's just be friends. And then they threaten his girl. And Cody's like, well, fine then.
Now you're fucked.
I have your spine now.
Yep. As is only fair.
I didn't do the calculations exactly right, so it was a lot of guesstimating. So you might have part of your spine.
Oh, gods. But I'm happy. I can save Jackie a lot of problems now. Let's see here. Oh, and this Monday I should have the other 2 drones done as well, so Which means, let's see here. If I send out the teams in 2, it'll half the time. Which means by Thursday, I'll have hit all the needed sites. Sweet.
Good. So we're gonna start working out on Monday.
The rest of my Monday is just a pile of personal research, but conveniently, once I finish this Monday, my full personal chemtech research will be done.
Cody's probably going to on Monday start rebuilding the thing you asked for.
Mm-hmm.
And continue working on the Apollo and the Atlas.
Well, I would ask you to give me an update on it and a idea on the price before you actually start working on it, because if it's going to be too expensive to fix, it's not worth it, you know?
I mean, I'll still just strip the stuff out of it.
Well, the deal is
Mhm.
if I fix it, I get those 2 parts. If I don't
True.
fix it, I don't get them. It's basically a guy going, I have other shields, not quite as good, but I don't have a mech. Somebody can fix my mech. He can have those 2 shields that he wants.
Mhm.
Oh.